Awesome, Chatty. How are you?
Hey, Mrs. Mac got the belt today. Nice job, Mrs. Mac. I think that
That's
might be her
new.
first belt. Nice job.
Wow. What's going on, everybody?
Hi, friends. What's up, Rust Dog?
Johnny G. Wait, Johnny G, you're back?
I'm doubtful. Oh, Katrina's here. Hi, Katrina. What's up, Drew Down? Hi, Zabo. No, I'm not sick. If I sound sick, it's allergies. I have to take. I'll go into more detail. I have to take my cat to the vet today.
He's having a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's not a.
I do not want to talk about this. It's no longer happening.
What?
It's over. It's over, man.
Yeah. Wiener Wednesday has been. They threw so much shade at Wiener Wednesday that we're not having Wiener Wednesday in the. We had a long.
It was good. Well, it was what, a good 2-week run.
It was a long wiener chat this morning.
Oh, well. I want to talk about this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you do that yourself.
I want to talk about this real quick. I was so fired up because I was like, cool, I'll get to watch an entire Warriors game before the Kings play, because it's pretty rare that I get to like sit down and lock into a Warriors game. And they turn in that piece of shit. Garbage. Sorry. Excuse my language. They turned that in. The Heat shot like 68% from 3. They just smoked him, dude. It was, from a storyline perspective of the Heat sticking it to Jimmy Butler, it was cinema.
Oh, that's awesome.
Every dude on the Heat wanted to win that game by 100 points. It was, if you're a Heat fan, that was probably like the finals.
20 seconds.
But yeah, the fact that Steph Curry leaves the court and every Warriors player starts to look like a 10th or 11th guy is not promising.
No. Well, but it's what it's always felt like over the last like 3 years.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when he plays. All right, we're doing this. It's Wednesday. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen, live at home today. Joe Brazil's with us. I'm not sick this time.
Okay.
Typically when I'm doing shows from home, I'm sick. Went to clip our cat's nails last night. I'm just avoiding talking about the Kings as long as humanly possible here. We went to clip our cat's nails last night and realized that one of our cat's nails has ingrown. So it's grown into its like toe bean, its little toe pad thing.
Yeah.
And it turns out because cats go to the bathroom in a box, that those can super easily get infected. And so there was this whole panic last night in our house about how I was going to figure out how we were going to figure out how to get the cat into the vet tomorrow or today. And I have to go pretty close to after the show. So we're doing that, and I'm doing the show from home, and my cat seems fine. So fingers crossed he continues to be okay.
Or paws crossed. Finger pads crossed.
Toe beans crossed that Catrick Willis is okay.
I forgot it's Catrick Willis.
Yeah, Catrick Willis. What's up? I got him right after Patrick Willis retired.
Okay.
And I wanted to give my cat sports names, which sounds like a good idea. You think that's a good idea. You think, hey, doing a sports pun name would be funny. And again, this is 2015, right? Because Patrick Willis played 2014 and then he retired. So we're talking like spring, about this time, 2014.
Okay.
2015, sorry. About this time, 2015. So about 10 years ago. So I wanted to give my cats athlete pun names. So I have Stephen Curry and Catrick Willis, which sounds like a really fun idea. Like it's a cute, fun little thing until you have to go to the vet in like a serious environment and you're like, hey, my cat isn't eating. I need you to help me. And they're like, okay, great. What's his name? It's like, so you know, San Francisco 49ers football team. Yeah. Okay. So the linebacker, Patrick Willis, legendary Hall of Famer, was my favorite player. And then he retired when I got the Cats. So I named him Patrick Willis. And they're like, okay, Catrick. Yeah, sorry.
Patrick, what kind of name is that?
Yeah, right. It sounds silly. And then they're always like, Patrick? Like, no. It's a pun. It's a little joke. It's a cutesy little thing I did. It sounds like a great idea up until you have to be serious with somebody about your cat names.
That's amazing.
So
we named our golden retriever Phineas. And then when we got our pug, just like logically, you have to name him Ferb.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, my sons were like, no, we're not going to name him Ferb.
Love
so
that.
We came up with Ozzy. And I call him Oswaldo.
Phineas and Ozzy, elite pet names, dude. Those are great dog names. Because when you go to the vet, you're like, yeah, this is Phineas. This is Ozzy. What's up? You don't have to be like, okay, so are you a Warriors fan? Okay, so you know like Steph Curry? Yeah, it's like that, but Purry because he's a cat. It's so dumb every time. Every time. Don't recommend it. No matter how cute you think the name is. Don't do it. Just give him a regular name like Spots or something like that and call it good.
That's hilarious.
All right. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. We're hanging out with you till noon. Appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM. If you are watching live on YouTube or Twitch, hello and good morning. If you're in the chatty house at YouTube or Twitch, hello and good morning. We appreciate you all so much. And if you're listening on the free Odyssey app, thank you so much. If you've not downloaded the free Odyssey app, what the hell are you doing? Go do that now. Search ESPN 1320, favorite it. And then when you open the app, our station starts playing. You can take us anywhere in the world. It's super easy. It's super fun. And if you're listening to the James Pham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast, hello. Hope the future is going well. The past did not go well for the Kings last night.
No.
Thunder 121, Kings 105. The first thing that stood out to me post-game was that the Kings' big third quarter, or they won that quarter, 39-25 or something like that. They were just awesome. Keegan Murray specifically was sensational, right? Just scintillating Keegan Murray performance in that third quarter. And apparently that happened because Doug went in at halftime and was like, hey, this is the team you might play in the playoffs, so let's show some fight. Like, you needed a halftime speech for that? That wasn't taken care of pregame? The players weren't motivated enough going in. You were on a 3-game losing streak. This is the number 1 seed in the West. This is the team, if you make the playoffs, you are very likely to see them in a 7-game series. You needed your coach at halftime to be like, hey, we're getting smoked. Let's pick it up. That's a problem for me, dude. That is not okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. This team is in a lot of ways, it looks like they're playing out the string. And I know I don't think that's the way that the rest of this season is going to go. I know it sounds weird, but I think that when you look at the schedule that they're in right now, the fact that they had 5 games in 7 nights, that you had a back-to-back against realistically the best 2 teams in basketball.
Yes.
I mean, and I can say that because the Kings beat the other team that's supposed to be the best team in basketball last week. The last win they had was against the team that's supposed to be the best team in basketball. These are the 2 best teams in basketball.
They're the top 2 NBA Finals favorites.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So when you look at this, not only did you play them on a back-to-back, but again, this is a 5th game in 7 nights. You've been missing Malik Monk. You got some sort of illness running through the team right now. Again, Malik Monk's out. Devin Carter was out the previous game. Domantas Sabonis is just coming back. These aren't excuses. The Kings were going to lose these 2 games when the schedule makers made the schedule back in like whenever last summer. Like that. This is like the 2 games of the entire season where you go, well, they're not going to win either one of those. And if they did, it would have been a shocker, and it would have been the first game against the Celtics. Like, I think we all understand that. But when we got to the game last night, I just feel like that everyone knew what they were up against, and just like, okay, let's get through this. And then the laser focus has to happen on the final 10 games. And I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying that that's what it feels like around the team, that, like the inevitable happened. And now it's like, how do you guys, fix what just happened and move on to the next stage of the season, which is an absolute sprint to the finish line with the schedule that is much, much easier than what you just went through.
Theoretically, yeah, for sure. I don't buy that. I don't buy that you just go, all right, well, we're just going to kind of punt these games against the Celtics and Thunder because we weren't going to win them anyway. So you lost your ability to do that.
Well, of course.
You are a half game up on the number 11 seed. You are tied with the number 10 seed. There's no more like, all right, whatever. We'll just go. Like, no, you need to be playing every game like it's game 7 of the finals. And I didn't get the idea the Kings have done that. The fact that Domantas Sabonis on I'm getting my days lost, Monday looked just so clearly like on a different level from an effort standpoint is a problem to me. And I think what we're running into is the Kings, they kind of hang around here and there. And then they just kind of know what you said, like, oh, these teams are just better than us, so we're just done for tonight. And that kind of attitude, like that kind of mindset is just not what I expected. Like that's not Doug Christie's whole thing is, hey, every game they are trying to take our joy. We're trying to take theirs. That is the point of every single game. If they're not doing that, then what? I don't want that player here.
No, I'm with you. There's like everything you're saying is spot on. I'm just telling you that's what it looks like. That's what the feel of the game was like last night. I was shocked how bad they played in the first half, and then even more surprised with how good they played in the third quarter. Just completely shocked. Yep. Right? You're watching a team that like they're yo-yoing through games, which at just such an alarming. Even the way that the game ends is that the Celtics. It got. I mean not the Celtics.
The Thunder.
OKC. Yeah, it got close. And then they just punched him in the face with a 12-0 run, right? And Doug waved the white flag, pulled the starters. 1 rebound shy of a potential win for me in underdog.
Really tough.
Yeah, 12 rebounds was the number. He had 12. I needed 13.
For
Sabonis. So anyway, I thought what happened there was so interesting because you get just crushed, and it made the game look like the second half look like, oh, well, the Kings got blown out. Then Doug McDermott comes in and just starts burying threes. And so then I'm sure a lot of people walked out like, well, that game wasn't really as close as the final score. It's like, well, realistically, it was. They had a 12-0 run. Doug McDermott somehow hits a bunch of threes to finish the game, and the game ends like at a reasonable score. And I don't think, there are no moral victories here for the Kings. You're too deep in the season, and you've lost too many games, and you're trying to cling to life to try to make not just the playoffs but the play in. And so I get it, like people should be frustrated, but I mean, just being realistic, there was no way I thought the Kings were going to win that game at all from the start until the finish.
So that's the other side of this. I was pretty disappointed, like they lost the first, second, and fourth quarters by 30.
Yeah. And
then they had they had a plus 14 third quarter, which was great. Like they made it a game. They showed some kind of fight. That was a plus. There's part of me that while I want to see them play better and I want to see them come out of the gates faster in these games, there's also part of this where you just have to look at what Oklahoma City does well. And it's not a coincidence that the Kings shot whatever it was 32% from 2 last night.
Oh,
Oklahoma City is, and the Kings shot the heck out of it from 3 in part because of Doug McDermott. They go 23 of 47 from 3. But Oklahoma City was 19 of 32. There's an aspect of last night where while it's my job to watch the Kings and view everything through the Kings lens, there's also part of this that Oklahoma City just might win the finals. All of the things go ahead.
Yeah. They're just better than every team out there that we've seen. Even Boston. Like Boston is a really, really good team. Oklahoma City doesn't need stars to be incredible. And that's the dramatic thing about that team. Again, they played without Jalen Williams last night. Also. But it's one guy after another that goes out and knows exactly what he's supposed to do and plays his butt off for whatever minutes he's going to be on the court because there's 5 or 6 more dudes sitting on the bench that are just like him. And they can just cycle through. It's like, oh, Alex Caruso might not be working tonight. Let's go with Wiggins. Let's go with Isaiah Joe. Like they just keep hitting you with one player after another. And these aren't all-stars. They're not even like fringe all-stars. What they are is elite role players, players who are spectacular at playing to their role. And it's something that the Kings have never prioritized over the last 5 years or last, I would say 5 years that Monty and Wes ran the ship. They just don't prioritize great role players. And that's what OKC, they have one superstar, a really good all-star level player, a potential future all-star in Chet Holmgren, and then a bunch of random dudes who play their butts off the entire game and know exactly what their role is for this team.
Yep. It's the like ideal version of what we talk about with the Kings all the time. It's the right players, not the best ones. You look at Oklahoma City and you watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander play, and when Jalen Williams is on the court, J Dub or J Will, which one's the guard forward? I always get them confused. J Dub. J Will is the big who played last night. Good player, by the way. It's SGA, and then it's Jalen Williams, the one who didn't play last night, who's the number 2, and he was an all-star just mostly by way of being on the Thunder.
Well, that not and being a defensive player of the year, not a defensive player of the year, but an all defensive candidate as well.
Yeah. And then it's just guys that fit around them. And then you want to talk about like development. Lou Dort is just like this knockdown shooter now. And that was something, he's always been a really good defender, and now he's a much bigger threat offensively. Like they've just stayed the course with these dudes and plugged in. Like Alex Caruso is one of the best perimeter defenders in the league, but they didn't look at their team and go, hey, you know what this team needs? Let's get another 20-point per night guy in here. No, they traded Josh Giddey, and they said, hey, we're going to take a step back offensively from what Josh Giddey can do on offense. And we're going to get a guy who's going to knock down a 3 more reliably and play awesome defense, because that's what this team needs. It's just when we talk about the Kings and we're trying to say like, oh, these parts overlap, these parts don't quite fit. It's like, this is why, because there's teams like Oklahoma City, and Boston does this as well. And I think Cleveland even does it to a certain respect, where they just plug in the right role guys to supplement what their star player and their top players need. And it makes it really hard to beat.
And then they don't even have to waste a bunch of first-round picks or anything else on these guys. And even if they do, the picks are in the 20s. They do is they have moderate, they have really good players, really good role players, and then they lock them up long-term to reasonable deals that everyone can afford. It's something that Boston has done a little bit of. Boston also has a bunch of like 5 or 6 guys making $30 million a year, 30+ million. But this team, the way that they've designed it, even the Hartenstein like contract, was it over the top? Yeah, it's over the top, but they went out and got the guy that they thought would fit perfectly. And I got to be honest, watching him and Chet Holmgren absolutely shut down Jonas Valanciunas and Domantas Sabonis.
Yep.
Good choice.
Yep.
Good choice.
And they can do that because of the other contracts that they've given out. They can afford to, I don't want to say overpay Isaiah Hartenstein, but they can afford to dish out a big contract because, hey, you know what? We got all these kind of cheap cost controlled guys. And we can supplement them with a really good player like Hartenstein. So that's a big part of it. The Thunder are just really freaking good, man. But we'll have more King stuff coming up. A former number 3 overall pick could be going in the NFL, could be going to Canada. We'll talk about that. We got rule changes in the NFL. We got MLB opening day tomorrow. Tons coming up here in the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Hey. So Joe, just so you know, appreciate the text. But remember, just so, well, I guess this is for both of you guys. My clock is on time with the studio's clock.
Cool.
So I've got it here. But definitely keep shooting me a text, Joe.
What if it just says like, "Hey"?
That'd be fine. You can hit me up anytime, dude.
Okay, cool.
From you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. This is defending Our guy Jason Timpf, friend of the program, was
Mhm.
doing a thread of Chet Holmgren last night, and what a nightmare, dude!
Yeah, I
Just the
mean,
way
honestly,
he can move is crazy.
he was the guy. He's the guy that, like, again, I don't think he's going to be a superstar, but if you could have got him in that draft to put next to Domantas
Oh,
Sabonis, I mean, he's just like long, athletic, can shoot the three, can pass, can block shots. Just a phenomenal defender. Like they just kept like literally they look like volleyball roofs. It looked like two guys going up for a double block in volleyball and just going donk on
yeah.
top of like two very, very strong and very good centers that the Kings had.
They do like pick and roll stuff with Hartenstein and Chet. What do you even do with that? Like poor Keegan, man.
Yeah.
Akis in the chat. Akis? Sorry,
Where?
right here. I want to talk about this.
Oh, Ike.
Ike?
I believe that's how you say it. It's Greek, right?
Yeah, let me know. I hate butchering names, so please let me know. Norm, good cat names. Really good cat names. Ozzy and Weasley. That's very good.
My brother has a cat. His name is Jake, so we named it Finn, like Adventure Time. I think that's a pretty good one.
That's
I
great.
like that. I
It is
have
a
a
good
cat
cat
named
name.
Goose.
Named
So,
what?
Goose.
Oh.
I do have a cat named Goose. And then I
Named it
also
after
have
yourself. Nice.
well, maybe the cat might have come first. I don't know. But and then I have a female cat named Wilson because we were told she was a boy. And then
That's
we named her
hilarious.
Wilson, and once we found out, I said, "No, we're keeping the name." So
Hell yeah, that's
what I
great.
got. I like Finn. We got Finn and Jake going.
Finn and Jake are good cat names. We had me and my buddy Nate we lived in an apartment together, and he had this really cool picture of Joe DiMaggio as this big like poster. It's nicely framed. It was great. And so we got a cat, and we wanted to name it Joe DiMaggio, but it was a girl, so we named it Josie DiMaggio. And then we found out that Josie was actually Joe. Yeah. My friend's now wife, then girlfriend, was a vet tech at the time, and Josie started walking away from them one day, and she was like, "Hey, Josie's a boy." We're like, "Oh, all right."
Oh.
Hey, Brian, don't do this.
Stupid guys with a cat. Not knowing.
Well, we were told that because we got it from his coworker, who she was like, "I got dogs, and they're not taking. So, do you want this cat?" It's a girl. We're like,
I
"Bet."
was told this by a vet.
Huh.
That
wow.
yeah.
Apparently, sometimes it just drops late. So,
Oh. All right. Well, that's why I stay away from cats.
Oh man, I love cats. We got 10 seconds, 15 actually.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
all right, we got a bunch of stuff to get into from the chatty house. I'm gonna skip the pet talk, as badly as I want to do that all day instead of talking about the Kings.
Okay.
We've also got someone on the Elk Grove Kia talk on to 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Would love for you to join the show if you want to do so. Our guy RP in the chatty house said, sign Dennis Schroeder and trade for Cam Johnson. Yeah, it's not working out as being the West Coast Bulls, so just become the West Coast Nets. Why
The
not?
West Coast Bulls Nets. There we go.
Bullsland, like Brooklyn? No, we'll workshop that. Yeah, no, I'm out on becoming the Nets. No, thank you.
Oh, we could
Although I
call
see how Dennis Schroeder and Cam Johnson both work with the Kings, so
the Sacramento Bets. There it is.
nice, dude. Nice, love
Although
that.
it's very, very likely that they would be the Butts. Just saying.
And then our guy, I never got a pronunciation. Akis. I'm gonna go with Akis. said, is there a universe where Keegan gets the keys? I think no. And you watch last night and you see him in that go 9 of 13 from 3, and you see him being aggressive, putting the ball on the deck. And what did he go? What did he go in that third quarter? Five
he
of
was phenomenal
7?
the whole night. Like he started bombing away early.
Yeah.
I can find it for you, but
yeah,
yeah,
please. But you
yeah,
see games like last night where he shoots it 15 times. He puts up 13 threes, which is much better from him. And you see him going 9 of 13. He puts in a team high 28 points, pulls down 6 boards. He gets a steal. He has 3 blocks. And you're like, yes, this is Keegan. This is the guy. I don't think we're ever going to reach the point where Keegan, like, quote unquote, gets the keys in the way that like Kawhi Leonard did with the Spurs, as they phased away from Tim Duncan, Monty Ginobili, and Tony Parker, and they kind of handed it off to Kawhi Leonard to be the 1A. I don't think Keegan's ever going to get there.
Okay, so Keegan scored 5 of 7. He shot 5 of 7 from the field, 5 of 6 from 3 in the third quarter. He had 16 points in the third. Like, look, I don't care, like, the race for the play-in, whatever. This is a moment in the season where bad teams usually hand the season off to their young players. And that's it. I mean, it's like a time-honored, like, this is what happens even in Sacramento forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, we need to see what we have at the end of the bench, or we need to see what we have with this player. We need to see if this player can take a leap right now. This is that moment. Like, look, you're not a good team. If you're playing for something, you have to be realistic about what you're playing for. You're certainly not playing for a championship. You're certainly not playing for a Western Conference, bid. If you somehow make it to the play-in, that doesn't even mean you've made the playoffs. You've got to win 2 games likely just to get into the playoffs, so you can go get beat up by the team that you got beat up by last night. So this is a moment where you need to be honest about your franchise and where you're heading, and you do need to hand the ball to Keegan Murray, and you need to hand the ball to Keon Ellis, and you need to get these guys confidence going into the offseason for this is who you're going to be moving forward. That's what we need from you, and we need you to take this step. And I think last night was a very good, like, step in that direction for Keegan specifically. And he's like, look, I've got to hunt threes, and I'm not used to hunting threes. In this offense, this specific season with this group of players, I have to hunt, and I'm not used to that, and I've got to do a better job of doing it. And I think that last night was the first step in it, but I really do hope, like, he can do like 10 games right now. That's a big enough sample size for him to say, okay, that's what I just did in 10 games. You probably need to pay me max money this summer. That's where he's at. Like, he's been a good soldier all year, and he's played defense, and he's deferred to these guys and played second fiddle to a bunch of veterans who didn't get the job done. Straight up, just didn't get the job done. Now it's time for them to allow him to be the player he's going to be moving forward, so he can go get paid like they've gotten paid in their careers. And I hope that that's what happens, but I don't know if that's what's going to be what happens or not. I do know that Doug said last night after the game that he understands sort of the plight of Keegan, because a lot of the times that's who he was for teams. He was the guy who had to do all the other work and didn't get to go score 20-something points a game. He sometimes scored 15, sometimes scored 12, but he was asked to go defend Kobe and go defend every difficult Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter and whoever was great at that time at the shooting guard or point guard position during his era of basketball. And so he gets it. But also, like, you need to see the pathway forward for Keegan, because where they're not alike is Keegan is a natural scorer, where Doug was a natural, like, point guard and all around jack of all trades. And it's just a different style of player. And the Kings really need the type of player that Keegan is, and they need him to grow into the player that he should have grown into this year, but really had his growth stunted as a player.
Yeah, it's not even, and I want to get to here in a second. I want to get to Bronson on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. It's not even so much about tanking for me. I saw a lot last night, and really over the last couple of nights. Tank, keep your draft pick, forget the play-in, etc. To me, it's not even about tanking. It's about everything you just said. at this point, you have, what is it, 10 games left? 10 games left?
10.
Math is hard. So you got 10 games left. I'm sorry, DeMar DeRozan, you're going to rest a game. And Keegan, you're going to be the guy. And Keon, you're starting the rest of the way. And whoever else you think is going to be a piece moving forward, yeah, put him out there. And if that leads to some wins and you make the play in, cool. If not, cool. Like the result of the year is I don't want to say inconsequential, but kind of inconsequential. If the Kings make the play in or make it to the playoffs because DeMar DeRozan backpacks them a couple times and Zach LaVine has a big game in there, and okay, Keegan had a nice game, but that doesn't help them in the same way, help them going forward in the same way that all of the things you just laid out do. Where this is now about figuring out what does next year look like, what do the next 2 or 3 years look like, and we've talked about this ad nauseum. Like there's certain guys on the roster who are getting burned right now who don't really factor into that equation.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what the rest of the season has to be about for me. It's less about tanking and not.
I totally agree. And I'm also, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, max money for Keegan. We're talking rookie scale max money.
Yeah.
Like, and this is the 4th pick in the draft. Coming into this season, everybody thought Keegan Murray was getting a max contract for rookie scale.
Felt
like 32 million a year. Now, look, he might not get that. He might get the, again, the 20 to 25, the 25 to 30 range. That might be where he lands. But the Kings aren't exactly in a position to hardball Keegan Murray here. Is he a restricted free agent? Not even after next season, but the season after that. Like they can keep him for another 2 years without paying him huge money.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the way you're building around Keegan Murray. He's one of the pieces you're building around. And like I've said this so many times in the past when it came to Harrison Barnes, you need more Keegan Murrays. You don't need fewer Keegan Murrays. And it would be great to get him at a deal. But also, this is the NBA. You have to be realistic. And I don't begrudge anybody what they make at the NBA level. Like, again, we talk about Zach LaVine's contract all the time. And like, I'm not saying that Zach LaVine, should give his money back. What I'm saying is that it's a difficult contract to move, and it's a difficult contract to absorb for a player who's 30 with a history of injuries and who doesn't play defense. That's all I've said. So there are limitations on what you'd pay. But again, the second contract isn't nearly as bad as that third contract. And by the third contract, Keegan Murray's not getting a max money third contract where he's making, $80 million a year, like 8 years from now. It's just not happening.
Not without a massive leap. But
yeah.
last night is evidence that, man, this started with somebody asking if he is ever going to get the keys. It's like, if he ever was, like, now's the time, man. But the Kings don't seem bothered to do that. It's going to be Zach LaVine. It's going to be DeMar DeRozan. It's going to be Malik Monk. And that's going to be your top 3 guys down the stretch because they're doing everything they can to scratch and claw and make the playoffs. That's what it's about for the organization. Let's get to Bronson on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Bronson, what's up, man?
Good morning, guys. How we doing today?
Chill, man.
Good. Hey, with all this talk of just like possibly tanking and maybe blowing it up, new front office, I just think if the Kings are going to reset it, they need to do the players right to continue to build good standing with the rest of the league. Like, you got to do DeRozan right. If we're trading Sabonis, you got to trade him to a place where he would prefer to go so we can continue to have respect from the players and agents to know that we're going to treat him right. But the question I have for you this morning is this. After seeing how hard Sabonis was playing the other night, and a lot of people not thinking he is a great player, who would you rather have in their prime, Domantas Sabonis or Pau Gasol?
In their prime, so Domas now or prime Pau? Who would I rather have on the Kings?
Oh, I think he's gone.
I think it's who would I rather have on the Kings?
Well, I mean, I think in general, like Powell is a better overall scorer, right? And if I think there are easier ways to design an offense around Powell than there are to design something where, Well, I don't know. Modern NBA, again, they're different players. I think
And it's about it, it's go ahead.
Stuff. I would probably lean Powell. I mean, Powell's a Hall of Famer without any question. And he's a Hall of Famer because he went and won championships with the Lakers. And, he had a really, really good career. But I also think that there are things that, he wasn't very good at. And like the modern NBA, you do need to have like the ability to shoot the three at every position and somebody who can facilitate that. I do think that you can build a team around Domantas. You just have to do it correctly.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because I think Powell, God, he averaged at or near two blocks a game for a long time. Between his age 25 and 30 seasons, he was 19 points, 10 boards, 4 assists, 1.6 blocks, 53% from the field, but like you said, didn't shoot a ton of threes. I don't know. That's a tough one. I think Powell would be an easier fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
just because because again, I'm talking current Kings. Domas's superpower comes in. I've been using that phrase a lot. I don't know why. Domas's superpower is in having the basketball in his hands and orchestrating and distributing. And this version of the Kings doesn't utilize that nearly often enough, in my opinion. And so I think if you're looking at a player who doesn't need the ball as much, and can do, and has an impact in different ways, I think maybe it makes it easier. But no, two really good players.
Well, that and I would say this too, like people in the chat, you make claims that, Domantas Sabonis could never be the second player on a championship team. Man, Powell was he was a second player to Kobe Bryant. Like, let's be honest, like there isn't and has never been a Kobe Bryant caliber player in Sacramento. Just straight up, like
there hasn't been a Kobe Bryant caliber player in a lot of cities.
Yeah, there hasn't. But I mean, if you're gonna take that approach, that there's no way he could be like, did Pau Gasol win a championship outside of his time with Kobe? And I think that he was good with the Spurs, and they probably, I don't know how far they went. I don't think he won a championship with the Spurs, to be honest with you. But even still, it was like in the twilight of his career. Like he played a lot of years in Memphis where he didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So like it's tough. I mean, we're comparing different players and stuff like that, but like a lot of players would look really good as a number 2 option next to Kobe Bryant.
Man, I'm taking Powell, bro. In the 2 title years, 2008-9 and then 2009-10, in that first year, he averaged 18, 11, and 2.5 with 2 blocks in the playoffs. And then the next year was 19.6, 11, 3.5 with 2.1 blocks in the playoffs. I'm taking Powell. I feel good about it. Yeah, I think the whole idea behind blowing it up with the Kings, I still haven't quite wrapped my head around what that looks like. Because if you're tearing it down to the studs, that means you're trading Sabonis, who might ask out anyway. It means you're getting rid of DeMar DeRozan, which you might do anyway. You're probably stuck with Zach LaVine, unless you're attaching multiple firsts to his contract, which is kind of runs counter to what you're trying to do with a rebuild. So that's the thing, is I don't even know. I think it's less about tearing it down and more just trying to figure out what does your next core group look like, and trying to not tear it down to like I said, the studs, but see if you can keep some kind of foundation moving forward and then adjust how you're building around that foundation.
Yeah. I don't know how you tear this thing down. That's the problem. Like you can say, oh, well, you can trade this player for X, Y, for this many picks. And, I know NBA guru Zach in the chat, oh, like, what's the value? Could you get this for this and this for that? Like, who knows? It takes 2 to tango, right? And you can't just trade a $40 million player to another team and take nothing back financially. unless that player has $40 million in cap space and is willing to absorb a contract like that, which is like nearly impossible to happen. So it comes down to, yeah, maybe you could get 2 first-round picks. Maybe you can get XYZ for each individual player. But there's also players on this team that you're not going to be able to trade. Like, again, LaVine's contract, the way you could trade LaVine's contract is if you traded him for another player that's in a similar situation that makes similar money. Right. And whether that player is better or worse is going to depend on who gets, that will determine who gets, draft pick compensation or not. So, I mean, we could talk like if Ja Morant becomes available this offseason and Memphis is ready to blow it up and they would take Zach LaVine straight up for Ja Morant, and then you're giving up draft capital, the Kings are giving up probably 2, maybe 3 first-round picks in that trade. That's what we're talking about here. Like, outside of that, I don't see a way that you're moving off from Zach, at least in the next year.
Okay, well, I have thoughts on this. I also know Joe from Elk Grove is on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, so we will get to all of that because we got to step aside here momentarily. Kings lose to the Thunder. We're talking about that. What does this rebuild look like? I think that you can factor in Zach LaVine into your quote-unquote, what do we want to call this? Retooling? Revamping? I think there's a way that you can keep Zach LaVine and move your arrow back in an upward trajectory. In an upward direction? Move your future into upward trajectory? What am I trying to say?
Trajectory. No, that was right.
Trajectory is a word I want to say in this sentence. It's a good thing I don't talk for a living.
That's right.
I think Zach LaVine can be part of the Kings organization getting back on an upward trajectory, and we'll talk about that next. And then are the Kings going to miss the play? And we'll discuss that as well. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Jesus.
You're right over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird build that they have to, like, a weird way that you have to get out of this thing. And I don't know. I mean, I can see a pathway forward for this team with a lot of their current pieces, and just they're not tweaks or major changes to your roster, but you have to support the players in the right way. Should always be looking to, like, find pieces that should blend together. And if sometimes pieces just have no chance to blend together, and I think we're already seeing that the Kings have some of those pieces right now, but there are ways to build this thing.
Rayshawn, the number is 916-909-1320.
Yeah. I need to go get a phone charger. Hang on.
Yeah, Aaron, I don't disagree with you if you're going to if you want someone to take on LaVine, you're going to have to give up a first and at least one first. And I don't even know, like, having a team that can absorb $46 million and not give you something crazy back, like, you're going to have to take, $38 million back in contract. And that's where it gets crazy, because you might just be better writing it out for 2 seasons with Zach LaVine and then moving forward from that. That might be your best line. And hey, I kind of want to see what Zach LaVine looks like without DeMar DeRozan on the roster. I do.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's a great player, and you guys already talk about this often. So, I mean, I agree with what you guys said. Like, I think LaVine could seriously still be a part of this quote unquote rebuild. I would honestly prefer it because we're kind of stuck with him anyways. So,
yeah, I mean, like, look, if let's just say there's a way to get Cam Johnson, right? And you add your forwards are Cam Johnson, you bring back Jake LaRavia and Keegan Murray. All three versatile, 6'8",
yeah,
switchable players, right?
and that's what we're looking for, yeah.
Right. And then if you're able to do that, and if you're able to bring in a natural point guard, or if you're able to bring, or you're going to give the starting job to say Keon Ellis and move Malik Monk back to the bench, that is a way in which you're supporting the players the correct way.
Yeah. And this is with Sabonis too, correct?
Yeah, with Sabonis. Yeah. So it just makes it so, again, you have one elite scorer surrounded by really, really good shooters. And in this scenario, I believe that Keegan Murray would start to ascend and be a better scorer.
100%. 100%.
The dude averaged.
We have to get better about burning content during breaks.
Oh, yeah.
This is literally what I wanted to talk about.
Oh, all right.
Still a radio show.
Yeah.
I disagree with this. But also, I don't think he needs to be a playmaker. This guy gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, good question. We're going to talk about this too.
Yeah, yesterday was weird.
What?
Just like overall with the West situation.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're talking about Zach LaVine and rebuilding the Kings and what does this look like next season. And James, you were kind of laying out at the break how this could work moving forward without tearing everything down and going blow it all up. Let's turn into the process Sixers, and just trying to kind of revamp the roster to get it going back the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, there's a total pathway to try to reset where you're at today and move forward. And I mean, I think that there's a total avenue for the Kings to improve this summer. And, it starts with getting better pieces that fit your system. And what you have to first and foremost decide, what is your system? Who's going to run that system? Then you have to decide who is going to make the decisions on who's the head coach. And so you've got to figure out your front office as well. Like, you have lots of decisions to make, but when you get to the actual basketball of it, like, there is a way in which, again, if you go after a Cam Johnson or a Cam Johnson type, like we talked about it the other day, like Derek Jones Jr., right? Like, if there's a way to somehow move DeMar DeRozan to the Clippers for Derek Jones Jr. and some other pieces, Amir Coffey, and like whatever the salary to match, right? He goes home and you reset with a different group of players that complement each other better. And I think that, again, you bring Jake LaRavia back, which I think a lot of Kings fans would love to see Jake LaRavia return. And you have something like, again, a Cam Johnson or Derek Jones Jr. in a 3-forward rotation with Keegan Murray and with LaRavia, then you're actually, again, what you're doing there is you're supporting Zach LaVine in the right way. You're supporting Domantas Sabonis in the right way so they can fit in and into their natural strengths as players. And I believe that is the fatal flaw to the 2025, 26, 24, 25 season that we're looking at right now. It's literally that you do not play to anyone's strengths. No one is supporting anyone in the right way. And the last guy who's getting supported is Keegan Murray, right? Like, Keegan Murray, basically,
the opposite.
you've made him a 12-point per game guy just because. And the front office made this decision. No one else. That the front office made the decision to bring in a high volume bulk scorer in DeMar DeRozan, and then they doubled down when they traded De'Aaron Fox. Instead of getting draft picks or young players, they doubled down by bringing in another high volume, bulk scorer in Zach LaVine. That does nothing to bring up the young player that you spent the number 4 pick in the draft on. And people can say, oh, well, it's his fault. He hasn't reached that. He hasn't shown the personality to step out and be that guy. And it's like, look, you can, everybody has a job. You can be really good at your job and still not get to go do the good job that's 2 doors down. And that's because that's the way life works. And some people, for whatever reason, get more opportunity than others. And so for me, like, look, this roster in its design from this summer was off from the jump. And we all thought, oh, there might be a point where DeMar DeRozan takes less of a role and allows Keegan Murray to elevate. No, that's not happening. It's not happening in game 71 and 72. So, like, this is who they are. This is who they're going to be. And moving forward, they have to have different pieces in order for this thing to be successful. I do not think you have to throw out everything in order to go back and be a 4, 5, 6 seed next season. But you have to be really good at your job, and you've got to make some savvy moves that help improve this roster. And like the Jake LaRavia move is the savvy type of move that the Kings have to do. Jake LaRavia is a player that would fit on the Oklahoma City Thunder. He would fit on so many of these teams that they play. He plays hard. He plays the right way. The Kings have to find more players like that. And they also have to find players that mesh together and make sense together, because as of right now, they've got a bunch of square pegs and round holes. And that's why it looks choppy. That's why it looks weird. And that's why it's really difficult for anyone to coach this roster, because it's the roster itself it contradicts itself all the time. It just does. Like players and pieces, nothing fits, and they're actually the exact wrong piece to go with this piece. And that's tough.
Yeah, man. That's why whoever the head coach and GM are going to be next year, they have to be on the same page as far as what this looks like going forward. Keeping Zach LaVine on the roster does not mean punting the season. Has Zach LaVine ever won at a high level? No. But if you take Zach LaVine and go, okay, we're committed to this. This is what it's going to be. Instead of just punting the next couple of years, you say, all right, he and Domas are going to be the 1-2. Now, how do we supplement those guys? And maybe it's a pick and roll heavy offense that you don't necessarily want to run. But man, if that's what those two guys do well, great. Then let that be the thing, and supplement the roster properly. Where we're not sitting here going, yeah, they score, but man, can they get any stops? Like that's just, there has to be some kind of direction. And it was really clear when they added DeMar DeRozan. We talked about this before the year. Like, yeah, maybe it works, but also maybe what has happened will happen. Like Keegan Murray just gets pushed to the back burner, and Domantas Sabonis becomes less of a factor, and it's just kind of the DeMar DeRozan show all the time. I don't want to get into this again, but like that's why this doesn't make sense, because DeMar DeRozan doesn't fit with the pieces they have. So go find players that do fit. And I think you can do that with Zach LaVine on the roster, with Domantas Sabonis on the roster. Like, it's not impossible to win with those two players. It's impossible to win with those two players and the current collection of players they have, like, to be sure. But I think there's a right way to do this, and it's not going to be easy. But I think there's a way that you make tweaks more than major like roster overhauls, and still be in a pretty good spot to be in the postseason next year.
What I would like to see is the grown-up adult version of Zach LaVine, which is what we have right now, without DeMar DeRozan. What does it look like without DeMar DeRozan? And, like we saw it the first half of this season with Chicago, and man, he was incredible. Like, look at his shooting numbers are incredible. His shooting numbers in Sacramento are off the charts. So I want to see what he looks like, and I want to see what Zach LaVine looks like with Domantas Sabonis. But Like if you're going to be realistic about your players, you're going to look at Zach LaVine and say, this is what Zach LaVine does well. We got a giant whiteboard here. We could whiteboard what it is that Zach LaVine does well and what Zach LaVine does not do well. Now, how do I find complementary pieces that would work to support what he does not do well? And that is, again, finding length and athleticism at the 3, at the 4, even at the 1, finding, a true point guard to play alongside him. Like, there are ways in which you can build this thing that makes sense. And for right now, we're just kind of in this mode where you got to finish out this season and hope for the best and hope that it doesn't just completely spin out of control. But we're in that spot where all things are on the table right now. The Kings could still have the number 12 pick in the draft. I mean, they could still easily right now miss a play-in tournament without any question. It's on the table.
Yep. Almost. I don't want to. We don't have enough time to dive all the way into it about whether they will or won't miss the play-in, but we will do that coming up here in a few minutes. Did we see, speaking of front office changes and stuff, I know we talked about this a little bit at the end of yesterday's show, but I want to dig into it a little further here. Did we see the beginning of the end of the Kings front office with Wes Wilcox taking the general manager job at the University of Utah? Because that signals to me he sees the writing on the wall, or he has been told, like, yeah, this is your last 10 games. And so he started figuring out where else he was going to go. Because that's what this sounds like to me.
I got to be honest. I ran into Wes last night. I was surprised to see him at the game. I was very surprised. I thought that he was probably already had cleared out his office and was ready to go. Like, look, I think the portal opened yesterday in the NCAA.
Yep.
So, like, Wes, he's got work to do. He's got work to do for the University of Utah right now. And to be honest with you, this is not exactly a hotbed time for the NBA when it
what's
comes
he doing
to
here?
I mean, what you're doing here is you're scouting and you're watching games and college games and all that stuff. It's probably time for him to go. And I didn't ask him specifically if that was like his last night, but I would be very surprised if he's not gone in like today or yesterday or tomorrow, something like that. Like, he is on his way to University of Utah. I also have sources telling me that there's an uneasiness around the rest of the people in the front office about whether they will be back next season or not. There's not a lot of confidence that outside of Monty McNair, I have no idea about Monty, but the rest of the front office and even a lot of the assistant coaches, just like there's a buzz around that there's a good chance that there's a major overhaul coming with whether it's coaching staff and or front office. So no one is super comfortable right now, which tells me there's a good chance we're going to see an entire swap out here. Now, that could still have Monty McNair at the top, but it also could mean that we're about to venture into a general manager search, which would lead to a head coaching search, which I think Doug Christie is still like on the table as far as a potential head coach for this team moving forward. But I've said this a million times. Coaches get to hire their own staff. And so some of the coaches that are here might be part of that staff. Some of them might not. And that's going to be up to Doug or whoever takes on that role as head coach to make those decisions. And most of the time when a head coach leaves, his entire staff leaves at the end of the season. Sometimes a coach gets fired in midseason and his coaching staff sticks around and works out the rest of the year, like what's happening right now. And then decisions are made, but we'll have to wait to see what happens.
Do you think things, does it change at all if they make the playoffs? Like if they happen to find their way into the 8 seed?
I don't think so. Because at this point, I think everybody sees that the roster that you've put together, like the maximum they are is the 8 seed.
Yeah.
And that's fighting through the play-in. Yeah. Like this team right now does not have an opportunity to be a 4 or 5 seed.
It's not an ascending group.
No, you need somebody to make some tough decisions here and to change the direction of the team. It doesn't have to be a total teardown, but it certainly has to be aggressive and aggressive in the right way. You can take a step back in overall talent to take a step forward in fit and proper roster construction.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to happen moving forward.
No doubt. All right. let's step aside. Let's take a look at what lays ahead for the Kings in their race for the final play-in spot. It's dicey. Also, Trey Lance might be going to Canada. We'll get to that as well. But opening day in Major League Baseball is tomorrow. And baseball fans, take a swing and making picks on all of your favorite players with Underdog, because baseball is officially back and you can make opening day and every other game day more exciting with Underdog. I know that's my plan. I'm taking the night off. I'm not making a lineup tonight. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to dive into what's happening around Major League Baseball, and then I'm going to hand out Major League Baseball winning lineups all season. That's my plan anyway. So I hope you will play along with me. You can jump into the Underdog app now. Download it. You don't even have to sign up. I would like you to, but you don't even have to sign up right now. You can just go poke around, see what it looks like. And then once we start dishing out MLB winners, you can play along then. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Clear.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to Wes last night. Wes is not a bad dude, and he's very bright. Like there's just a lot of ways in which that job gets murky. You know, it's not an easy job, and at the end of the day, you make errors, you do good things, you do bad things, but you're remembered more for the misses than you are for the good stuff. And like when we get to the end of this, whenever that happens with Monty and all that, I mean, was this a successful run? And I would say absolutely. Like, was every year successful? No, but this team had been out of the playoffs for 16 consecutive years. So, Wes also, he has property in Montana. His intention has always been to like move to Montana and retire in Montana, like on like a ranch.
Cool.
It's just like his thing, which is fine. Like they're just everyday people. And like the Utah where he's going, it's like a 53-minute flight to where he would fly into Montana. So like it just moves him closer to where he's going.
Cool. Yes, I'm fine. I have a little bit of a headache right now. But I think that's just dehydration. I need to drink more water. But I'm home because of my cats. Or one cat. Oh. Yeah. Snow and school balls. Crazy.
Actually, I think the Trey Lyles DMP was intriguing because they started Kendrick Williams, which is basically like a very similar player to Trey Lyles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like kind of surprised that he went. He didn't play. And I don't think Trey Lyles has been bad. He's been inconsistent. But I think Doug thinks he's stumbled upon something with the combination of Keegan and Jake LaRavia. And I actually thought the mistake that was made late in the game last night is that he went away from LaRavia, went back to DeMar DeRozan, just because I thought it was working. And I also thought that
10 seconds.
Levine was playing well.
But have you even considered that DeMar's a Hall of Famer? Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil pushing buttons and doing everything behind the scenes. We appreciate you, Joe. We are taking you up to noon, and then we will hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, we have NBA basketball. Celtics Suns tonight? Where's the looking? I don't have it on me. Maybe there's basketball tonight at 4.
Lakers Pacers.
Lakers Pacers. Yeah, Suns, Celtics, Lakers, Pacers, same thing.
Oh yeah, Lakers Pacers, 4 p.m. There we go.
Right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. I want to put a pin in the King stuff briefly.
Yeah.
Oh, did I just? Sorry if I blew out eardrums there.
Yeah.
But yeah, right when you came on, I think it was a glitch in your Wi-Fi.
It was a glitch, yeah.
Yeah. You're all right.
All right, my bad, guys. All right, I want to put a pin in the King stuff briefly because this news came across my timeline today, and I really want to talk about it. So Trey Lance, number 3 pick in the 2021 NFL draft by the San Francisco 49ers, spent 2 seasons in San Francisco. He played 8 games. He started 4 of them. Was not very good. In 2023, he lost the backup quarterback battle to Sam Darnold and got traded to the Dallas Cowboys, where he didn't even suit up for a game in 2023. And then in 2024, I think played 4 games. He started 1 and didn't show any kind of market improvement. He hit free agency this offseason, and there's just been nothing. It's crickets on the Trey Lance front until today when TSN in Canada, the sports network, TSN's Dave Naylor reported that the Saskatchewan Roughriders have added Trey Lance to their list of players that they're going to negotiate with. And it sounds like Trey Lance might be headed to Canada after 4 years in the NFL. And yikes, dude. What a disaster. I did the math on this. He has thrown 461 passes since 2018. He's thrown 461 passes. There were 16 quarterbacks in the NFL last year who threw that many passes just in last season alone.
Oh.
I feel really bad for Trey Lance, but he's cooked, bro. When you're not even 25 years old yet, he's not even 25. When you're not even 25, you've got 4 years in the league and teams are like, no, thanks. That's a bad beat. That's really, really tough.
It's crazy because he does have talent, but it takes so much more at the quarterbacking position. And, like, again, I watch so many players come through Sacramento. They have tons of talent, but once you get to the league, you have to be different. You've got to be able to hold your own. You've got to be able to, follow directions and learn and read schemes and not just be a guy that can go out and put up a bunch of points at the NBA level and not just a guy who can, run or throw a bunch of yards here and there, but make bad decisions all over the field. But once you start to not get the opportunity to show and to grow into who you might be, it just becomes really, really difficult.
Yeah, you fall so far behind the developmental curve that even at 25, like that's not super old in NFL years, but like when you've not gotten to play, you don't just get to be 25 and like, okay, hey, have all these snaps now. Somebody said, who cares about Trey Lance? Let's get back to Kings talk. Okay, cool. Let's do that. If we took all the Kings and 49ers draft picks of the last, let's say 15 years.
Okay.
If we were ranking them in order of badness, is Trey Lance the worst one? I have other contenders because keep in mind, let's add context. Okay. The 49ers traded 3 first-round picks to move up to draft Trey Lance. They got 2 seasons out of him, basically. He didn't play much his first year. His second year, he was supposed to be the starter, got hurt in week 2. They traded him for a 4th-round pick the next offseason. Other contenders for San Francisco, we have Solomon Thomas, who went number 3 overall in 2017.
Well, that was bad.
Really bad. Like, they thought he could play defensive end. It was very clear he couldn't. Not a good pick, but he's still in the NFL at least. He's still getting checks. He's not a very good player, but he's at least in the league. Javon Kinlaw, same thing. Javon Kinlaw, they traded back 1 spot, passed up Tristan Wirfs, who was a all-pro player for the Buccaneers at 2 positions on the offensive line. And the Niners drafted Javon Kinlaw instead. He spent 4 years with the team and then is gone. But again, he just got a 3-year, $45 million contract. The other one that jumps out to me is AJ Jenkins for the 49ers in 2012. He went 30th overall and got 1 target in 1 season and then got traded.
Wow. He
really
did pop up somewhere else and at least played a little bit, right?
He got a little bit of burn in Kansas City where they traded him, but not a lot.
Okay.
But at least that was the 30th pick.
When I look at like errors that the Kings have made, like the Kings have made so many errors, it's ridiculous in the first round, but so do other teams. Like I've said this forever. For some reason, Phoenix always gets off the hook for their horrendous drafting. Like the only player that they ever drafted in the last like decade that really panned out is Devin Booker, and he was at like the number 11th pick or the number 13th pick. Like they, top 5 picks, Anthony Bennett, Alex Len, Dragan Bender. Like
they didn't take Anthony Bennett.
Oh, they didn't take. Oh, you're right. Okay. They took Alex Len in that draft. Even like when they took Jalen Smith over Devin Vassell and Tyrese Halliburton with the 10th pick. Like they've made a ton.
You get Josh Jackson in there?
Oh yeah, Josh Jackson instead of De'Aaron Fox. That was the 4th pick.
DeAndre Ayton over Luka.
Yeah, and that's one, like, how do they get off the hook because they took Ayton's not on your team anymore. And to be honest, he's not a great player.
He's fine.
So I think when you look at like the Kings have made all kinds of errors. Now the NFL, when you give up 3 first-round picks, it's a lot different than the Kings giving up 3 first-round picks. Value of first-round picks is different. With the NFL because you have 6 picks versus what they are in the NBA. But the Thomas Robinson selection, Thomas Robinson with the I want to say 4th pick.
5th.
5th over Damian Lillard, who went the next pick. And of course, Damian Lillard was I was told the night before the Kings were selecting Damian Lillard, and then it was a done deal, and they were taking him. Then the Kings doubled down the next year, and they took Jimmer for. Oh no! The next year they took Ben McLemore.
Yep, 7th overall
over CJ McCollum, who
has not forgotten it.
He's not forgotten it, but they brought CJ McCollum in for a 3rd visit, like on the Monday before the draft. And he thought he was going to Sacramento. The next pick after CJ, I believe, is Steven Adams. And then like the 15th pick of that draft is Giannis Antetokounmpo, which you missed that one. But the Nick Stauskas draft pick was absolutely horrendous. Again, Thomas Robinson was out of the league so fast.
The jarring thing with Thomas Robinson was, I remember Scott Pollard getting on the radio and being like, this is not an NBA player.
No.
And then you watch Thomas Robinson play his first NBA minutes, and it was like, oh, this is not an NBA player.
You know what's funny, though? We watched him in like his first practice. It was at the old practice facility. They pushed up, it had like a screen that would drop down so we couldn't see in. They lifted the screen so we were able to look through the one-way mirrors into the room and watched him practice. And he had this incredible, he grabbed a rebound, went coast to coast, like had a beautiful layup in transition. You're like, man, this guy's got something. And that was the first thing people started to say. He's able to dribble the ball up and down the court like he's a guard. And then nothing. And it started early on, like he was rough. He didn't want to be there, like almost day one. It was like, oh, this is a mess. I don't want to be here. And so there are players that like just don't fit. But again, like the Kings have made mistake after mistake after mistake. So I would like to say Trey Lance is probably the worst, but I don't know. Thomas Robinson played like 313 games in the NBA. Again, if you go deeper in the draft, Malachi Richardson barely played in the NBA. Yorgos Papagiannis, probably one of the top.
Yorgos is a good one.
One of the worst draft picks in the history. But then again, no one around Yorgos was any good either. Like Wade Baldwin was right there, and nobody wanted to touch Wade Baldwin. That was just a bad draft. And the problem the Kings had is that they were the number 9 pick, where again, that what they should have just done is drafted Domas. Domas, I think, was the number 10 or 11 pick in that draft. But they had Marquise Chris with number 9, and they traded him for the 13 and the 28.
Hey, I hate how the NBA does their drafts.
Yeah.
Because in the NFL, when I want to look up who the 49ers have drafted, I get a list on profootballreference.com of every year and every round and all the picks, where they went to school and their stats.
Yeah.
With the NBA, their list shows like it shows that the Kings drafted Marquise Chris.
Oh, yeah.
That's stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. How do they not fix this? Because then you get the weird stuff where the guy's got the hat on and it's not the right hat. And it's just a weird thing for posterity. This is dumb.
Yeah.
I hate it. It's a really easy fix and the NBA needs to make it. Because this is not okay anymore. I don't like it.
You know what's funny too is that the year the Kings drafted Jimmer, they had the 7th pick where they took Bismack Biyombo. They took him along with Beno Udrih, and they traded him to Charlotte for the number 10 pick and John Salmons, right? So they swapped 7 and 10. So that was the first time that and one of the only times where we didn't get a player after the draft, because he was waiting for the transaction to be done and it took forever. And by the time they got it done, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning in New York. And he had already left and was celebrating with his family, and like wasn't around.
Not that he was celebrating, but that's how the NBA does it.
Yeah, they were. I remember someone did a whole video. There was a company that made a gigantic cake for Jimmer Fredette and his family. Like, weird, but either way.
I can't see you right now because my monitor just became unplugged, but it's okay. We're just gonna let it rock. Here we go. Let me see if I can fix this on the fly. I don't think I can.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. We got this. I saw somebody in the chatty house lump in Mike McGlinchey with Javon Kinlaw and Trey Lance and Solomon Thomas. And there's no bigger way to tell me you don't know ball than by lumping in Mike McGlinchey with those guys. Like, seriously. Like, was Mike McGlinchey the best offensive tackle we've ever seen? No. But was he? Solomon Thomas, Trey Lance, first of all, like, unplayable player. Clearly. Not even going to be in the NFL. Solomon Thomas, not a starter, barely a rotation player. Javon Kinlaw, not a starter, barely a rotation player. At least on a good team. Maybe Washington sees something that I don't. But Mike McGlinchey, like, started for 4 years and was good. I think that's so silly lumping him in with those guys. That's just, you can not love the pick, but he got a fat contract from Denver.
Yeah, because
he's an effective player. You can say he wasn't worth the 9th pick. They should have taken Colton Miller. Okay, cool. Like, what? That's fine. But let's not act like Mike McGlinchey was an unplayable player who's not in the league anymore. That's insane. That's so crazy to me.
I'm with you, Kyle.
The Mike McGlinchey hive is here. I'm glad that I got that off my chest. That's what's important today. Man, Jimmermania in Sacramento was really something.
It was crazy. I'll tell you, the day he got let go, I lost 600 Twitter followers in one day. And that's in the day where like 4,000, 4,500 Twitter followers was like, oh man, I lost more than 10%, 15% of my Twitter following in one day. I was pissed. Like, we gave you good coverage at Jimmer.
All right. Are the Kings going to miss the play-in? We'll take a look at the Mavs and Suns schedules coming up here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Oh man, Ballmer was a bad pick. Also, who is a wide receiver? Rashad. Oh, he was so bad. He was out of the league in like 2 years. They took him with like the 49ers took him with like the 24th pick. Oh. Oh yeah, Rashad Woods. There we go. Good call. Kyle and Mark. Rashawn. There we go. What else was I? There was something else here that I was going to talk about. Quincy Doobie was a bad pick. The problem I always had with Quincy Douby was he never had a chance to be a starter in the league at all. You were drafting like a number, like a backup combo guard, right? And that's I thought that Jeff Petrie spent a lot of years searching for the next Bobby Jackson. But instead of him, like the next 3 picks were like Alvin Williams, who was supposed to be the top pick in the draft, but fell and then ended up not being any good. Maybe it's not Alvin, it's something, Marcus Williams. And then Josh Boone, who was supposed to be a starting power forward and never panned out of UConn. And then the next pick was Rajon Rondo, who again was ends up being like a phenomenal player. I'll see your Joe Klein, Fruity Pebbles, and I'll raise you why am I drawing a blank? Nervous Purvis Ellison. Although I'll say this, like Thomas Robinson didn't make it through his first trade deadline in Sacramento, and neither did Nick Stauskas, I don't think.
Somebody asked if this is Al Roker, and you bet your ass it is.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Jason Thompson was at the game last night. Someone brings up Jason Thompson. I'm bummed I didn't get to catch up with him. Like, cover that guy forever.
All-time leader in games played?
He is in the Sacramento era. Stauskas was worse for sure. Stauskas was worse than Bagley. There's no question about that. But the problem that you have with Stauskas is he was a number 8 pick and Bagley was a number 2 pick, and the number 3 pick was an NBA superstar. And the number 4 pick was a very, very good player. And the number 5 pick was a very, very good player. Whether Kyle and I love him or not, Jaren Jackson Jr., very good player. I mean, value-wise. Nick Stauskas played 343 games in his career. He did make it through. Nick Stauskas did make it through his rookie season in Sacramento, then was traded along with Jason Thompson and Carl Landry in the salary dump that cost the Kings a 2019 first-round pick, which didn't hurt the Kings at all. It ended up being like Denzel Valentine, I think. I think that, like, Drew Down, I think the problem with Marvin is, like, you saw that Marvin could have been a 20 and 10 guy in the league. Like, his skill set wasn't bad. It's just he never, ever, like, he didn't have what it took to be that. Like, the idea of Marvin Bagley wasn't bad. Like, again, when you took him, he's not going to be Luka. But no one, also, I would say, Luka averaged 19 a game, like in European play, and he was like a
10 seconds
30% shooter from 3.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is riding with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. You just heard voice guys say that. We're taking you up to noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. All right, let's get back to your Sacramento Kings, who lost their 4th game in a row last night. They fell to the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Western Conference favorite Oklahoma City Thunder. And the question now looms perhaps even larger than it did after the Monday loss to the Celtics. Are the Kings going to wind up missing the play-in? And man, it's crazy that this is where we've gotten.
Mm-hmm.
But they're now tied with the Suns at 35 and 37. They're a half game up on the Mavs, who are 35 and 38. I have some good news, though, for the Kings. And this is why I don't think they're going to miss the play-in entirely. Partly because they're not going to pack it in. At least I don't think. We've talked about that earlier. You know, they can hand the keys to some of the younger guys and let them play and rest DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine or whatever. They're not going to do that. They're going to try and win. The Kings' next 5 games, we've talked about this before, but it gets a lot easier. Here's their next 5. You have Portland tomorrow. Then you're at Orlando. You're at Indiana. Tough game. The Pacers are playing really well. But then you're at Washington and at Charlotte. Can you go 3-2 in that stretch?
Yeah, I mean, can you go 4-1 in that stretch? I'm like, again, they're the Kings, so you don't know. But again, Orlando's a sub 500 team. You know, the only team with a winning
Orlando's
record.
tough though, man.
Yeah, I agree, but the only team with a winning record in that group is Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a team that has playoff aspirations, you have to win those games. Also, we've talked about strength of schedule forever. The Kings had the second most difficult strength of schedule for weeks and weeks and weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh boy, the Kings are up against it. They just went through the difficult part. They just, you know, whether they survived or not, they didn't. They went 2-5 over the most difficult stretch, and you know, we can like figure out, you know, what that means long term. But their strength of schedule after last night's game dropped all the way down to a 501. And so their final 10 games is a 50. It's like a coin flip. It is. And I would expect 5-5 or 6-4 over the final 10. That's kind of where you're at. I mean, I don't know if they can go 7-3 and get back to 500 on the season, but you know, you still have Cleveland and Denver and Indiana, a Clippers game and a Detroit Pistons game, but you also have Washington, Charlotte, the Blazers, Orlando, and the Suns. Like it's sitting there for the Kings to actually make the playoff, the play-in, and Phoenix still has a 620 win percentage against.
Phoenix's next 5 games are insane.
Yeah, like their entire schedule. But go ahead. I'm sure you've got their next 5.
Their next 5, to your point, Boston, at Minnesota, home against Houston, at Milwaukee, at Boston. Yeah. So they're at home against the Celtics. Then they have to travel to Minnesota to play a Timberwolves team that's battling for a 6 seed. Then they have to come back home. They have to play Houston. And then they have to go on the road to Milwaukee and then to Boston. That's
and
brutal.
Just so you know, in their final 10 after that, they still have OKC.
Oof.
Yeah, they still have OKC. So they still have the Bucks, the Warriors, the Knicks, the Rockets, 2 against the Celtics, 1 against OKC left. Their easiest opponents are the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs.
Man.
Yeah, that final game of the season, that could have like a whole lot of implications.
Yeah, that could be the difference between making and missing the play, and it could be the difference between hosting and not hosting a play-in game. The thing with Sacramento is you want to talk about how bad Portland is. But Portland is coming off, they've lost 2 in a row. They played Boston and Cleveland. They lost both of those. But prior to that, they had won 4 in a row. And that's a young team that is playing super hard, and they have a bunch of dudes who are really good athletes. Then you go to Orlando, and that's an Orlando team that is a half game worse than the Kings, by the way. That's not a 20-win Magic squad, and they have a lot of talent. That's not going to be an easy game.
Yeah, they're a half game out of 7, and yeah, they can't get to 6 in the East, but they're a half game out of 7.
Indiana's been playing really well. That's going to be tough. And then even Washington stinks. Don't get it twisted. But you've got Alex Sarr, who's starting to figure it out in the NBA. You have Jordan Poole, who's starting to figure out his role a little bit. Like they've gelled a little bit they've gelled a little more post Kyle Kuzma trade. And that's a game the Kings should win, to be sure. But that's not, oh man, they've punted. They are losing every game by 40. It's not going to be that type of game. And then you have to go on the road to Charlotte, which is another game that the Kings should win. So those first 3, even really, I'll put Washington in the easy bucket for now. But those first 3 are not like, oh yeah, the Kings are definitely, they're for sure going 2-1. I just can't get there with them.
But I think as of right now, you're going to be favored of the Blazers at home. You're probably going to be favored over Atlanta. Over Orlando.
I bet they're not.
It'll be close. Maybe they're 1-point dog because it's at home in Orlando. But you're going to be favored over Washington. You're going to be favored over Charlotte. So of the next 5 games, at worst, you're going to be favored in 3 and maybe 4. So, I mean, you got to take care of business, and yeah, you still have a Cleveland team, and you still have the Pistons are playing tough, and you still have the Nuggets, and again, the Clippers. Maybe the Clippers don't care on the second to the last game of the season, and then you're gonna have the Phoenix game. So I think the next 5 games will decide a good portion of what's going to happen this season. If the Kings don't go 4-1 over the next 5, they're going to have a difficult time making the playoffs, making the play-in.
Because you have to figure the Suns in that Boston, Minnesota, Houston, Milwaukee, Boston stretch are you maybe get 2, maybe.
Yeah,
and might go 1-4. Like there's a real chance to create some ground between yourself and the number 11 heading into the final 5.
Yep.
But I just can't. As badly as I want to give the Kings the benefit of the doubt, as badly as I want to throw on my purple glasses and be like, yeah, hey, this is all good. I don't have any reason right now to go, hey, they're going to go in and take care of business against Portland. Yeah, they're going to suit up and they're going to go to Orlando and they're going to play great. Then they're going to play really well in Washington and Charlotte. They might lose to Indiana, but hey, that's a 4-1 trip. Let's party on. I can't. I watched them blow a 19-point lead to the Bulls. And I think the Bulls are worse than certainly maybe worse than Portland. Behind Orlando?
The Bulls have played really well over the last couple of games.
All right.
They have. I mean, I'm not making excuses because you could not. I mean,
you're up 19.
That one is going to be the one that sticks out. That really 19 at home.
Yeah,
like that's tough. That's tough. But the Bulls are, again, over the last, they've won 3 in a row. They've won 3 out of 4. They've won 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Bulls are playing better. And they've beat teams like the Pacers. They've got some easy wins in here for sure. But the Lakers and the Nuggets, they just beat the Nuggets.
Man.
Yeah.
Are we all ready for another do or die Kings Warriors playoff game? Playing game? Are we all prepared for that?
I don't want to do this again.
Is that a possibility?
I really don't.
Of course, dude. Yeah,
I didn't think about
Golden
that.
State is a half game up in the
they
6th
are.
seed right now.
On the Clippers.
They just got it looks like Steph is going to come back. But without Steph, they have looked terrible. They got smoked by Atlanta. They got dog walked by Miami last night. And if their role guys aren't going to hit shots, like there's definitely a chance they end up in the play-in, lose the first play-in game. Kings win their play-in game, and now we're playing for the 8th seed with Kings Warriors at Chase Center.
Please no.
In fact, I would, if we're ranking likeliest scenarios, that's top 3.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the Kings can get through Phoenix. But if Dallas somehow beats out Phoenix and the Kings and Mavs play, I would choose the Kings to beat Dallas. And then it realistic. I mean, Golden State, they have the 6th right. They're half game up on the Clippers, half game up on Minnesota.
Yeah.
Those 3 teams are like, it's crazy. 41-31, 40-31, and 41-32.
Crazy.
That is absolutely crazy.
They're just all the same guys.
I don't want to see
teams.
that happen again. That would be wild to see them again. I don't like again.
I'm taking the week off, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nuts. That's absolutely crazy.
It would just be such a perfect encapsulation of where those 2 teams have gone since their playoff series in 2023. Where last year the Kings get them in the play and they beat them, and it's like, yeah, but now it's just, oh, they're still here. We've gone nowhere. Everybody they're just following each other down this rabbit hole of mediocrity.
Both teams.
But yes. Yeah. They're just step for step.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
I want everybody to buckle up because, like I said, if we're ranking likely scenarios, that's way up there.
Yeah. Well, maybe a lot of people are like, hey, the Kings aren't making it. The Kings aren't making it. Like, look, the final 10 games of the season, if the Kings play anywhere near like what they have, and like if they play like they did yesterday or the day before, they're probably not going to do well at all, right? They'll probably go 3-7.
Yeah.
Maybe 4-6, right? If they play like they did against the Cavs, if they bring the same energy and they build some momentum, because that's what I feel like this team is so momentum based.
Yes.
Like, where are they at from one day to the next? And hey, look, Malik Monk is going to come back eventually. I don't know if he'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what exactly his illness is, but I'm going to guess that there's a chance he's back. That gives you a boost. It gives you a boost for the final 10 games of the season where you have another guy who can create and get people open and do some things. So, I do think that they've got a shot here.
I would love to. The momentum thing is such a good point because they come out of the break and they lose to Golden State, but then they win the 4 in a row: Charlotte, Utah, Houston, and Dallas.
Yep.
Then they control that game against Denver in Denver and wind up losing by 6 because Denver pulled away in the fourth quarter. They beat San Antonio, and then they have the Clippers game where Kawhi's shot bounces in instead of out. And then they lose the next 3. But then they beat Memphis. They beat Cleveland. They're up 19 on Chicago. All right, here they come. Smoke a 19-point lead to Chicago. They haven't won since. And I would just, how does it look if they hold on and beat Denver? How does it look if they had held on, even if they lose to Denver, if they hold on to beat the Clippers? How does it look if they don't smoke a 19-point lead to the Bulls? Do they win? Do they beat Milwaukee? Where they were also up 13? Do they close that game out? Like, it seems like this is such, and this goes back to the kind of 30,000 foot conversation we have, is there's such a house of cards where just everything kind of needs to go right from an emotional standpoint, from an on-court standpoint. And when one bounce doesn't go their way, it's like, oh, this might just unravel everything for a week. And at this stage of the season, you just can't afford to have that happen.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And that's where, like, yeah, maybe, sure, if they bounce back and beat the Blazers, could they go in and beat Orlando and then upset Indiana and all of a sudden they've won 3 in a row and look, they're back in the 9 seed and they've got a stranglehold? Yeah, sure, man. But like I said, there's nothing in the last month that gives me any reason to give them that benefit of the doubt. Because there's a chance that getting smoked by Boston and Oklahoma City was just it. Like, they're just, all right, pull the plug. This is done. And like you just said, they go 3-7 or 4-6 in their next 10 and miss everything entirely. That is 2 on the table for me.
Everything is on the table, Kyle. Everything is on the table. I don't think anyone who tells you they know exactly how this thing is going to play out, I totally disagree.
Dallas,
yeah.
Dallas is getting dudes back. They have Portland. No, I'm sorry. They're also at Orlando. Then they're at Chicago. Then they get Brooklyn, Atlanta, and then they're at the Clippers in their next 5.
Their schedule is way easier than everybody else's. Although
that's why
closer to what the Kings is now.
That's why I think you're just hoping that the Suns go 0-5 in this stretch. Because I can't trust the Kings to do their own work to pull away. So I think you have to hope that you win a couple and the Suns just crater. But they've also won whatever it is 4 in a row. And they look okay.
I mean, we look at Dallas. Dallas's most difficult games. They've got Memphis. They've got the Lakers. They've got the Clippers twice. Their easy games, I think, are a little bit of a mess because they've got Brooklyn, they've got Toronto, but then they have the Bulls, Magic, and Hawks, who are all fighting for 6, 7, 8, 9 in the East. So maybe you get a little bit of a battle. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, look, anything can happen. I think that, again, we talk about vibes all the time, and I know that that Doug Christie talked about yesterday. He opened his pregame press conference by saying he totally disagreed with Zach LaVine about the bad vibes, and he actually addressed the team. He said, "Do we have bad vibes? Because we got bad vibes." And okay, you're not going to win. You with the bad vibe, you go ahead and take a couple of days off, and we'll handle this without you. And so, it was pretty bold. Like, so if they've got bad vibes, that's not what they're trying to do here. Again, I think, like Keegan Murray said it after the game. He's like, we're not happy that we lost. Like, none of us are happy that we've lost games here, that we've lost 4 in a row. But that doesn't mean that we've like splintered and we're not
No.
still pulling together and we're not still listening and trying to get better and trying to win.
No, but I also think there's a human element to this, where if you see and I see and almost everybody in the chatty house sees and almost everybody on the internet sees that, hey, you know what? This team just kind of isn't it. The players see it and they operate on a different level. They operate on a different level of confidence and a different kind of just mental wavelength. You have to dedicate yourself and make the sacrifices necessary to become a professional athlete. Like, I totally get that. I could not even fathom having that mindset. Right.
Yep.
But on the other hand, I think there's a human element that comes in and goes, oh, like, uh-oh. And you're looking around the locker room. Maybe you feel great about what you're doing, but you're like, ugh, God, we got to play Trey Lyles a lot. Like, oof. Like, oh man, Malik's out. I don't know what we're going to do tonight. Like, I think that sets in a little. And that's where I think if you're where a bad vibe would come from without the entire team like splintering and hating each other.
Yeah, and I'll continue to tell you, like, there are people like in any walk of life that are you work next to or who have bad vibes with the job that they're in, and your vibes are totally fine. You're like, I don't get your bad vibes. I'm fine with my vibes. And so there is that in a locker room, but at the same time, like, it's such a delicate balance. You know, it's 5 guys together. You have to have chemistry. You have to be growing together. And if you're not, then you're growing apart.
Yep.
And that's what we see a lot of the times when teams start to falter.
Yep. That's it. Real quick, I want to get back to the Blazers. If the Kings lose to the Blazers tomorrow,
cooked.
Well, that. But the Blazers I mentioned earlier, their last 2 losses were to Boston and Cleveland, but before that, they had won 4 in a row. They're playing really hard. They don't understand that they're not supposed to be playing for the 10 seed. They could really quickly, when we're listing out like this battle for the 10 seed, they could very quickly enter the conversation.
Yes.
They're not a team that's punting.
We haven't even looked at what their strength of schedule looks like because we're being disrespectful to them. But
Oops.
They have a Knicks, Lakers, Golden State. Those are their 3 toughest games. They also have the Jazz, the Raptors, the Spurs, the Bulls, the Hawks, and the Kings. Their last 9 games, they have 6 very, very winnable games.
Maybe we'll have the Blazers in our list tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
It's probably smart. All right, that's James Ham. Joe Brazil's on the 1s and 2s. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Handoff, one of D-Lo or KC. They'll be joining us next right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
RP, Zach did say the vibes aren't good, but I think when you ask somebody in a post game, and this is not to disparage who asked the question at all, like, but when you ask somebody in a post game, how are the vibes? It's like, well, they suck. I just lost. We just lost. Like, this doesn't feel good. That's a lot different than, hey, the whole thing's come undone. Everyone hates each other.
That's kind of what I was, it's to your point. That's what I was thinking as well. Like, I understand what he said, but you also have to take it in context. Like you mentioned, they did just lose. So it could be taken multiple ways. And I mean, he could literally just be mentioning that right now, because we lost, nobody is in a good mood. You know?
Yeah,
so.
It doesn't feel good. We just lost.
Exactly.
And I totally get that mentality.
I took that as the on-court vibe was bad. I did not take it as, dang, we lost, I'm sad right now. I took it as a overall, we don't have the juice.
It's possible that that's what he meant, but I also like this team is doing an epic game of not it. Like, who has to go speak to the media? And even the act of walking in and speaking to the media could have been, I think we looked, I don't think DeMar's talked in post game since like before March 7th.
He talked at post game, whatever the last game I was at.
DeMar did?
I think so.
Oh, what game was that?
Bulls. When he scored 25,000.
Okay, so how long ago was that? A week?
A week.
Okay.
Literally a week ago tomorrow.
Um. Okay. We missed that. So when we were looking back to see when he had talked last.
It wasn't very compelling.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he just had his 25,000 point, and again, losing to the Bulls was a bummer. That was a bad game.
Yeah, it was.
I haven't watched enough of the tournament to really make a choice for the 10 to 14 mark. And again, if the Kings are the 13th or 14th pick, they lose their pick to Atlanta. The only pick the Kings can get right now is really it's 12, or if they move up in the lottery. Sorry, I haven't fired up any computers.
Kenny Caraway.
It's either the 12th pick or it's no pick. And the 12th, and again, it's after the lottery, so like there is this minuscule opportunity for the Kings to move into the top 4 picks. Even if they have the 14th pick and they move into the top 4, they get to keep their pick.
Yeah, Denny Avdia has been cooking.
Yeah. The Modest Center, they pipe in music so loud, and it might be that the media seats are literally at the bottom of the scoreboard where the speakers are. Maybe that's it, but every time you go, it is so much piped in noise that you walk out of there with like your ears ringing. Although I do like going to games there. The food up there is great, and I
need to get to Portland. I'm going to Seattle for the first time in May. Just gonna do a little Pacific Northwest trip.
We need to sit down and make sure we have all of our dates lined up for when we're going where.
Yeah, I think I'm the week after you.
Okay.
Because you're mid-May, I'm late May.
Okay, and I'm only going for I think Thursday, Friday. I won't be, and I could even do. I can go from Santa Barbara.
20 seconds.
Who's on the? I'll see when they come up.
I haven't thought this far ahead yet. Sorry.
Mike Brown.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Kyle Madsen here from the home studio today because I have to take my cat to the vet after the show because it turns out cats get ingrown toenails. I feel like that's an evolutionary thing that wouldn't happen anymore, but here we are. Now I have to take him to the vet so they can take his little claw out of his little toe bean.
Do you have like a cat scratch thing for them?
So many of them.
Okay. Yeah, because
they've got a tree that has a bunch of scratching posts on it. They have multiple like cardboard things they scratch on. We got them a special mat that they can scratch on. They scratch on the carpet. They scratch on our couches. They're good. So we don't know how this happened. I'm interested to ask the vet today if there's a way that we can prevent this. So keep everybody updated. You're welcome. I know everybody's on pins and needles.
Yeah, I think it's funny with dogs. You worry because they like steal your socks. Like
sure,
and they again we deal with dog hair everywhere. Like our entire life is covered in dog hair.
Same.
But with cats, you do have to worry about the other things, the scratching and stuff like that.
Yeah, you sure do. All right,
it's time
for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. In his Minnesota Twins. We love this. How we doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I had a productive morning, so everything's all good.
I love the cardigan. Strong look today.
Or, I'm just trying to get on my Kyle Madsen vibes. That's all. You know what I mean?
Stop. That's ridiculous.
He's the cardigan king. What you want me to say?
I don't have jewelry on my hat.
It's good that you're doing it. I like it. I'm here for
it. Hey, are the Kings gonna miss the play-in?
It's possible. If you want a definitive answer, I'll say no. but it's definitely. I mean, it's Captain Obvious. It's right there on the table for it to happen. I go back and forth. I heard you talking about a little bit during the break, James, about the pick. I go a little back and forth about whether what's best. Obviously, good draft. I want the player, but I kind of want this draft protection thing to be over. Like, I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that open up what you could do in the summer trade wise?
It can open up a little bit. I would say that the other alternative, I kind of feel that if you're going to miss this year, right, and you're going to take a step back and you're going to have that pick, next year's top 10 protected, I have this feeling that it might, if someone else is running the front office, it might spur them to tear it down a bit and try to keep next year's pick. And then next year's pick, if it doesn't get sent out next year, it becomes 2 seconds at 2026 and 2027. I think, again, if you want a fresh start for the new guy, the best thing would be for you to lose a pick right now, for you to get your 26 and 27 second round picks back, because that's what you get when this pick goes out.
Right.
So it's an interesting thing, because you do actually, by giving away your pick, you get access to those picks again. And then July 1st, you have access to your 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, plus an extra 20, 27, and an extra 20, 31 pick. So you have 9 first round picks. You also have your second round picks back. So it would actually be a moment where they got a bunch of stuff, and all of a sudden, whether it's the guys that are here or it's somebody else, they would start out with not only a fresh slate, but extra picks. And then there's a bunch of seconds that they acquired in the Fox deal as well, some of which already got sent out in the Valanciunas and LaRavia deals, but some of which are still there.
If if we're already there, if we're already talking about, I'd rather do this with the pick or that with the pick, I don't know, man. I just
well, James says something right there that just hit me like a ton of bricks. I mean, we're staring at the precipice of some bad basketball on the horizon. Like, when you talk about, if this don't work, you keep your pick, new front office, they might want to tear it down to keep the pick the next year, all this other stuff. And then you actually draft this 19-year-old and you're just kind of waiting for and hoping that he's good. Like, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind or convince anybody. I'm all for whatever, get the Kings on track and winning basketball games. But are y'all ready for that? Y'all ready to beat the Wizards? Y'all ready to beat the Wizards? Y'all ready to cover that?
That's the thing, though, is I don't know that they have enough bad players to be the Wizards.
Well, the new front office will make sure they do, because they keeping that top 10 pick. Like I said, it's just a question. I'm not saying one is right or wrong. I'm just asking you guys, you ready to be the Wizards?
Well, I'll add in the other layer too, that the two players that you really you're thinking, okay, if the Kings move forward, but who are they going to keep from this group? It would be Keon and Keegan, right? Keon's already turned 25. Keegan will be 25 in August. So here's my point, is if you do think that you're starting over next year, and you're going to purge a bunch of stuff right now, and you're going to prime your team to be that group that we're talking about. Keon and Keegan aren't even a part of that, because you're going 19, 20, 21-year-olds in the next couple of drafts. By the time they mature into the players they're going to be, Keon, 28, 29 years old, and they're the next group of players that are going out the door as well. So it's a really, really weird spot to be in. And that's why I've always said it's so strange what the Monty and Wes group have done, where they just don't draft young players at all.
It's crazy.
Jamias Ramsey is only under 20 players that they've ever drafted. And every other player, 21, 22, 23, even 24, every other player that they brought in is that age group. They have no youth on this team at all. Devin Carter is he's almost 24. Isaac Jones is almost 25. Everyone that they have. So they don't have this whole 4-year, 5-year window of young players that you can say that's going to be our next group of players.
All right.
So, like, if you're going to go OKC route, you're 5 years away from OKC route. You haven't gone through the process of accumulating enough picks to be that team, and then to sort through the players as you're growing. You're so far behind it.
OKC has also done a really great job of developing players.
Of course.
Like, they've made savvy acquisitions. They went and got SGA for Paul freaking George, and not everybody they have. Chet obviously was a really high draft pick, but it's not like they've been picking first or second every year for a decade. Like, there's more steps to this than just like, oh, let's be as bad as possible and accumulate picks and make these trades and this and that. Like, there's a lot more that goes into it than just, oh, be bad for a few years and then you're good.
To that point, though, they had Paul George and Russell Westbrook to accumulate the picks to get the assets. The Kings do not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you might get for Sabonis. I don't think it's going to be the player that SGA is that they got in return for Paul George and the assets that they got in return for Paul George. So that's the difference between, in my opinion, between what the Kings were facing and what OKC was able to do.
And you know who the player they had that would have got you those assets? His name was De'Aaron Fox, and you traded him and brought in a 30-year-old instead. You made a decision, and again, like, this is going to be the biggest thing that we have to break down once the season's over and once the dust settles and we see who's still left. But why did you let somebody that might not make it through April 15th make a decision like this that will impact your franchise for what could be a decade? You let somebody make this decision that might not be here to clean up the mess. I'm really, really strange.
I could be wrong here, so please let me know if I am, so I can stop spreading disinformation, misinformation, whatever it is. Anyways, I always got the idea that was coming from the ownership because they wanted to try and make the playoffs this year still.
That's what I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine, but that's not basketball decisions. That's crazy talk. Like, you have to, if you're going to be responsible, the ultimate person who's responsible, who can be fired, not the guy who can't be fired. If you're going to be the one that can't be fired, you have to do what's best for your career, what's best for the franchise, and you have to hold line. And they did that for a long time, and then they didn't. And so, again, I don't know exactly what they would have got back for Fox, but the package would have looked a lot different if there's not a 30-year-old shooting guard that comes back in the deal.
And not saying it's the right thing. I'm just saying the retort to that would be they held the line for a long time and it got them nowhere. So now I'm gonna do it my way. Like, how long has Zach LaVine been in the picture? Probably 2 years, and they probably fended him off for 2 years, and it's gotten us nothing. So now I'm gonna do it my way. I'm just saying that would be the thought from somebody.
But your
I
way
listened to you for. That's fine. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I listened to you for 2 years, and it got us nowhere.
Yep.
Now we're gonna do it the way I want to. They
should have done it
right before.
But that player puts you in such a bad position to do anything moving forward. And that has nothing to do whether Zach LaVine is good or not. It just puts you in a situation that you can't change the trajectory of your team with.
Yeah, my whole point was that if the owner is coming down and going, hey, you need to go get Zach LaVine's on the table, then pull the trigger. Do it now. That's not he's not going to wait at that point if he's hell-bent on getting Zach LaVine in the building so they can try and make a playoff run this year. That to me isn't on the GM. Monty has its own flaws, but
it's on him because he should have done the stuff before so we wouldn't be in this situation.
That's it. Yep. That's right. That's exactly right. All right. We're done for today. D'Lo and KC are coming up next. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're back tomorrow on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See ya.
Kyle Madsen.
Kenny Caraway.
My man. My bad. I didn't. I meant to text you back like 4 times last night, and I was going to tell you Alec Burke would go to work on me. Pause.
No. No. I was saying if you were in the NBA, that's the type of player I think you would be.
Yeah,
Like you're just around forever, and whatever team you're on, you're just gonna go get some buckets.
that would be the plan.
I rock with Alec Burks heavy.
I'm thinking Langston Galloway.
Langston Galloway. He's a little shorter too, shooter. Yeah, those
Anthony
guys.
Peeler.
One of the things that I learned about guys.
Is the show over?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, why are they sitting there?
But
Get
Kyle's
out of
not
the
here
way.
today. Get out the way.
One of those guys. One of the things I learned about guys that size like Puget or all, they're unbelievably good at basketball. Like I was good, but those guys are
Ridiculous.
insane at basketball. To be that size and to make it, you got to be crazy. So,
Yeah, the team owner is going to be the scapegoat. He's the constant. What are you talking about? All right. Goodbye, everybody. I appreciate you all immensely. Let's see you tomorrow.
Two years away from 2 years away.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
You can't do it. Ain't no way. Let us we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, November 26th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Us, the worst. God damn it.
Well, we gonna move out the ghetto.
Last night, never. In the ghetto. Talking about that. I ain't even gonna be mad, man.
We're gonna make it out the hood.
I ain't even gonna be mad. Like I said, they can't ruin my day. That's the first game. Probably not. This is the first game I remember where I feel like they got blown out twice.
Well, yeah.
Like, how you get blown out twice in the same game?
So the crazy thing about that is I was watching the game, obviously. And I got late to it because my son had a baseball game. So I got late to it. They were down almost 20 or something like that in the second quarter. And then third quarter happens. They start cooking. And it seemed like for like the entire third and fourth quarter, oh, they're cooking. Oh, big three in the corner. Keegan again. And the Thunder would make a shot and the lead would go from like 7 to 14.
Yeah, I feel
on
like
one
that,
shot. Like, I'm like, I thought they just were on a run. It was single digits.
Yeah, I think that was only the third quarter. The third quarter was like, ooh, okay. They hit a astonishing amount of shots all in a row. And then there was a certain they can't maintain this. This is insane. They hit 10 threes. I'm just saying, like, you hit 10 threes in a quarter and you're still losing. All right. The crowd is hyped because all I was thinking in the first quarter was, I feel so bad for the Kings fans that paid to go to that basketball game. And they're down 20. Like, it wasn't even, and I get, you know, we finished what we do. I got home, sit down with dinner. By the time I'm done eating dinner, this game's over. I'm going to go build this goddamn patio furniture sitting on my backyard.
Facts.
So I sat there, put the game on, just building furniture like a jackass. And then all of a sudden, Keegan 3, Keon 3, Keegan 3, Domas 3. It's like, okay, wait a minute. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Then the 10-3. The one at the buzzer got me. I was like, okay, all right, you got my attention. And then I think that cut the lead to 7-8. That
they were
3
down 8 at the end of the quarter.
At the end of the quarter,
yeah.
and then right out the gate, it was
That's
like,
what
all
I'm
right,
saying.
that's it.
All right, 8 going into the fourth, and they went up and down one time, and it was a 16-point game. So wait, I thought they were down 8. People were excited. It feels like it's a closer game. And I look, and it's still just 13, 14, or 15.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
So I told you, it felt like they got blown out twice.
Well, then at the end, my gosh, it was a 11-point game. And then with all the scrubs, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
they just went into a 14-0 run. Oh, they blew the doors off the King. Whoa, wait a minute.
Garbage time is Doug McDermott time. How many times had Doug McDermott entered a game where the Kings are getting their ass kicked and he just fires off threes and makes them?
I would say it happened a total of 5 times. Only one of them were the Kings doing the ones beating somebody down. It was the Jazz game at home, and Doug came in at 18 points in like 3 minutes. It's like, oh, this is great. Doug McDermott, got to play him some more. He's found the shooting stroke.
It's a CNI single, kid.
Oh man.
So this is here's
I was looking
what,
for that clip yesterday.
For
the CNI. Hey, a lot of that game with the whole threes and all that. It's like, yeah, but
okay.
I didn't
say. Whoa. Say his name.
Oh, we want to talk about Keegan?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Oh yeah, shout out Keegan, man.
He played well.
No, I don't think that's what Jesse was saying.
What?
I think what Jesse was saying, we getting excited over that.
Oh,
like that's real.
Not even. I'm not knocking Keegan, but it's like I'm not knocking Keegan. I'm not doing anything.
Well, no, yeah, yesterday wasn't a.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just he played. He was hooping.
It was just more so when they're breaking out in the third quarter and they're hitting all the threes and all that.
But no, he played great. But like, so that's who Keegan is?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, no.
And that was my point.
Anybody who says that is they need to settle down. That's not who he is. But he has moments when he can do that. But no, if anybody trying to say
what
that,
prevents him from doing that? Obviously, he hit at a stupid rate
he went
last night.
9 and 12 at one point.
But
at one point, I think he finished like 9 of 14.
No, he was 9 of 15 from the field. He was 9 of 13 from 3.
9 of 13. Yeah, he was 9 of 12 from 3 at one point.
You think he can?
Well,
that was funny.
The fact that he has to hit, he needs 9 threes for all his points. That's what prevents him from doing that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like if he had, what did he end up with again last night?
28.
If he had 28 and he hit 5 threes, so that means he got to the bucket a little bit, got to the line, then be like, yeah, that's what he does. But to get 28, he has to hit 9 threes, which I'm speaking a little bit in hyperbole because he can't.
Well, there's no hyperbole. That's what he did last night.
But in general, like he don't always have to hit 9 threes to get 28 points. But usually, like the games where he's like really hot and have a high scoring output, I bet you it's a bunch of threes in that game. That's the only way he seems to be able to score at a high level.
13 threes. Doug said he wanted them at 12. Well, he took 13 last night.
They got him up.
Yeah, and they dropped for him.
He said on the broadcast on that whoever was calling the game. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with him. But
I
don't know where they
team
found
out
that
here.
guy.
It was Brian Anderson or Kevin Harlan.
Whoever was calling that game.
Shout out Greg Anthony, though, right?
Yeah, shout out Greg Anthony.
I don't blame him.
I'll
send someone out to set. And shout out. Hey, this could be a first-round playoff matchup.
Well, shout out to them. Shout out to them. You know, and at one point I was feeling a little guilty, like, damn, man, Sacramento ain't all TNT. No, how many times have we had to go to Utah on a Thursday night? And I'm like, why are we here?
Have we?
This team, absolutely, in the last 2-3 years.
Oh,
Utah, for what?
Every time I'm in Utah,
these guys are garbage. Why are they getting any national TV games? So that changed any thought of me feeling bad about what happened last night. But the guy, I think it was the guy, or maybe it was Greg Anthony, who was like, did I hear right where he said Doug Christie said he wants Zach LaVine to get 10 threes a night? Did you hear that?
I think that's right because I saw that tweet yesterday.
So, wow.
So they want Zach getting 10 and Keegan getting 12.
Yeah, that's 22.
Well, I know Doug has been pretty adamant. Like Doug
gets another 5 or 6. Monk probably gets another 5 or 6.
Doug was and that's the difficulty in talking about this game is I didn't expect them to win that game.
No.
Like no matter what happened the night before or the 3 games prior or 2 games prior, but I didn't expect them to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's not being down on Sacramento. That's Sacramento not being good. That's the most consistent basketball team in the league all year. I didn't feel any type of way about that. And I listened to Doug's tone last night, and I felt like Doug was okay with the way that they played.
Yeah.
The threes being up, the assists being up, that shots being made. Can I tell you, this is just crazy to me. That basketball team hit 48% of their threes yesterday. Didn't take 10. It's not like they were 5 of 10. They were 23 of 47. 32 assists for that team last night. They scored 105 points.
A lot more work to be done than just making threes. And
like how?
Yeah. Hey, that doesn't make any sense.
That 23 threes and 32 assists and 105 points, a 39-point quarter. Getting to 105 points shows you how truly awful every other facet of the game was for them.
Well, in that, I remember watching halfway through that second quarter, they had like 27 points. They were down like 45-27.
They had 20 points in the paint.
So what the hell is this? 27 points with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter? It's garbage. So they had to
It was
hustle.
awful.
They had to hustle and get hot to get to 105.
Mhm.
That's kind of
Well, they had to have a 39-point third quarter to get to 105.
Yeah. What there? So there is one thing about that game yesterday that I didn't hear Doug say this per se. Maybe he did. I missed his post game, but there is something that he talked about that I can rock with, and that I saw as well.
Can or can't?
I can.
You can.
CAN.
Okay. I'm anxious to hear what that is. We will pick this game apart. We'll pick this team apart. DeMar had a rough night.
Struggled.
DeMar had a rough night last night, and they were still going in on Zach LaVine. Like, as a shoot, like, I actually thought I clicked on the wrong podcast. I was like, this is the wrong game. Nah. We're going to talk. I don't even know if Domas's name was mentioned last night.
Oh, man.
And I'm gonna try. We're going to talk.
Yeah.
Phone lines open for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Your hat today is like a 90s athlete with that earring.
It's one of my favorite charms. You know what I'm saying? The new era outline with the Barry Bonds cross earring. I got to get one of these earrings, actually. So, Mark, here's the problem with, I would say, the PSA every now and then, but I don't really pay much attention to plus minus because that is also representative of who's on the floor. With you.
Oh, right on, man. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So,
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Plus minus, I just think plus minus is a whack stat. That doesn't mean he's playing well or anything like that. I just think you'll never hear me talk about somebody's plus minus. That's just me, though.
I will when it fits my goddamn argument.
Oh, boy. The Memphis Showboats.
Oh, Jesus.
Birmingham Stallions. And the DC Defenders. Lego.
This is the UFL.
Oh, it looks like we might be getting an answer to is Trey Lance starting in the NFL or XFL /
that's
other
crazy.
league.
Yeah.
Hey, that take age like fine wine.
Well,
CFL's Trey Lance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Potentially.
But by the way, I know around this time, you get locked in on the show. Did you get your boy?
He was talking today.
Did you get your boy? He was wilding.
I gotta watch that whole interview. LeBron.
Yeah, boy. Bron was wild.
He was on McAfee. Yeah, he was on McAfee. He
LeBron was on Pat.
Yeah, an hour-long interview.
Wilding.
Yeah,
saying anything.
I just caught clips. I gotta watch it back.
He was cursing.
I didn't even know this was happening.
I didn't either.
It was kind of last minute. I think yesterday I saw something.
I didn't know what was happening until right before I left the house.
What was he talking about?
Talking about Stephen A.
That weirdo Windhorst saying he's my friend.
He said, I don't know this motherfucker.
He's talking about Windhorst?
Yes, he was talking.
He was talking about the NBA being rigged.
Yeah, they might have rigged the 2003 draft for him. They got Ewing to the Knicks, D Rose to the Bulls.
He was talking.
He confirmed the chocolate chip cookie story on the plane too.
Bro, it happened like right before I left the house. That's why.
Oh, wow.
I also think that was a diss to Stephen A. too, going to McAfee.
Absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
And I feel some type of way about that, but that's not my business. That's their business. That's their business.
I mean,
He's supposed to go to Stephen A. because he's black? Because
Um,
Stephen A. I'm pretty sure Stephen A.'s chosen his side.
Nah, but he
running around with his new friends at the White House.
I wouldn't have gone to Pat McAfee. I wouldn't have gone to Pat McAfee. But that's
Stephen A.'s made some new friends at the White House, man. That's a cold dude to hitch your wagon to.
They don't, you don't have to hitch no wagon, but I wouldn't have gone to McAfee. There's a lot of other people you could have gone to, but I guess McAfee got a big platform, so it works out. But. You could have went to 520. You could have went a number of different places. Now they are in Indiana, so maybe that has something to do with it as well.
Shout out Sky River Casino in the Humidor, one of the coolest places to hang out if you're just looking for a good spot to grab a cigar and a drink. The Humidor at Sky River Casino is the perfect place to be. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino was the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, a great place to watch all of the tournament action as well.
That's right.
Will Z just texted me, ran a search for all games where teams had at least 32 assists and 23 made threes. The Kings' 105 points is the fewest ever scored in those conditions.
That sounds about right. Sounds
96 times this has happened. 32 assists, 23 made threes. 96 times this has happened. The Kings' 105 points is the fewest ever scored. The second fewest is 13 points more, 118. That's how bad last night was for Sacramento.
That like I said, that sounds about right because
in every other facet of the game.
Yeah, 105 just seems unbelievably low for all those parameters that you put out. And to me, it just speaks to, I don't know what the shooting percentages were or the assist or anything like that, but like I said, when I looked at that,
in the Kings game or in the games in the
I'm saying like in the first quarter and a half.
When
I looked at what was going on and looked at that score with about 5 minutes to go, and they had 27 points or so. This is awful. So like I hit 10 in the first quarter, or excuse me, in the third quarter. I don't know how many they hit in the fourth quarter. Let's just say 5. So they probably had 8 in the first half.
The Kings were 8 of 21. They were shooting 37% from the field, 38% from 3, 50% from the free throw line. They were 2 of 4, and had scored 42 points. That's the first half.
They were anemic. So like I said, they went crazy in the second half.
They went crazy in the third quarter.
To just get to the percentages that they were. So like they were so, I shouldn't say so bad, like it wasn't historically bad, but they weren't scoring. That's what makes the 105 a little bit more believable. Because like I said, they barely got to 40.
Yeah.
Barely got to 40 in the first half. They scored 39 in the third quarter.
That's crazy. Yeah, 42 to 39. That's crazy. 42 first half points, 39 third quarter points. It's getting ridiculous, as our guy once said.
Yeah. Doug, like I said, I didn't catch his his comments, but he was mic'd up and everything on the TNT broadcast, and he was talking about some stuff. And there were some things that I'm sure he was saying after the game, publicly and privately, that I saw as well. Specifically in that second half, I thought they played a lot more feisty. They got after it. They got after it. The problem was they were so anemic in that first half, they had to dig themselves out of a 24-point hole.
Yeah.
But the way that they continue to compete, that is a good sign. We're 10 games left in the season. There's no time for, at least you play hard. So, I'm not trying to make that argument. But what I am saying is if they can channel that for the final 10 games of the season, I think it might bode well for the record that they finished in final 10 seasons in the game, or 10 games of the season.
Yeah.
I just thought it was noticeable the way they played, and like the Laravias and the Keons, and how they got after it on the defensive end, and the ball was moving like people want to see, and that's how you got a lot of those open threes. I thought it was noticeable in that second half, and it was a little bit of a sign, and I didn't think they did, but a little bit of a sign that these guys hadn't quit. They haven't quit on the season. They didn't quit in that game. They were down 24. They still continue to compete. So that's not going to get you wins and losses per se. But if you play with,
it'll get you wins or losses. It'll get you one or the other.
Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, just because you play hard doesn't mean that you're going to win.
Get a dub, yeah.
You know what I mean? You got to, accompany that with execution. But I thought they got after it in that second half, and it just stood out to me because it was 24-point game, looked lifeless in that arena. The team looked lifeless in the first half, and they showed a little competitive spirit. That's all.
Huh. So what are we? I don't know how to ask it. What are we evaluating? Like, are we evaluating their the game, their play, the game within that game? Because they didn't look, they did kind of look lifeless in the first half.
Absolutely.
They didn't quit.
Right.
But whether it's shots or whether it's, credit to the Oklahoma City Thunder, the best team in the league. They probably had something to do with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we judging? If you're, and I'm not asking, if you're Doug.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I heard that Doug's, I don't think Doug's ever going to be okay with losing, but I also think he saw something from that group. They continued to fight in the fourth quarter. The shots didn't fall at the same rate. They never got any other aspect of their game going, which made the fourth quarter that much more difficult for them when Oklahoma City tried to, press them a little bit on that three, make life a little bit more difficult for him. So is he, grabbing that second half and saying, that's what we have to do the rest of the way?
Yeah.
This is how we play basketball the rest of the way. We do this versus Portland on Thursday. Mm-hmm. We close out this homestand. We're in great shape.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's doing. And maybe, it's delusional from the coaches and the players to look at it that way. And people, who are watching the game and critiquing the game could be like, well, that doesn't matter because you still lost by X amount of points. But that's exactly what Doug is doing. Mm-hmm. He's talking to those guys today and saying, look, man, it's not about if you're capable. It's about your mentality and what you bring to that court. That first half, you didn't bring any energy. You didn't bring any life. You didn't bring any physicality. In the second half, you did. You got to stay locked in. You got to start the game with that type of focus and intensity. You've got to maintain it. It's not easy. It's not easy for a team that's, down their point guard, down their, their rookie backup point guard or whatever. Like, you got some things against you, but it's the way that you approach the game. And if you can approach the game like that for these final 10 games, we'll have an opportunity to play in the playoffs. But you got 10 games to do it. And it's right there in front of you. And there's also a part of me that Kings can win. You say it all the time, the mantra. They can beat any team. They can lose any team.
Mm-hmm.
That's just who they are. So I'm not here to say it's easy now. But there's a part of me that was like, all right, that's over. Talking about that daunting stretch of games. Yeah. Like, all right, man. Because it was hanging over at least for us. I don't know if the locker room was, but for us, it was hanging over that schedule. We were looking at that 3 weeks out. Like, oh,
more than
better
that,
handle it now because you see what's going on. And
looking at that at the trade deadline.
Right. Like it was looming over everything for a while. Now it's over. Now, all right, it's clear in front of you. You got 10 games. You got some, middling teams, some really good teams, but you got 10 games left. You don't have to worry about the crazy back-to-backs against the best teams in the league. All right, you got through it. And regardless of where you were, where you hoped to be, all this other stuff, you're still here in it. Like that, what you went through didn't knock you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like at least standings wise, it didn't kill you. You're still here. You still got an opportunity. Boom, 10 games left. And if you bring that type of focus and intensity for these 10 games, if I'm Doug Christie, I'm telling him, I believe you guys can do this. If you play like that, I think you can do this. You can beat these teams that are on your schedule.
You think he gave them the same speech though after they played good for the first 3 quarters against the Bucks, or however many, and then the Bulls they were up 14? Like, there's that where yeah, we could do this, but there's also the other side of it. Yeah, this isn't a team that plays 48 minutes. That's who they are. Like now, 10 games left, they're gonna flip the switch now.
Well, it's not even about because I don't think it's far off of how they've played for most of the time. The problem was they were really just going up against the best teams in the league. And
you lose to some of the worst. Like you don't like you. That doesn't to me. Like doesn't matter. Like you don't even beat the mid teams or whatever. You're just
you
lost
do.
to the Bulls the other day.
Well, you lost to the Bulls, but that's not indicative of who they are. I saw a number the other day. They're like, and it's not anything to write home about, but they're like 13 games over 500 against teams below 500. They usually handle those teams. So you've got, I don't know, I got to look at the schedule again, but you got like 5 of those teams on the schedule the rest of the way. You're, I think, like 10 games under against teams over 500. So that's where you've got you're going to need that type of focus of intensity to like beat those teams or to get a couple against those teams. But it truly is, it may be, like I said, it's just a mindset thing, but it truly is a sprint. Yeah. It's not about the marathon of the season no more. It's not about really anything you've done up until this point. You've got 10 games to have the best record you possibly can have. And that's the way I would frame it, at least if I was a coach in that locker room. It's our job as media people, fans, to think about the totality of this team and be like, oh, you can't do it because you ain't done it all year long. That's what we do. In that locker room, none of that matters right now. You got a 10-game stretch. Bring the focus, bring the intensity for 10 games. And if I'm Doug Christie, I'll tell you, you'll have an opportunity to play in the playoffs. I don't believe, and I'm talking as Doug Christie, I don't believe if you play like you did in that second quarter, you'll be out of the play-in. Mm-hmm. You'll have your opportunity to make the playoffs, but you got to bring it that way.
The stretch of 7 games that we've talked so much about ends on Thursday. Mm-hmm. If, and it is a big if, they can end this 4-game losing streak, they'll wind up 3-4 in those home games. I don't know what you expected going in. We said this. Cleveland and Chicago was the back-to-back, right?
Yeah.
Most people thought they'd lose to Cleveland and beat Chicago. Mm-hmm. Now, in the moment, you beat Cleveland. Expectations change, pal. Mm-hmm. Sorry. And they lose to Chicago. Looking back on it, it's still a 1-1 split in those 2 games, mm-hmm. which is probably, in the best-case scenario, what you had in your head anyways. They got the Memphis game. Mm-hmm. Maybe that was a pick-em for you. And then they lost to Milwaukee, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Yeah. To me, like, it's, again, there's a 10-game road ahead, but you have the chance to close out this 7-game, homestand that Kings fans had been staring at for 6-7 weeks. You have the opportunity to close out with not only with a win, what would ultimately probably be a huge win. Like, you could damn near put the nail in the coffin of Portland's season. But that's the other side to this. Mm-hmm. Portland's probably looking at Sacramento like, we could.
Oh, absolutely.
We could. Now, I don't know what they're trying to do, what they want to do. Like, we may even learn tomorrow if 7 guys all of a sudden come down with an illness or something. But I don't think that's what they're trying to do. Like, I think they're competing. So it's going to be an interesting night at the Golden One Center tomorrow.
It is, man, and you got to have it. You got to have it.
Mm-hmm. You absolutely do.
And there, there's people. Like I said, I'm looking at the chat, looking at my guy TCG, look at Stephen Brown. You guys, this is the difference. I'm not here to say I'm this, or I'm that. But like I said earlier, that's your guys' job as fans, and my job as a media member to talk about what this team has done as a whole. I'm trying to take you into what probably is going on with Doug Christie and those people in the locker room. They're not supposed to think like you. If they think like you guys, then just don't even play the games. You know what I'm saying? If they think like TCG and all they just suck. They've been terrible all year. Then don't even play the games. Don't even show up. They're trying to still accomplish something. So if they're still trying to accomplish something and Doug Christie's trying to accomplish something, I'm telling you, he's telling those guys, the past don't really matter. You've got 10 games in front of you to achieve one part of your goal, to be able to compete for a chance to get into the playoffs. And if you play a certain way, you can get that done. I'm just telling you, that's where their mind is at.
Well, what else is he supposed to say, though?
He could say nothing. He could talk about how
you can have the mentality and all that, but like mentality gonna take you so far. Like, yeah, Doug, like, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, yeah, if you're Doug, you tell him that, but like, you're not gonna quit. Like, that's all you can say now at this point.
Yeah, and like I said, if they are, I'll put it to you like this: if they're approaching this the way you and everybody else is, don't even waste nobody's time.
Well, yeah, they can't.
Don't waste nobody's time. Do not show up to these games. Play the G Leaguers, because if they are feeling like, what's the point? Like, we're 70 games in. What's the point? Please just play Isaac Jones.
Well, they can't do that because they still can somehow, some way do something about it. But we can also look at this team through 72 games and realize, yeah, you're not good enough. You can have mentality, like, that's fine.
And that's what I've said. That's our job. When I say all this stuff, I'm telling you what they're thinking. Our job is to look at it in its totality and say, well, they're just not good enough.
Do you think I guess my thing is, like, what does that mean? What does it matter then? Like, does it mean something? Like what does that mean that Doug's telling them that, though? Like,
there could, I don't know what it means to each individual player. Some people could hear that as inspiration, or our coach believes in us, or, you know what, he's right. Like, we did get through this gauntlet, whatever the record is, and we still got an opportunity to do what we need to do. Let's go ahead and do it. Could be the case. I mean, we could say that about Phoenix a week ago. Like, what does it matter for you guys? Like, you guys have been disappointed. Something clicked in that locker room, and they won 4 or 5. They're playing good basketball. So that's all I'm saying. So they were Katie was cursing out Coach Bud 2 weeks ago. They were fighting on the bench. Somebody said something clicked, and now they feeling good about each other. So that's what could happen in a situation like this.
Oh yeah, I guess. It's just my thing is, like, what, like, Doug, yeah, like, it's Doug's job to try to get him the most out of, like, the last 10 games. I just don't know if it's notable. Yeah, it's a nice message, but like, what else are you gonna do?
Let's get Daniel in here. Oak Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Thanks for your patience, Daniel. What's going on, man?
Oh, no problem, man. I'm enjoying this. Hey, KC, your optimism. The 3 players that got us back into the game yesterday, Laravia, Catilin Clark, and Murray, they were going off. You know, those guys look like they just had it, and they got us single-handedly back in the game. Then when Doug went back to DeRozan, it kind of stopped, it ended, and that was it. If you can't get the starters, the guys who are going to start the game and who are probably going to end the game, to play that type of basketball, it's just not going to happen. I think that's why the fans are so down on this team right now, because I would rather see the guys that don't get any playing time play the rest of the way out, because those guys play. That group proved it yesterday. That's what I want to see. I don't care what the names are. I want to see that type of play. And you're not going to get that from, I don't think you're going to get that from Sabonis. DeRozan, Levine. You're not going to get that from that group. It's just not going to happen.
DeRozan played the entire 12 minutes in the third quarter.
I was just about to say, we got it. Like, I'm going to start fact checking these things, man. Because, like you just said, DeRozan played the whole 12 minutes in the third quarter. And they were down 8 going into the fourth. A quick, 6-7-0 run. It was LaRavia, Valanciunas, Fultz. I don't think Keegan was out there. I'm about to find out right now. But like this would get some, man, because people just, and I like Daniel. Daniel cool, but you can't just say anything, man.
That's the kiss of death, Daniel. If he says you're cool, he's about to just say something terrible.
I'm just
about
saying you can't just say anything, man. And if you don't like these guys, that's cool too.
It was Keegan, LaRavia, Valanciunas, Fultz, and Levine starting the fourth quarter.
Lee went from like 8 to 15 at the start of the fourth quarter. So if you don't like DeRozan and all these, that's cool too. But
went from 8 to 13 in 45 seconds.
Yeah, don't just say anything.
And it didn't get to 16 till just under the 7-minute mark. But yeah, it went from 8 to 13 in the first 45 seconds of the game, or of the quarter. Excuse me.
You cannot like these guys' style of play or think that they're the answer or whatever, but don't lie on these guys.
Does it make more sense if you meant Domas? Because he said he wanted to talk about Domas before I put him on.
I'm not sure what he wanted to say about Domas.
Well, I'm not sure if he meant to say Domas instead of DeMar or whatever, but I don't know.
Domas wasn't in at the beginning of the fourth either, though.
Yeah, sorry, Dan. I tried to help you out. It didn't work.
Domas played the whole third quarter.
Yeah, Daniel.
I don't know.
We had one play to play. It didn't work.
He went to the default. Blame DeMar.
Yeah, I don't.
That's the default.
Keon hit some shots. I know it's not popular to point this out. I don't know if anyone can remember. Zach LaVine hit some shots.
Don't say that.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. And I mean, Keegan just hit a ton.
Yeah. What do you have?
Like 5 threes in that game.
In that third quarter?
In that quarter, excuse me. Yeah, 5 in the
5?
quarter. Yeah. Yeah, he's 5 of 6 in the third quarter. Ridiculous. 5 of 6 from 3 in the third quarter. Got cute, took a 2-pointer and missed it.
See, don't do that. Don't listen to Casey. Keep shooting, catch and shoot threes. He was on fire last night.
DeMar hit a 3 in that quarter, for God's sakes.
That was probably the only one. DeMar ain't hit it. He been short on a lot of
shot. Yes,
he been short on his shot for the last 2 nights.
That was the only one. The only one he hit.
Everything been like front rim with him lately. I don't know if he's tired, old, whatever. But yeah, he's
older.
He hadn't shot the ball well the last 2 nights at all.
And the only reason, and shout out Scary, all of the other starters were -10 except Zach LaVine. He was -31. He's right. Zach was the only starter. I think. Let me fact check myself. Third quarter. I think. Zach LaVine was the only starter that came out in that third quarter. LaRavia came in, lit the world on fire. He hit a 3.
Well, he had the little up and under reverse joint. Got a steal that
wasn't in the third quarter.
Yeah, it was. Or maybe I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no, he didn't hit a 3. No. You're right. The up and under was in the third quarter. Yeah, he didn't hit a 3 in the third. Sorry.
Had that nice steal that led to a key.
He hit a free throw.
He played well.
No, he did. Yeah. He played fine. He scored 3 points, though.
Jim Blast.
Bobby Hansen.
Bobby Hansen. LaRavia was Bobby Hansen. We thought he was killing.
So what I want the Zach LaVine people to tell me is, and I'm just trying to present a different, like I'll let Kenny have one side of the argument. All of you can have the other side of the argument. I'm just trying to have a conversation here. The Kings scored 39 points in that quarter. Hit 10 of 13 threes. LaVine, by the way, 2 of 3. That quarter only happened because Zach was out for 4 minutes.
I don't know.
I'm just asking. I'm trying to put all of this together.
And even on my end, I'm not here to tell you Zach or DeRozan are perfect players, but like things like that happen. Like, oh, they were doing great, and then they went back to DeRozan and LaVine and just lost it all. Well, that's not even what happened. And even if they were in the game, why is it always their fault when things go wrong? That's the only thing I say. I'm not even we could be having this conversation, switch the names with anybody. Like, it's not player X's fault every time something goes wrong.
Zach LaVine still isn't aggressive, though. It's the same thing with Keegan. He shot 17 times last night. 16. He shot 16 times last night. And it felt like he left 5, 6, 7 of them out there.
Yeah. He just that's
I might have misread this. Do you have the game in front of you?
The box score and everything?
No. You normally you have the game on.
It's playing right now.
Did Domas yell at him?
Oh, I missed that.
There was a Domas did something, but I don't know if he was like gesturing to Zach LaVine. I think it was on Zach LaVine's dunk, or maybe it was a lay-in or something. But it was like a backdoor play. And I swear Domas hit him with I don't know if it was like a finally or something. And all I thought, and as I said, I was frustrated with the game. I was doing some other things. I just happened to look up and catch that. And the first thing I thought is I'd punch Domas in the goddamn face.
Hey, Domas does that.
You gonna do that on my home? You gonna do that on the home floor now?
Hey, on the low,
Okay.
Domas kind of does that a lot.
You got the little stitch over your eye now. Let's talk, dog. Let's talk. But it could have absolutely been something else. He may have thought Zach LaVine. It just immediately caught, because I didn't think Zach LaVine was fouled. So I was like, what did Domas? Did Domas just yell at Zach LaVine? But I could have read that wrong. Y'all have to tell me. Look, Steven's like, yeah, Sabonis' body language is always bad.
No, really. I'm gonna have to be it. I like Domas because Domas can get on some people, but sometimes he be doing a little extra.
We'll come back, man. We'll come back. I want to talk about our guy DC as well. We'll talk a little bit more about this basketball team. Phone lines open for you as always. Still on KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That game was looking a little scary at the beginning.
Like you said, Jesse, Mavericks ain't above 500, so it's all good. It's all good.
I don't think like they're out. Like they still have a playing chance and all that.
No, I'm talking about the Knicks going up against the Mavericks that are 500.
Charlamagne, the guy doing a speaking tour.
Oh, hold on, don't forget. What'd you say? Bro, I don't deserve him. Nah, they don't deserve him.
What happened?
What Charlie? Well, no, you tell me.
Charlamagne the God. He's at Safe.
Yeah, I was supposed to go. He canceled.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think he rescheduled. Complex just said something to me about it.
How does Charlamagne the God, like, what's his thing? He's the podcast guy?
He's a radio host.
Like he's always been a radio host?
Mm-hmm. He's one of the greats.
Leezy's down for Tuesday.
Okay.
So if you want to go do that.
For sure. But now you go ahead, you can tell him, Justin. Talking crazy.
Today's opening day?
Tomorrow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was tomorrow.
That's got to be tough being the Cubs and you're already 0-2, right?
Nick V, I'll never defend you. So you ain't got to worry about it. I'll never defend you. Yeah. So you ain't got to worry about find somebody to defend you. I guess.
Why you capitalize Kenny like that either?
Because he's a weirdo.
Kenny.
that's why.
The way that Kenny defends DeMar DeRozan.
Boy, if Ramsey was here, you'd be in trouble, Nick V.
Nick V. I hate to do this. I don't even mean to be this type of way.
Oh no.
Look at this dude.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm gonna learn something from this guy.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna learn something about who from Nick V. Come on, man.
You got a jersey on.
It's probably a replica too. That's another reason why I don't listen to you.
Stop.
Don't wear no replicas.
Hey, come on, man.
No, you can't wear no replicas, bro. Don't just wear a white t-shirt. That's what I used to always say. I ain't wearing no replica. I bet you got the sleeves that go over the shoulder. That's the replica joint. Okay. Come on, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just saying don't do that. We ain't wearing no replica, man. It ain't even about being rich no more because you can get a swingman. You can get a swingman for like $20 more. That's just, but you got to understand. You got to know. Nick V don't know. He just be running his mouth. You got to know.
KC been at war with an individual named Nick V all week long.
Pour it out.
It ain't my fault that he don't know the difference between a replica and a swingman. Like I said, swingman ain't even rich.
You're assuming he doesn't. Like you.
That was a choice. So I'm assuming if you have a choice, you know what's going on.
Did he confirm it was a replica?
No. I could tell by that. I could tell by the zip up that he has over the jersey.
If anyone is
wearing a replica.
If anyone in the Sacramento Kings is listening, please go 5-5 or 6-4. Listen, last time we need it. We need this. Like, just help us.
Kenny,
hey, it's a civil war every day.
It's bad. Yeah,
it's bad.
It's bad.
For the sake of your city, like, fix this.
Oh, mesh jersey wearing.
Oh, stop! Hey,
come on,
that's enough.
Man.
What, you're gonna call it a champion jersey next?
Don't tell me. The champion. No, the champion.
What you gonna say? You got a jersey on next?
Jersey. The champion would be dope. The champion, that's mesh with the slim look around the shoulders.
I had the Black Bulls Michael Jordan one.
He got the joint hanging over the shoulder. Come on, bro. That's probably Reebok on top of it.
It's really poured over into the radio show. Damn.
Come on, Nick V. Come on, man.
Nick V, just take a lap.
Nick, you're good.
Just take a lap real quick.
No, I ain't gonna do that. I was gonna say something, but I'm just cracking jokes. I'm just cracking. It might not be taken as jokes, so I ain't gonna say it.
You got anything, Dame?
No, man. I just feel bad for Nick V. The man just wearing his favorite player's jersey, and
it's a rite of passage, I guess.
Maybe washed it too many times.
I gotta say,
turn the bill off.
That's what it is. It's never fun being yelled at in front of the class.
Oh man,
it's probably a Kevin Martin jersey too.
Oh man, what Kevin Martin do to anybody?
Nothing. Sometimes he's in the chat.
That's right.
Not really, but.
Oh man. All right. Jesse's right. You guys got to win some.
Please.
Games,
please.
You guys.
WrestleMania's far enough to where like it's not gonna fix it. It's not gonna fix it.
You guys got to win.
WrestleMania is after the playoffs start, huh?
WrestleMania is like the
20th. Yeah.
WrestleMania is damn near in May.
That's
WrestleMania gonna be Memorial Day weekend before we know it.
Oh, that'll be fire. But that's right because
I do not think it would.
They moved it. Triple H moved it because he didn't win it with the final
tournament.
four.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's right.
There's
too many damn days off between these games too.
What games?
Tournament.
It's normal.
I know that. It's too many. It's too long.
No, Thursday to Friday.
No, I need Friday at 11:30 to get here. That's what I need.
Oh, it's 11:30. We gonna watch it live?
Yeah, we're watching that game live, pal.
That was gonna go crazy,
yeah,
bro.
We're watching that game live.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean Friday. Mike Bibby will be with us. I'll be honest. We've talked to Mike a number of times. He's in a different position. Still, let's just all cross our fingers. I've lived this life with Mike before. He's got Ryan, and he's got our whole crew over at Sac State who will. I think he's at his daughter's volleyball tournament. I guess his daughter is just a badass when it comes to volleyball.
Okay.
And so he's at a tournament. Man, I think they told us in Atlanta. I can't remember where, but Mike is scheduled to be with us at 1 on Friday.
There we go.
So that's in addition to Kyle Madsen and Eddie Gonzalez and the normal crew that's with us on Friday. We're probably gonna fire James from Friday.
Oh no!
Yeah, let him have his Fridays off. He's always getting asked to go to a cabin or go to something. It's like, James, just go, James. Have a drink. It'll be fine. Who's this team's serious question? Who's this team's most likable player?
Malik Monk.
You sure?
No,
Yeah,
no.
Like I said,
Keon Ellis.
That's who I think it is too.
It's definitely Keon.
Keon Ellis is like the innocent ones. Like, he hasn't been corrupted yet. We still got Keon.
Keon doesn't even frustrate anybody. I was gonna say Keegan, but Keegan, like, even for the diehard Keegan fans, like, they get frustrated with him sometimes, or maybe not. They just make excuses.
Well, no, I think I think expectations are the difference. There was an expectation of growth, maybe damn near superstardom or stardom or something that hasn't quite taken place the way I think people wanted it. With Keon is a nice, pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Now, if Keon signs a contract,
things change.
Everything, which is the wildest thing to me.
It is.
Y'all, it is not your money. You do not have to be that emotionally invested in it. But as soon as a contract is signed, boy, you are looked at differently.
Well, look, a little bit. I halfway joke. I'm talking about they hated Monk a week ago, but we kind of see it with Malik. When Malik was just, we found him. We love him. He's the heart and soul of this team. And then for I don't know how long, weren't people talking about Mike needs to start him?
Yeah.
And now
go back.
Get him back on the bench. That's where we need him. But he signed that contract.
I love just the casual. He's better off the bench. he's better off the bench. No, like, you hoes have been screaming for this for 17 months. And after 10 games, he's just better off the bench. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. We got to make a change. Keon's got to be in the starting lineup. I've seen enough. God damn it. I have seen enough. Keon needs to be in the starting lineup. All right, dog. Y'all want what's different. That's it.
That's what it comes down
That's
to.
it. Y'all just want what is different.
That's
because you think different is going to mean better. It's the trade deadline. It's the draft. It's free agency. You think different means better.
Malik took a pay cut to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Okay.
I think he could have got more elsewhere. It might not.
He probably could have. Well, the hell it couldn't have.
It ended up being a great.
That man would be the 6th seed right now if he had taken a couple more dollars from Detroit, who I think is the team that offered him a chunk of money.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a ton more than Sacramento,
right.
But who am I to judge what a lot more money is and what not a lot more money
they
is?
Didn't have pizza guys there
either. Well, who knows how? Maybe the pizza guys balanced out
Could
the
be.
contract difference.
Could be the case.
But yeah, we might need to dead that. It's factually accurate. I do believe he took less money.
Well, what else you call it?
The amount of less money, I think, is probably up for determination. Probably up for conversation.
More money. Is Detroit with $20 more compared to Sacramento with 20 less?
You could be in the general vicinity. Yeah, that's why pizza guy stepped up and said, "No, we can't let this
cover
guy
the rest of that."
I'm a pizza guy.
Say people telling us something. It was like Malik gonna get $100 million, 4 years, $100 million. Didn't they say 120 at one point?
He was a $24 million man.
People were talking about maxing out. All right, man.
Now
these are the same people trying to.
Now y'all want him back on the bench. Now you want him back on the bench so Keon Ellis could start.
Look, it's all misdirected anger.
That's all. That's really what it is.
Like, you're mad at Monty McNair and Vivek and those guys. That's how we got here.
It's everyone's trying to problem solve. How do we fix this issue? And I really don't hear a lot of people talk like we do. Like, hey, maybe the team just isn't good enough. We were wrong. Like our expectations going. We were just wrong.
Mhm.
Not many people are doing that. It's like, well, Keon needs to start.
They're right there though. Like there's still a the playoffs are still a visibility somehow, some way. And it's like if you're a fan, how can you not like, hey, if we make this one little change, maybe it can get you these 5 wins to get you in the plan. And
I don't blame none of them. I don't blame anybody for doing that. You're trying to. Jesse was just saying we're 72 games into this. So effing what? You've got 10 left. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
What are we doing? The next 10 games, what are we doing? Because as you just said, it's all right there in front of you. They brought it up on the broadcast last night. Your final game of the year is against the Phoenix Suns. That game could be to get into the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
That game could be for home court. That game could be for everything or nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like
the next 10, the first 72 last night doesn't matter. The first 72 games don't matter. Hell, I said, be Russell Wilson. Just beat the Blazers, and then figure it out from there.
Gotta win that game, and then like
you've lost 4 in a row. Don't think past Thursday.
Go ahead, Jessica.
We're still of the belief. Just checking in, us 3, I guess, because I don't think it's too popular. But the Kings should be doing everything they should be trying to do to get into the playoffs, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So. Instead of thinking about a draft pick,
just get to the playoffs.
So the thing with that too. I asked James earlier, and he can break it down maybe when he's on later, because he did break it down like in a macro level about what you're able to do. But I'm not certain like what I want. Like, and we're all in agreement here. You get the pick because people are like, oh, you're gonna lose your pick this year in a deep draft. And I understand that. But I kind of just want this.
If you make the playoffs, you lose the pick. Yeah.
I want this trade stuff to be done with.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think that could open up so much more for what you can do to improve this team, if that's what you're trying to do, or just being able to have your picks moving forward to draft them instead of being held up and having to worry about some stuff. I kind of feel that way. I kind of make the play-in or playoffs, hopefully, like you said, or do whatever you do. You lose the pick. It sucks, but at least you have that from over your head. You don't have to deal with that anymore. And you can deal with stuff accordingly. Mm-hmm. Because if I have this correctly, if they miss the play-in playoffs, keep the pick, then they can't do anything with 27, 28.
If they say that again, if they miss the playoffs and keep the pick.
If they keep the pick, I said all this other. If they keep the pick, they can't trade 27 and 28 because they're undetermined because the parameters on there.
Right.
So you try to, I don't know if you should even be trying to do this, but you try to add to your team this year, this summer. You don't even have first round picks to work with outside of who you may draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think you're in a better position where if you don't have the pick this year and you go into this summer trying to make deals or just plan out your future, I think that then opens up 28 at the very least. I don't think it opens up, or excuse me, it opens 27 and 28. Because if you lose it this year, you have to have it next year. Right? You can't go 2 straight years.
Right. Yeah, they haven't been able to trade it.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah, they'll have it.
The only thing that scares me with this team making playoffs is everyone kind of looking around. All right, guys, we did it. We made playoffs. See you next year. We'll try to do it again. Like, this team doesn't need changes no matter what.
No, I think
front office roster needs to look a lot different no matter what.
I think we're having 2 separate conversations. I think you're 100% right. Still want them to make the playoffs.
I do too.
No, that's where I'm at too. But it's just, that's a fear, I guess. It's like, all right, guys, we made like the organization thing. We made playoffs. We did it. Monty, you're good. And we're just gonna make some tweaks. Like this is beyond tweaks, I think.
Well, I mean, I hear you. I hear some interesting things about Monty, but to me, you got rid of part of the problem went to Utah.
Which problem couldn't close deals?
Heck, that might be a collective.
Yeah.
And I don't really love the idea of Monty's the analytics guy and the other guy
No,
you bring in is the draft.
I agree.
Like, okay,
I
then
agree.
wait, which one's the GM and who's making the decisions?
I think
Like,
Monty was the draft guy.
like the trade, who's talking to agents, blah blah blah.
I think that was Wes.
It's just you need one guy to do all the jobs.
I hear you.
Well, then we get into and I don't mean to keep stomping on the guy because I like him, but then you think you got a deal done and somebody comes in and is like, I don't like this guy.
Well, there's that too.
You know what I mean? Like, we can't have that no more.
Which mean you talking about Doug?
Mike. Well, that's what was going on before.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
all right, well,
yeah.
Monty did his job here with the analytics, and we think player X is good. I've talked to the GM. I think we got something in place. What you think, Mike? I don't like him. Don't do it. All right. All right.
I just don't know. Like, Wes is a problem. No, I just don't buy buying. Like, all right, Wes is gone. Let's go to work now.
That's one part of the issue.
Yeah.
And then who knows? You might have a Vivek issue.
Okay, so that's the true problem we have. There's no issue, it's issues. And when you talk about Wes, well, there's another one, and it's Monty, and this
is the Las Vegas Raiders. Mark Davis not making right decisions left and right and all that. Like, it's just you're kind of hoping you make the right one.
Could be.
Yeah,
it could be. Pete Carroll, come on down.
Larry
Brown's going to coach the Sacramento Kings next year.
Shout out LB, man. He'll make it. Man. The other thing about this, and this is just me personally, other people may not care. You know, the Nick V's, the securing the 12th picks. They probably don't care about all this. But it's a lot of fun living around here when there's some playoff games. You know, and I know I'm fortunate enough to be able to go to the games because of the media situation, but just being around Doco, being in this city, you know, give us 2 weeks of playoff basketball around here, man. That was a lot of fun a couple years ago. I'd like to experience that again. You know what I'm saying? And even if you're, who cares? They're getting swept by OKC, maybe so, probably so. That's fine. But I want to see a home game at the Golden One Center. You know, I want to see. I was looking at it the other day. I forgot what they called it, but when they blocked off L Street and had people watching out there on the big screen.
Watch party.
Yeah. I thought that was really cool a couple years ago. I want to see that. Hell, I thought, and I was kind of surprised by this. I didn't know what to expect. It was popping last year for that playing game at the Golden One Center. That was a playoff atmosphere when they were able to get that win against the Warriors. So, yeah, man, I want to see all that.
Well, it's not just that. Like, playoffs is good for, like, the Sacramento Kings. Like, you still, like, need to make changes and all that. But I'm of the belief, like, still winning kind of kills all. And I think changes perspective a bit. Like, not saying keep Monty around if you make playoffs. Not what I'm saying at all. But it's just, I think this perspective's a lot different if you're coming off of a playoff year needing to retool rather than missing out.
Yeah. I know that's an unpopular outlook, and people will hear that and say, "Oh, you're just happy being in a playing." Nobody's saying that, but this is what we're faced with right now.
No, I'm happy for them to have an opportunity to be in the playoffs.
It's old school, but I still think winning is better than losing. No matter if you tank now and you get a better draft, I think you're better off suited winning.
And you heard it here
the
first.
Guys got to make
winning is better than losing.
It's legit what it is, and the guys you hire got to make the decisions after that, the right decisions. They got to draft the right guys. That's how you do this.
That's it.
That's fact.
Like it's simple.
Yeah, like I said, man, there are people who probably disagree, but I think those things matter. You know what I'm saying? Like Jesse talked about winning. Like I said, being in this city and seeing it, you know, hyped up for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And if that's the only, hopefully, obviously, we all wanted more. But if it's just those 2 weeks, then it's just those 2 weeks. All right, cool.
I get it, but tanking is like excuses for your incompetence. I feel like I get the reason because you've given up on who's calling the shots and all that.
You can't incompetently tank. That's the other part. Like, I don't think people talk about. Like, if you're going to take that approach, you have to have a plan. And I think tanking is a term we use for like losing or sitting guys late in the season, and I saw an article today I didn't click on. I think it was on ESPN.com that said we could see one of the greatest tanking stretches ever over the next 10 games. It's like, okay, tanking, losing, right? Like tanking almost has this like really broad definition. So we're talking about these final 10, 11, 12 games, depending on who you are, sitting certain guys, maybe not putting the best roster out there, trying to lose game to improve your draft status. That's not what Kings fans are talking about, though. They're talking about tearing this thing apart and going on a multi-year rebuild. That takes competence. You can't just go out there and lose games. Right. You can't just sell off Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox or Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. You need to have a plan with what you're willing to acquire for those guys, a plan for who you're willing to pay and play, a plan for your head coach. Is this head coach going to see you through the tank and into the next phase of this? Or you're just going to use them to get through this phase, fire him, and then go find the guy you want? Right. So I have another thing I was thinking about. This job has now become one of the least appealing jobs in the NBA.
The head coaching job?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Like, we could talk about what the front, like, if you want to fire Monty McNair, cool. Like, fine, I don't care. But do whatever you want to with the front office. Keep them, fire them, whatever. Oh, the new front office might come in and they might not want Doug. Okay. Think about that for a second. You don't want Doug Christie? Cool. Go do a coaching search. And you find someone who wants to be here. You find someone who wants to be inside. Go ahead. Go talk to Steve Clifford. Go see if he wants to be here.
You think you can get
Go talk to Mark Jackson. See if he wants to return to coaching after how many years has it been? Damn near 10?
A long time.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe Jeff Van Gundy is itching to do it. Come on, man. I don't think so. Like, that might be who you're talking about, but all I did right there is I named 3 guys with different names, but they're all the same thing. It's the George Karl garbage all over again. George Karl was washed before he got here. He came in here and took the money. Everybody outside of this goddamn city knew it was a mistake. You had all these pom-pom holders on the other radio station talking, oh, George Karl, oh, what a move by this organization. Okay, dude. How'd that work out for everybody? Right. That's Jeff Van Gundy. That's Mark Jackson. That's Steve Clifford. Those are the caliber coaches that you're going to get if Doug Christie isn't your guy, because you have destroyed this job. This job, when Mike was here, when you hired Mike and went through that process, that job was appealing. Yeah, De'Aaron, there was something there you could see. Visible, tangible. What are you taking over right now?
A mess.
Billy Donovan's calling people, don't do it. You don't want to do this. Yeah, no, the Sacramento Kings job is now bad.
Absolutely. 100%.
Is it naive to think you could hire a GM and he could have a plan and maybe you convince, like, I don't know.
Yep, it is.
And then all this other stuff, like I said, I'm for whatever's gonna get them winning basketball games. That's cool. If it's tanking, then it's tanking. It's
See,
cool.
and here's this is what I'm talking about. Kyle says Dallas tanked, drafted Lively, went to the finals. No, dog, they didn't. They lost games at the end of the season. It's not the same thing. That's not what Kings fans are asking for. They're not asking to lose games at the end of the season. They're asking to blow up this roster.
And who the hell is Kyrie and Luka on this team? Who are they? We know y'all don't think it's Zach LaVine or DeRozan. Where's Kyrie and Luka on this team?
Keon Ellis.
You know what I'm saying? It's just the tanking. And like I said, there's ways to go about it. I'm not saying one is right or wrong, but it just really comes off as very lazy, a lazy thought process, because it's identifiable. You lose, you get a high pick. Like possibly, right? Nothing is that cut and dry. It's very intricate. You look at OKC. They're not where they are just because they tanked. They're where they are because they dedicated themselves to a certain degree to not winning at all for 2-3 years, not playing SGA full seasons for 2 years, and then just acquiring as many assets as possible. Like, that's just acquiring whoever we can.
With massive trade assets that they had. Russell Westbrook, Paul George, they had that stuff.
They had that. The Kings don't have
And
that.
the greatest hostage situation in the history of the NBA, the Paul George to the Clippers deal. They could have gotten the Intuit Dome built in Oklahoma City if they wanted to, because the Clippers were so desperate to not. They really believed Kawhi was going to the Lakers. They really bought it. And Kawhi got what he wanted.
You think Kawhi would have went there without Paul George?
Yes. He was not. I do not believe for 2 seconds he was going to the Los Angeles Lakers. I told you this story before. I had heard it Summer League the year before from Duke's basketball coach that Kawhi's getting traded to Toronto. This was, you look at the timeline. This was a week before the deal was done, maybe longer. Kawhi's going to Toronto and he's signing with the Clippers next year. Like, he wants to go play for the Clippers.
And I know
there was no talks of Paul. There was no talks of Paul George that summer.
I know they would know, but the thought process also might have been, I'm gonna go to the Clippers and we'll find a way to get another person with me. It might not have been Paul George specifically, but if you and you get to the point,
the point is, I don't think he was going to the Lakers.
Fair.
Maybe now Toronto had just won the title. Maybe there was a real fear he'd go back to Toronto, but that didn't seem like a thing at all.
I feel like the Kawhi representation told him, go get Paul George.
But yeah,
or
for
else
sure,
I'm not coming.
Because that's where he wanted to play. And if that was the move, if that was the leverage move, then so be it. But it is more than anything else. Kawhi Leonard is why the Oklahoma City are where they are.
Facts. 100%.
If Kawhi Leonard had been a free agent a different year, or if he had just gotten traded to the Clippers, the Oklahoma City Thunder, as we know it right now, would not exist.
Or if he would have been good going to the Lakers.
Right. Which I
do
not believe that he was.
Yeah, so it's just, I don't want to say it's not successful or doesn't work or doesn't have its benefits. I just think people who are just like blow it up and tank, it's just a lazy way of thinking. There's so many more aspects to building a team than just being bad and accumulating draft picks.
I just saw the time. We'll come back. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Yeah, and Cole's right. Okay, see, wasn't even that bad that long.
Well, once again, they were also willing to take on a guy like Chris Paul, who at that time was looked at as washed and wasn't going to be there or whatever. And they ended up being good. He helped SGA, and he found a way to kind of remain competitive for a little bit until they could accumulate all those assets. I think it was only like 2 or 3 years where they were like down. It wasn't that long at all. My first thought, I thought about that earlier too. My first thought, I got another clip too, by the way, is maybe Eddie if it's not too difficult. Yeah. And it might, every Friday, it might always be Eddie. It might be Kyle, or it might be, something like that, or something funny. But the plan, the hope would be everything else is put together, and then we just slide in Friday that afternoon or something like that. Sounds good.
content, people.
COE.
You're gonna watch the show one way or another. I'll tell you that. Whether you like it or not.
God damn it, you're gonna watch the show.
Damn, they've been in OKC for 17 years. That's crazy. Is that right? Wow. Oh yeah, I guess KD, right? Man. Wow.
Of those 17 years, how many years do you think they have a top 10 player in the world?
Oh man, good
When
question.
did Katie start being a top 10 player?
Huh?
So when did Katie start being a top 10 player?
Probably the first year they got there.
Well, then there's that year.
I'll say the second year.
Those years.
Because Russ was there the first year, right?
Yeah.
He never played in Seattle.
Yeah, Russ.
So I'll say Katie's third year.
So then there's a lull after Russ, right? Or
I mean,
after Russ leaves,
I mean, yeah, Chris Paul probably wasn't still a top 10 player at the time.
And SGA
and
just
then
started.
SGA wasn't,
SGA just started maybe 2 years ago.
He was the emerging talent.
SGA's had 3 years.
Yeah,
I would say of being that. So they probably had like 2 years
Where they weren't or didn't have one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
2 years where they didn't have one.
Must be nice.
Is DeMarcus the only Kings top 10 player ever?
Ever?
Yeah.
Nah, Mitch and C-Web.
Oh, Mitch. Yeah.
C-Web was there.
Chris was. Yeah, Chris was a top 10 guy.
In 1 year, I know everybody keeps. I don't remember it being this loud, but I think didn't Peja finish?
You
rather
literally
high?
say that all of the time.
It was-
I don't even know if that's.
Peja was like a top 3 MVP candidate when you wasn't he?
That's what everybody always said. I don't
know. He finished fourth.
That's okay. What's your problem? What's your deal?
He finished.
Oh, he finished fourth. Well, actually.
Well, it's different than top 3.
Hey, that's crazy. He finished fourth.
Hey, that's good enough for
That
top
is-
10 that year.
An MVP.
That is crazy.
That was 0304 or 04.
That's it. No, you got it. 0304. He was that was his all-star year. He was an
Wow, what was
all-star
his
3 years in a row. 24.2 points per game. 92% from the free throw line. Looks like that led the league. 43% from 3.
Wow.
48% from the field. 6 rebounds, 2 assists.
I don't know if he's on the starting 5, but he definitely makes the team. He's one of the most underrated players ever, huh? Nobody talks about Peja Stojakovic besides people in Sacramento.
Okay.
Because it was quick.
Retired third.
All
on
right.
threes, though.
3 years.
Okay, wait a second. Okay, everybody, this stops now.
Oh,
What?
He's turning heel.
This
He's turning
stops
heel
now.
now. Hey,
Whose side are you on?
we're just trying to have a little fun. The team is ass. We're just trying to have some fun here.
Peja Stojakovic got a vote. That's how he finished fourth.
Fourth is fourth.
Kevin
Fourth is
Durant
fourth.
got 120. Tim Duncan was second.
So there was
Jermaine O'Neal
Jermaine O'Neal was going crazy.
was third.
He was going crazy that year.
And Peja Stojakovic got 1 first place vote.
Fourth is fourth. I'm on the list, brother.
He finished with
I'm on the list.
He finished with more voting points than Kobe Bean Bryant,
Oh.
Maybe he's overrated.
Shaquille O'Neal, and
0304.
a young
That's
LeBron
crazy.
James.
That's 0304. That was the year they went to the finals.
Peja
The Lakers
Stojakovic.
went to the finals that year.
Peja
That's crazy.
Peja Stojakovic received 281 voting points. Kobe Bryant received 212. Shaquille O'Neal received 178. Kevin Garnett received 1,219.
But still top 10 player that year. No?
Fourth place. And Well, no, he was a top 10 player for the
Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why we keep trying to put this guy over, and you keep hitting him with a steel chair like he's
No.
Mick Foley.
You're telling me Peja Stojakovic is a top 10 player in the league. If we're going season by season, okay, this season, who are the top 10 players? Does the King fall into that?
Well, this spawned from TCG in the chat saying 17 years in Oklahoma City, only 4 they've been under 500.
But KD is a regular top 10 player in the league.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
Russell
how many
Westbrook
seasons,
same way.
How many seasons did they have a top 10? Like
I went by, like 2.
I went by year. Like every year, you go. Do they have a top 10 player this year? Yes. Do they have one this year? If
but
KD
did you do it?
8 of them, then
but did you go? Okay, Kevin Durant was a top 10 player this year. He was a top 10 player. No, you went. Okay, how long was Kevin Durant there? 8 years. Well, he was a top 10 player all of those years.
Yeah, but that's still year by year. Like I even said, the first year,
so
the first year of OKC, they didn't have one.
Everybody, no. I just tell me that Peja Stojakovic was a top 10 player
that season.
That season he was. I said when they first got the first,
because we counted
the first year they got to OKC. I said no, they didn't have one. I counted that as a no.
This is life this offseason.
Guys, everyone, we gotta go home, guys. D'Lo said we can't play no more.
Hey, you know what I watched last night? Just randomly, it was like 15 minutes.
24 points per game, man.
It was.
That's his most by far.
I watched a.
Hey guys, he finished 16th in the 2001.
Hey, what are you
2002
doing
season.
right now?
I'm just telling you,
top 20 player in the league, top 20. And we maybe would have won that series if he was there. Remember, he didn't play the first 5 games.
Well, man, let's blow the whole thing up because Mike Bibby finished 16th too.
This is like when Shawn Michaels super kicked Hulk Hogan. I couldn't believe it.
They each got 1 voting point.
I don't think it used to be with SB Nation. I don't think it's with them anymore because my buddy used to work for them. And they've changed their name to something else, but I think they got all the archive. They do a really good job. Have you seen those like history of the beef?
Oh, they're
videos?
called.
Sorry,
no, hold on.
Wait, dude, that's what they're called. Wait a minute. Wait.
Hey,
what's the?
Because I know exactly what you're talking about. But being impartial as I am, that's a flag. That's a flag.
Wait a minute.
No, that's the game. That's a whole penalty right there. 10 yards.
What's the video?
They used to be
They're called Secret Base now. That's the name of the
they got
company
all
or whatever.
archive.
Yeah,
they do great videos. And they have like a rewind.
You got to pay
series.
for them?
No, it's on
No.
YouTube.
Oh,
a different one.
okay. I'm just asking.
No, they got like history of Chris Paul versus Rajon Rondo,
Yeah.
like when they were
Good
feuding
job.
against each other.
Nice. Very good. Very good.
They kill it. They kill it. But they have one about. I think they got a whole series of collapsing franchises, like dynasties collapsing.
Okay.
And one of them was the Kings in the early 2000s.
Oh,
and
dynasty, man.
Well, just good runs.
I know what you mean.
And I watched. It's like 15 minutes long, and there were some things in there.
They have everything on there.
Whoa, chill, Stephen Browse, chill.
No, he's not wrong technically.
They had some things in there where it was like, maybe I know I didn't remember. Maybe I wasn't tapped in. I was in college a little bit. Man, it got contentious around Sacramento with that team.
Mm.
They were talking about, they had like little clips from articles and stuff like that from the B. Yeah. Weber needs to adjust to this new team. He's not the guy anymore. Weber in the way of Peja at this point. I'm like, oh, damn.
I remember
I didn't know it. It got like that. They were talking about.
Wasn't Marty McNeil that wrote those. I know that.
They were talking about how they had to work through some things as teammates, with Weber coming back.
Mhm.
And I just didn't like, we always look back on that time as the greatest show on court. Everybody got along. And I think they had great relationships, but there was just more friction than maybe I realized. More friction than I remembered. And it was good. I would suggest people go check it out because they did a really good job breaking down everything all the way. And what they did was they talked about how it was built, and they had Adelman, Petrie, Christie, all those guys, and they went till they were all gone. So they just broke it down until, and one by one, they would always go back to this collage they have, and they would, X out one person.
Like the end of the Sandlot.
Right. They would X out a person that got traded, and obviously Petrie was the last one, and Vivek gets on there. They talk about new ownership came in, and he made this pick or whatever, but then Petrie was gone, and that was the end of it. It also reminded me that people talking about just sell, Vivek, just sell. Ownership is garbage. This is proof that ain't always the answer. He could sell, and you get another bad owner.
You could sell to Vivek.
You get another bad owner. So the fact that everybody thinks that's just the answer. Yeah. If we sell, everything will be great. This franchise was sold before. And now you're complaining about the person it was sold to. That could happen again.
Selling
franchise has been sold a couple times.
I don't think selling's the answer. Like I said the other day, there's so many teams out there with an owner that just does not know what he's doing as far as making sports decisions. But
anyone think Ted Leonsis is a good owner?
I don't even know who that is.
He owns the Wizards.
Oh,
he
hell
still
no.
owns the Wizards, though? I didn't even know. Yeah.
It was like Sarver had the Suns in the finals.
I mean, he owns the hockey team too that won the what is their name? The Generals? The Capitals. Yeah.
Shout out Ovechkin, catching Gretzky, 5 away.
Joe, you're a little too happy about that. Like you got
that's big time. Gretzky is like
it's too.
Wait, what did you just say? I was talking. No, who'd you just say? The secondary ref. If you got him,
got friction with Gretzky.
Oh no, hell no. As a matter of fact, that's a double tech. You're done. You're done. No. Don't disrespect the ref like that.
Let's get Ross in here. 916-909-1320. Ross, what up, baby?
Fellas, good to hear you. You guys covered a lot. I feel like I could talk for 30 minutes on covering what you said, but mainly just to tie what you were talking about with that old team and Peja, that's what I want this city to see. That's why I would say go ahead and tank, because we saw some really cool stuff when we took the Warriors to 7, but a lot of kids don't know what it was like back in 2000. It would be a restaurant of 150 people, and you'd have 150 people locked in on the television, turned around watching the game. And we've seen some cool stuff here recently in the last few years, but we haven't really touched that magic that we got back in the day. And that's where I say, you just bite the bullet. This team 6 months ago was salvageable. At this point, I say, go head first in, but I don't think Vivek is going to do that. So my answer is you can Monty, and you don't go for the guy that's going to draft the best. You can hire scouts. You get a guy with connections and respectability and clout, and you just get somebody that can make a trade with 30 teams. Monty just seems like he can only trade with 5-6 teams. Now that he's fired Mike Brown, the NBA hates us. We just need our respectability and our clout back, and it starts with just getting I don't know who the name is. The only name I know available, and obviously this guy's got his issues, but Bob Myers. But tell me Bob Myers don't have connections. Not sure if that's the name, but we need somebody that, got the league's ear.
Appreciate you, Ross. I don't know what issues Bob Myers has other than he's terrible on television.
Just a little goofy on TV.
Yeah, that's it.
King's bringing Bob Myers to
he talks about people, fans being locked in. KC and I had a meeting like 3 years ago at a restaurant and had to tell them to turn the Kings game on. They were airing the Warriors game. They were airing like a nationally televised game. It's like, the Kings are playing. This was Yard House. Yeah. I think it was.
No.
It was someplace.
It was down the street. It was Bennett.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, can we get the Kings game on?
Yeah. Now, I would say, and I understand what Ross is saying, I think that has changed. I think you go around this city right now, they finally got an identity, and maybe that's another reason why people are so upset, because you go to a number of different places, especially downtown, and you see Light the Beam murals, Light the Beam signs. I walk down, one of the things that I do when I go to some of these games, if I'm late and I can't get there early, go park. We got to park. I'm not even there.
Yeah, well, chill out. I was there the other day. Shout out.
I'm not even there no more.
Really?
I'm not even there no more.
They kind of raised it. They raised the prices.
They did. You can catch me on the street.
And these two talking about a secret parking lot, man.
You can catch me on the street.
Okay, like a better spot or
just right next door. Like, why am I going to pay that? And I could just park outside on the street. What you
It's
talking
true,
about?
but it takes you 2 hours to get out.
Jesse,
No.
you okay, hang on 1 second. You live the way you live. You know you have a media credential that gets you into any parking lot.
It's true.
Not about it, but if I'm there late, like if I get there by game time, you ain't parking nowhere.
I did the other night.
Well, that's because you got a guy in that parking garage. You got a guy.
You got a parking guy?
Yeah, he does. Remember?
No,
He talked about this. They like greet him and everything.
Dude, really?
That's why he's not denying it.
No.
Because he knows that's what
No, hold on. I
I
know the answer. Hold on. I got a
talked
question.
about this.
Have you ever driven into a parking garage and given a head nod to the attendant? All right, we got our answer. We got our answer.
Credential.
Nah, because you hesitated. You know.
Where you be parking at? Where you be parking?
I park right off of J. It's the same place off
you
of
go there
5.
at 7:00.
Yes.
And you don't go all the way to the top?
Nope.
See what I'm saying?
No, I do it the other way. I go to the bottom.
Off of J, where the movie theater is?
No. Off of 5. When you get off 5, right when you take J Street, you turn right.
Yeah.
I turn right into that garage right there, just so I can
old
get
Macy's joint? That's the one that has. That's what I'm talking about.
No, it's not Macy's. It's not down J Street.
Yeah,
it's that
you turn
J
off.
Street exit.
You make the right.
You turn right,
and then when you pass,
and
the
then you
Holiday Inn,
immediately
make
turn
a
left.
When you pass, the
That's the
Holiday Inn.
That's not the Macy's one. The Macy's one's further down, isn't it?
No, that's the Macy's.
Okay,
And
well
they've
then
got-
it's the Macy's,
and that one takes forever to get out of. Too.
Oh yeah, it does.
Not when I leave.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. But
not when I leave.
I was trying to
no.
get out of the Macy's one time. I was like, yeah, we're gonna turn the car off. And
yeah,
sit here
no,
for a
that
bit.
was. I said I can't come back here again. I got to go to a different. If I'm gonna leave like right after the game, like I can't do that. But the whole point is like, yeah, I'm back I'm on the street. But I walk down K Street to get to the arena, and every place that's open that has TVs, all on the Kings games, like from the crest all the way down. They all on the Kings game. You ain't got to worry about that no more. You know what I'm saying? So they've been able to do that. But like Ross was saying, man, I'd love for like a run, to happen. Like what we saw 2 years ago, that was special. There was a lot of built up energy for that one. So that's why that happened. But man, I'd love to see the team go on a run and win a series or two. And I'm not gonna anybody that thinks tanking is the answer for that. I'm not gonna tell you like you're wrong for that. Because there are a number of different answers. There's a number of different ways to get there. I'm just saying it's not always just as simple as that. That's all I would say.
Well, we didn't solve anything.
Well, I mean, the idea of hiring a general manager who can talk to other general managers and make deals doesn't sound like a bad idea from Ross either.
Man, that sounds like a hell of an idea, to be honest with you. And I don't know. Someone brought that. Let's just hire one.
Well, there's that. Do you think that's part of the reason why Wes was here? Well, technically he still is here.
To meet with teams?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do.
I understand the thought process, but I don't think they were aware of the problems that could create. Like
Well,
if you have a GM that you like his outlook on evaluating basketball and basketball players and building a team, cool.
Hire him for a different job.
That's true too.
I would love to know Vivek's thought process hiring those guys and what the reasoning was.
I feel like it might have been as simple as that. Like this
Might have
guy is good at. I believe in him. Putting together something that could build a team, but he doesn't have the relationships that a guy like Wes has. And I could use Wes as the relationship guy, and be able to facilitate trades and work with agents. And
Maybe Wes should have been the GM and Monty should have been the assistant.
maybe so. Like I know
Either way it didn't work, but
I know we think Wes isn't good, and that's fine too. But just maybe that should have been the case. You know what I mean? Like Monty, you being assistant. Now maybe Monty was like, I was an assistant in Houston. I'm not gonna come here to do the same job. This is supposed to be an upgrade. So maybe that's how you got him in the building or what. I don't know. But to your point, it's a mess. Just have one, regardless of who it is or who you think is the right guy. Just have the one guy.
there's people who can do both out there. Analytics and talk to GMs.
That's crazy, Jesse. That's crazy.
Can you get him here though?
Hey, we'd like to offer you millions on top of millions of dollars for you to run the show here. We want you to fix it. We suck.
How many millions?
I don't know. How many do you want?
And millions.
Now you're talking. I want 15 million a year.
Oh, sir, sit down.
All right, Bob Myers, come on down.
That's what I'm.
I don't care the price, but I don't care how much money Vivek spends. I don't give a damn. Just write the check and get him here.
Who's the highest paid general manager?
Pay him 20 if you want.
Well, it's got to be your boy. Well, he's not the
Pat.
general manager, but
Pat Riley. I think didn't we look at Pat? He makes
I
like
think we
$8 million
did.
a year or something.
I thought it was 13.
Oh, if it's 13, then yes.
Wasn't
Give me
maybe
15.
that's wrong. I thought someone was making around 13 million, but I could be wrong. Didn't they say Bob wanted
You looked it up
25 to
recently.
stay? Didn't they say Bob wanted 25 to stay with the Warriors?
I think I heard that too. I think I heard that.
RC Buford gets 10 million a year.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Spurs GM.
You want to talk to Bob Myers? We're starting at 15.
Okay. What does it say? What he made?
No, I'm just going by.
Oh,
He said
okay.
RC Buford makes 10. That's how you get a guy like that in here.
Can you make it performance based?
Nope, because other teams don't do that, Dame.
Yeah, that's true.
We're gonna be normal this time.
That's true.
RC Buford.
You think Bob would stay for a while? Because that's the other thing. Like, get someone who is here. Like, as a shoot, someone who is here.
Yo, RC Buford is the Dak Prescott of general managers.
Oh no!
What you mean?
I'm not, well, no,
oh, because of
he's
Pop.
won.
Oh.
Well, no, he's won. But RC Buford makes $10 million.
Okay.
Number 2 is David Griffin at 5.8.
Oh, well, wait. What's Pat? Well,
That feels
Pat's
Dak
not, I guess
Prescott
Pat's
too.
not a general manager.
David Griffin being number 2 feels like Dak Prescott too.
Yeah, maybe so, but at least he's in the vicinity of everybody else.
The crazy thing, RC Buford
10
making
million.
10 million. What?
Maybe he facilitated.
Doesn't Pop have final say? I mean,
More.
Pop has a title. Is it like director of player personnel or something like that? He had a title outside of being the Spurs head coach.
You know who 3 and 4 are?
Did you say Griff was second?
That's what I'm saying.
5.8. You want to know? You know who's tied for third?
I do not.
Rob Pelinka at $5 million.
Okay.
Feels fair, I guess.
Nico Harrison at $5
Oh
million.
no!
They're tied.
Maybe don't pay a GM. It feels like a mistake. Don't pay anybody. Hey, you want to do this job for free?
Oh man.
Nico got $5 million to run the Dallas Mavericks, huh?
Who's Brad Stevens get?
Brad Stevens is, I think I just saw him. Maybe I didn't.
I would bet you Brad's not public.
That's probably what it is.
I would bet you Brad's not public because Brad doesn't have an agent.
They only have 18.
Brad's wife is a lawyer, and she negotiates his contract, so it doesn't have to become public.
They only have 18 names on here.
Okay.
So
We heard it here first. If you want to be a GM here, you're not getting a paycheck. You're doing this for the love of the game.
well, damn near, because 18 is Will Dawkins with the Wizards at 1.3.
Oh man, poverty. You imagine Kenny living off of 1.3 million?
I'd be rich.
Our brother would never make it.
I'd be rich. I'm not now. So yeah, I'd be rich.
Imagine Kenny taking a pay cut to become the general manager of the Sacramento Kings. That's crazy. Crazy.
Let me see, because now they're talking about Daryl Moore.
I can't wait for Jill Adge's general manager search podcast to return.
We thought we had gotten rid of it, not in a bad way, but we thought we had moved on.
Jill thought she had years that she wouldn't have to put this podcast together again. No. No.
Yeah. One of the headlines from that Kings video is Boo Birds sending Weber to the brink. They were booing him when he came back from a torn meniscus.
Yeah.
They were booing him. Oh, come on, Kings fans.
Yeah, it wasn't as rosy as we like to remember.
Yeah.
And we don't even know if anyone actually mowed Chris's lawn.
Oh, they probably didn't. They probably didn't. They were some shysters after a while. Then Vlade left. Vlade willingly left and went to the Lakers.
Well, he willingly left once. Let's get Sam in here, see what he's talking about. 916-909-1320. Sam, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're good, Sam. How you doing, man?
So, good. Here's my take. Would you rather have the 12th pick in the lottery, already knowing that somewhere in your G League, whether it be Mason or whoever, is equivalent to that 12th round pick, your 12th lottery pick? Or would you rather win the play-in game, which may win you a playoff game, which will win you 100% community support? I think there's no question. I would not be throwing this season in, and I would be throwing everything I have to win a play-in game because I have enough people in the G League that will be the 12th round pick. So, hey guys, have a good day. I appreciate you and everything goes on.
No, I appreciate you, Sam. Good luck out there too, big dog.
Sky River.
Yeah, man.
Sam out there, Sky River. Give me the playoff game, man. I want to go to the playoffs. Lose 0-4 to the Thunder. I don't care. Just give me the playoffs.
I want to go to the play. And like I said, maybe, other people, they're just too smart, to see the value in that. And I'm wrong. We're wrong. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. I want to go to the playoffs. I'll worry about the other stuff later. I want to go to the playoffs this year. Simple as that.
Nerds want the 12th pick. Come back. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get this prize picks when we get back.
12th pick might not be a G Leaguer, but let my guy Sam live.
Let him live.
I'm not going to do it.
Poor Nick V. We ain't seen him since Kenny told him about his jersey. That man probably went straight to the mall to get a new one.
Good.
I seen Nick V reply to himself once in the chat.
All right, that's a little crazy.
Things Abel and them caught him too.
Has anybody watched Beyond the Gates?
Is that a wrestling thing or?
Nope. It is a soap opera. They're bringing the soap opera back. And even better, at least for me, it's a black soap opera on CBS.
It's called Beyond the Gates?
Yeah. And it is like, I haven't watched it, but I've seen commercials. Jazz has seen it a couple times. I don't know if she's still tapped in. But it's like, it's a little nostalgia. It's like, it looks like Young and the Restless. It's shot like a soap opera. Like, oh yeah, this is good stuff. If I had more time on my hands, I'd watch it. I don't, though.
Just give it season 2 of Paradise already.
I'm worried about
Don't make it 3 years between seasons either.
I'm worried about season 2. The hype might be too much for them to handle.
Nah, they got it. Just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, I'm still looking for a new show right now. Gotta say, too, I never got past episode 3 of Celtic City. Manny, I've seen this one. Maybe I'll check this one out. I've seen a few people talk about this one.
Did you get to Bill Simmons? Is Bill Simmons on there yet?
That's literally when I turned it off.
That'll do it.
I felt like I learned a lot with like the Bill Russell stuff and all that, but after that, I was like, whatever. I don't need to. I know about Larry versus Magic. I'm sure they'll get to Len Bias and stuff. Maybe I'll catch that. Him and Reggie Lewis.
Damn, I forgot about that.
Well, those guys are supposed to take him into the 90s now.
Yeah. Yeah, Reggie was nasty. No doubt the number 1 overall pick after draft day. Draft's in April. It's still a month away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the 24th is day 1, if that's a Thursday.
Green Bay, right?
Mhm.
I feel like we just looked at this.
Yep.
All right. I'll get into it at some point. Well, might not be that long.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I look at it, it's like, just get to the draft. Like, you can't, they got a job, they got to do what they got to do, but
They got a 60-minute live show every day that covers the NFL. That's all they can talk about.
They've said this for the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They still got 4 weeks to go.
What are we talking about? We've been bitching about DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine for a month now.
Well, at least there's new games to talk about.
Shador, he's either going third or falling out the first, depending on what
That
you
is
see.
my favorite thing about the draft is stocks rising and falling like after all of the games have been played and just like all of a sudden, I don't think I like them anymore.
After the games and the workouts.
NFL Network has him going 29th and 1, and Schefter's talking about the Giants aren't like they still could take him even though they got Russ and Jameis. So who knows?
Russ and I do
DeVito.
not know what the Giants are doing. It's baffling.
Well, Jameis is. I don't think Jameis is almost like a camp body. That's the way I look at Jameis. Russ, they're probably
Jameis is a camp body.
Yeah, I don't.
I thought
he'll be the backup. I think
Tommy DeVito was the camp body.
Yeah,
but maybe so. But if they draft Shador, like I do subscribe to the theory that just because you have Jameis doesn't mean you can't draft Shador. Like you can move Jameis to the back of the bus easy.
I think Shador becomes you make Shador the emergency third quarterback all year. I think Dayball has orders like you guys need to win this season.
All right.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the
There
thing.
you go.
But
we ordered him to win. That's going to
because
do it.
signing Russell Wilson and Jameis doesn't make sense. Unless that's what's going on.
Now the other aspect of that is you Cleveland takes Shador, like we had talked about a week ago, and now the Giants get Travis Hunter, and you've got Neighbors, Travis Hunter playing, offense and defense, and you try to, maybe build even more on the interior in the second and third rounds and stuff like that. But you get Travis Hunter, you already got your quarterback. You probably draft a quarterback next year, because Russell Wilson, even if you think he's serviceable, he's getting up there at this point. He isn't getting up there. He's up there at this point. So
I wonder if the Patriots signed Diggs knowing something about Travis. But maybe he's going third or something.
I think everything I've seen so far is he's probably going third. There's no way he's not going 4.
Yeah. Well, now I don't know because they signed Stephon Diggs.
I think they'd still take Travis. And I think his position in the NFL is corner, and he'll moonlight as a receiver from time to time. But his every down position is going to be cornerback. So that's why I say the Patriots could.
Yeah, it's true. They like him. They view him as both. I think a top player at both.
Yeah.
I'll read you something real quick.
Sure.
No one tells a real story, and I'm fine with that. It's unfair in some ways. I don't get enough credit for getting those 3 wins. I get credit for losing. I always say, what if we had lost to Houston in 6? No one cares. One of the things that I'm proud of is we've never been swept. All the coaches that have been swept in the playoffs, my teams achieve. A lot of them overachieve. And I'm proud of that.
Now, you did a really good job reading that quote.
Yeah,
but
we don't
we
need to do
have
that,
the
brother.
audio.
Yeah, he's here.
No, we don't.
Look. No one tells the real story, okay? And I'm fine with that. I really am. I'm fine with that. It's unfair in some ways. I don't get enough credit for getting the 3 wins. I get credit for losing. I get credit for losing. I always say, what if we had lost to Houston in 6? No one cares. No one cares. One of the things that I'm proud of is never being swept. All the coaches have been swept in the playoffs. My team's achieved. A lot of them overachieve, and I'm very proud of that. I am. I'm very proud of that.
Why do all of your characters have this weird like laugh in them? Like Doc has it, Jerry has it.
That's what they do. They laugh when they talk.
If I ever play for Doc Rivers, I'm punching him in the face next time I see him. He is not shied away from ever saying, yeah, these guys suck. Can you believe I got these guys all the way over here? Ben Simmons, you could be first in line to punch Doc Rivers.
He'd miss.
Yeah, probably. Probably wouldn't even take the shot. That's not nice.
That's crazy, though. That's crazy, Doc, saying that.
He threw them all under the bus.
One of the things I've never been swept in the playoffs.
I'm out on Doc Rivers.
Well, he's not out in what way? He's a good coach.
No, he's not. No, he's not, dude.
He is a good coach.
No, you can't be telling me, oh, I won 3 games. Why don't I get? Because you're a loser,
bro.
No, you're a loser.
You call that man a loser?
You can't be talking about I won 3 games. Give me credit for that. You
lost.
lost.
He's insecure. He's obviously insecure about having blown what 3-1 leads. That doesn't mean he's a bad coach. Like Doc Rivers is not a bad coach.
I question your mentality at that point.
He's a good coach.
Yeah, Doc Rivers is not a bad coach. He's insecure about this particular blemish on his record.
Oh wait, Celtics toughest title of all time because they had to win it with that guy.
They
had to win it with that guy. That's why Rondo hated him.
Come on.
Wow.
The best thing he ever did was put $100 bill in the Lakers locker room. No X's and O's, but he put $100 bill in the locker room because they'd be back, I guess.
Oh man, damn. Well, Mark does bring up a good point. Look, Doc Rivers.
That's not a great point, Mark, at all.
Not even
he's a guy.
It's not even a point.
It's not a point.
It's a question.
Doc Rivers, that's a guy that, yeah, he has the 1 championship ring. But really the biggest thing about it is, can you get it done when you need to? We've seen too many times. He hasn't been able to get it done. He's up 3-1. Don't you go sign. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you about winning championships. You don't know nothing about that. You win 3-1. You got to close the deal. That's why I told Sharif when we were up 3. I looked at him. He said, Daddy, go close it out. Close it out because that's what you do. That's what a big man does. Doc Rivers, he wasn't a big man. He was a guard, but he still got to close it out.
Shaq, your son was 3 months old at the time.
That's what he told me. I looked at him. And you still remember? No, I'm going to tell you. You remember I pointed? That's all I pointed. He told
It's
me
just like a never-ending impression.
It's great.
Really?
Yeah. What other show has Doc Rivers
It would
and
be
Shaq on the
great
same
if
show?
it was like 15 seconds, but it's like 4 minutes.
Look,
You guys
everyone's
just
happy.
keep feeding
Look at
into it.
David J. Like it's like 5 crying emojis right there. KC Shaq is the best from TCG. Raul, 3 clapping emojis. The people love it. Gilbert M. Laughing emoji.
Gilbert M. Shout out. What does Nick V think of this?
Ibrahim, D'Lo questioning his life decisions right now. Man.
Oh,
Doc's a good coach. He just says really dumb stuff.
Yeah, him. I don't get credit for the 3 wins.
There's a reason, Doc. Because you lost.
Doc, also, you don't get credit for 3 wins. The
The
goal is to win 4. Like, why are we talking about 3 wins, Doc?
That may be hands down the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard a coach say.
That's pretty.
Doc gets to lock him after the game. All right, fellas. Flops on the chair. We did it. We got 3.
In my Fire the Vest era says Doc still hung up on those oranges. Ain't that the truth?
Doc is just he's turned out to be just unaware that he married a white woman.
Oh my gosh.
Unaware that you need 4 wins to win a series. Just unaware. All right, Doc.
Shout out, Doc.
Oh man.
Speaking of Doc, he's got another battle this season. Dame's got something going on right now.
Yeah.
Get healthy, Dame.
He's got a blood clot in his calf, and no one really knows. He's clearly been dealing with it all year. He's had some calf issues of like, this isn't getting better, like something's wrong. And I guess they did a thorough examination, and that's how they landed here. And now he's doing the blood thinner thing. And I don't I don't know if all blood issues are the same. But we saw Wemby shut down for the year. Different situation, very, very different circumstance. They have not shut down Dame Lillard for the year. Dame has been ruled out indefinitely. Of course, indefinitely could mean this weekend. It could mean not again. I read it wasn't from Chris Haynes, so I don't care what it said. But someone out there was reporting that the Bucks haven't ruled him out, which is obviously like they're hopeful he can return this year. They feel confident that he can return this year, but I don't know, man. That's a tough blow for the Bucks. Yeah, that's just after all that they've. I mean, jokes aside, this team was a disaster to begin the year. Jokes were being fired off, and they've turned it around. Yeah. I feel like they've gotten themselves back into a conversation where it's like, they're not my favorite, but
like you
if Giannis and Dame are there,
yeah, you might not want to see him in the playoffs.
Yeah, and my favorite team is going against them. Like, I don't know, but you take Dame out of that equation, and then it's not a thing to me anymore.
So what do we do now if they lose in the first round again?
I'm just about to ask the question. Is this
an uncomfortable question, but Giannis has said multiple times he has a funny way of doing it. But hey, if we're not winning, they could trade me. I'm not above being traded.
Is this the summer of Giannis?
I don't
think so.
I don't think so, but if you got to know what Dame is, I guess.
Like Dame's got like 10 years left on this deal. Remember, he got traded like right when it kicked in.
But you also don't know, like, if Dame, the blood clots are weird. You don't know if he's gonna come back. Like,
it was a contract extension, wasn't it? Now they've got the live Russell Wilson press conference on Zoom. Oh, you missed it.
Oh, shoot. I missed the Russell Wilson press conference. Damn it, pal.
It was on Zoom. That was kind of crazy. Like
what he signed in 2020? What's going on?
It was like it was in COVID again.
Let's be real. Who's going to Russell Wilson's press conference?
No.
It's easier if you just send the link.
But was it a 4-year deal? So that means there'll be 2 years left. It's not
Dame?
Yeah.
No, I thought Dame's was like 5 and got traded right after it started. Obviously, I can look.
It might have been 4, but I think he had another year on top of it already.
Yeah, because
that's what I think it is.
It was when he signed it with Portland, it was an extension. So he played the year under the old contract, and then it started, right?
Dame.
It might be a 5-year one, though. I don't know.
Dame. Is this right? He's got a player option in 26, 27. Am I looking at the right contract? Yeah, this is Dame Lillard. So opt-in. Okay, so I guess I was mistaken. How many years has he been in Milwaukee? Oh, this is the second. Yeah. He's got about 54 due to him next year. He's got a player option for 58 and 26, 27.
So he's almost done.
He's an unrestricted free agent in 27, 28.
You know what? Yeah, if the Bucks lose in the first round, let's warm up the Giannis sweepstakes this summer.
Yeah, I think you could.
I thought he had way more. Like,
when did he say? Yeah,
I think because he signed.
Yeah, I can't find any lost years. Like, this is the contract.
Because I think the way it went down, to get the extension, he had to do it with Portland. So he signed the extension with Portland, played a year, and then asked out.
But I don't think the extension was to add on to years. Like, he had I thought it was 3 years. But I guess that works out. If he had 3 years left on his deal, played the first year with Portland, and then was traded, I guess that's the 4 years with Milwaukee. I didn't realize it was a player option at the end either.
So, I mean, yeah, if I'm part of me says if I'm Giannis and I keep doing this little dance, it's almost like, why are we delaying the inevitable? Like, this is over in Milwaukee. I'm going to ask out eventually. Now, I wish he wouldn't ask out. Like, if he was like, nah, I want to stay, I want to see this thing through, then, I'd like to be here. There would be no discussion. But like I said, he keeps doing this dance about, trying to get out of there or preparing people for him leaving. Just do it this summer.
You think that's an issue? But you kind of brought up like you'd rather see him see it through, and I'm with you. Like it feels like, and I guess I'm for player empowerment, so do what you want. But now, just as soon as it's over, it's like you're gonna go running now.
Yeah, it's just
like you're not Bucks won't be like you're Giannis. Like I don't know, it's just different, I guess.
Yeah,
like I said, I'm for player empowerment. So move if you want.
It's just a different. It's a different culture. It's a different mindset. You know, they're a little more freer to move.
It feels like quitting, if we're being honest.
It does, but
it's different.
Yeah,
none of us got paid to do it, so
I also understand the aspect of, especially somewhere that you were traded to or you drafted to, or it actually doesn't even matter. But in a case like with Giannis, you know, you gave that city 10, 11 years. You brought them a championship. They have all the right in the world to say, I want to move on. And, you know, my wife's family's from I want to go to California. You know, that's where I want to make my next move. I don't know. Like, I like to think if I was in Giannis' situation or Fox or any of these other guys that, you know, I would just stay. I'd try to see it through.
My thing is, like, you we don't even know if he is, but if he was, like, you're leaving from something that might not even be necessarily that bad. It's just you had to go through a couple of years. Like I said, you're Giannis. You can get wins to the Bucks. Like, I don't think they're going to be in the dumps in the lottery every year. Like, it's difficult with a player like that on your team, but move how you want.
So you're all in summer of Giannis.
I think that's what's
Yeah, if they lose first round.
Does this destroy KD to the Celtics? Do the Celtics wind up with Giannis?
Oh, hell,
there's going to
be how does the money work? I send Jaylen Brown, Payton Pritchard, Derek White. I love you, but get the hell out of here for Giannis. I'm not above trading whoever on whatever.
Yeah, Giannis is different. Yeah, Giannis is different, and I'd rather him go there than to go.
So the one team that we've heard for the last 5 years.
Man. Oh, don't go there.
You know how those things work too. It's like we've heard Giannis to that team for 5 years. Like maybe it's
full
real.
time on KSFM if Giannis winds up 90 minutes from here. Be D'Lo from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Kenny can join whenever he's ready.
Aldrin J. Wow, so quick to trade Jaylen Brown. Celtics fans, give me all the good players. I don't care.
You know what I keep what kind of keeps coming up, and it could just, you know, it's just what happens because of the market and everything. But I just Googled Giannis trade rumors, and at least 3 times Karl Anthony Towns for Giannis came up. But, you know, people writing articles about it. If I was Giannis, that's the move I'd make.
I'd take the Knicks serious after that. I'll tell you that.
That's the move.
New York, or are these old articles?
Okay. They were from February this year. That's the move I would make. You know, I'm about legacy, about immortality. And if you're Giannis and you go to New York and you can bring them a title.
But can you? Like, can he?
I think he'd have as good a chance as anybody since Ewing in 95.
So what stops him from winning titles now?
This team's not good enough.
Yeah,
they don't really have, I think, avenues really close to them to get there.
Giannis straight up works?
I don't know. I don't know. They just talked about Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
But the run the Bucks have been on, which was, hey man, come on now. They got 6 years of championship quality basketball, maybe even 7. It's pretty good. And it's come to an end. Like Middleton is gone.
Feels like it, yeah.
Dame, even with Dame being there, it doesn't feel like you have enough to build around.
Feels disrespectful when you bring up Bobby Portis and try to convince us on that.
Ooh. Suspended Bobby Portis.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What was he? PEDs? What was he again?
Yeah, PEDs.
Yeah.
On the juice.
Damn shame what happened to Bobby Portis.
Chatty House brought it up. You're honest. You got local ties, man.
Well,
we got a player who wants to see clarity this offseason. Let's work.
Milwaukee, you'll love Domas.
Let's work.
Yeah. Make that happen. I'm trying. I guess you can't do nothing right now. I was trying to see if the money worked at the very least for Karl Anthony Towns, but I don't even see him on this
no way
roster.
the Bucks are just trading
there he
Giannis
goes.
for Karl Anthony
Well,
Towns.
it's
They can't possibly have a draft pick left, can they, after the Bridges trade?
maybe not. They had a plethora, but they gave a lot.
They did have a lot. Yeah, they did have a lot of draft
They
picks.
gave a lot, but straight up, I didn't even put try this trade, but yeah, it's Cat makes 49.2, Giannis makes 48.7.
Your machine says it's good, so it's good.
They both got 4 years on their deal.
Wow, man. Maybe.
I think that would be the
Maybe.
move. I think that would be.
Why do the Bucks do that?
No, Giannis has to ask out. I was literally gonna say right now, Giannis has to ask out.
The Bucks do it, but the Bucks do it because you get a Karl Anthony Towns in return, a really, really good ball player, but you got to get the picks too. I'd probably even ask for, I don't know, McBride. Maybe
What's
even
better
Josh
though?
Hart.
Okay, that's what I figured. There has to be another player involved. But what's better, Jalen and who'd you say, Derek White?
You could have your pick.
And whatever picks Boston has.
It's probably
Jaylen Brown's a better player.
Boston. It's probably Boston. But
Finals
KC,
MVP.
KC to GM. I'm not helping you guys start another dynasty.
You're a terrible general manager. You're literally the worst.
Yeah,
y'all ain't starting another dynasty on my dime.
But you're gonna help the Knicks.
I don't really.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? They're
Boston
not
and-
trading
Boston
Giannis.
and
to the-
Milwaukee
they're not
went
trading.
after it.
Yeah, Casey, they're not trading Giannis to the Celtics. You already
went
indirectly
after it
gave us
for
Drew
2
Holiday
more
the chip.
years.
I don't know. You did do Kyrie for Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We're back. We're back. And his hip is fine.
No, we've established though that Casey is the worst general
No, yeah,
manager
you're
in
right. You're right.
existence.
What are
Yes.
you talking about?
It just so happens he's willing to deal Giannis
Casey
to
is
the
not.
Knicks.
If you have
Just
a bunch
what a coincidence.
if you have
That's
20
not-
first-round picks, Casey is not trading with you. If Casey
right.
hates you. Casey's not trading with
Oh,
you.
That's right.
no,
Casey's
KC,
also coming to the table with his best offer.
That's
we need to.
right.
We need
First
to.
offer is the best. After that, like I don't know what you want from me.
I want to know how serious you are. We ain't trying to play no games. We ain't playing no games, man. I ain't got no time for that. I'm trying to see how serious you are.
General
But-
manager Kenny Caraway would have offered Brock Purdy $75 million.
What do you
right
wanna
out
do
the
here?
gate.
Well,
What
that's
do you
what
do?
you said we do. We don't need to deal with the summer of Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do $75
Well, I
million.
wouldn't do 75 either. I do more than the 25 that
Yeah, I'd
TC's trying
do
to get.
more than the 750 they apparently offered him.
But yeah, there needs to be collusion around the NBA to not deal with OKC. Don't, or at least for their picks.
Collusion, huh?
Yeah, don't. There needs to be a gentleman's agreement around the league. Don't email. We'll just talk at the winter meetings or summer meetings or whatever. Don't deal for any of their first round picks. Make them draft them all.
Shout out to the chat house working for Giannis, by the way. Sac is closer to Fresno from Aldo Bay, closer to Fresno than the Bay climate-wise. So Sac is
And
up
who
on what they can
doesn't-
offer.
Who doesn't want a center who won't shoot but will pass the ball?
The Bucks.
We could send them someone to pass the ball to also.
Dame. Set up Dame.
Oh, there you go. Domas and Dame.
Domas
cook, baby.
and Dame.
That'll do it.
Let me see. No, they don't want him. I was going to say Zach LaVine makes $44 million.
Well, they certainly hate him.
So they wouldn't want him. But you could get Domas. It's bad. Domas, Devin Carter, and Keegan for Giannis.
Wow,
much.
already giving up on the rookie. Man, he had shown so much promise. He was your favorite player like a week ago. Now you dumping him.
It's too much. It's too much money, actually. Let's see
John
if we
Poles
take-
has it.
We take Bobby Portis back. There you go.
There we go right there. Yeah. Dame. John Poles. Dame off a Domas screen. That'd be filthy. I don't know how the Celtics would deal with that. I'll vouch. I don't know how the Celtics would deal with that.
Can you imagine if they got Giannis?
No.
The Celtics?
No,
or
the
us?
Kings.
Oh, God.
That would be.
Giannis doesn't fit the starting lineup.
Yeah.
How
How does this affect Keon
The
Ellis?
guy doesn't shoot threes.
Oh, Giannis will just hold back Keon Ellis from being able to be good.
Man.
Or no.
Oh,
no, he'll
just
hold
another
back
player Keegan Murray can't develop under. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Man, at some point, the Kings got to let Keegan develop.
Did you ask Giannis to go to the bench?
He'd be better
Keegan-
suited off the bench.
Keegan will be Giannis will be the first player to ask for 2 trades in the span of 3 months.
Have you seen the plus minus numbers when Giannis is off the
Oh
floor?
man.
Bro,
You know
rating.
who this really screws up? Jake LaRavia.
I'm just saying the net rating is crazy when Giannis is off.
Why would we trade for Giannis when we could just sign Jake LaRavia?
He's too expensive. We're not going to be able to.
That's real. We
We're
really
not going
can't.
to be able to
Yeah, you
match
really
that
can't.
deal. You're getting $25 million a year. What we going to do with that?
And it's not going to be more than 20.
Well, you can't even give him 5. Isn't that the thing?
Kings fans will find a way.
Giannis was a minus 12 the other night.
Wow. Wow. To paraphrase the great Jesse Tapia, MVP my ass.
Hey, don't do that. It backfires.
Oh man.
King. Every fourth quarter, it's Giannis dribbling the air out of the ball.
Move the basketball around.
Oh man. Someone get Keegan his shots.
We're gonna have fun one way or another.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh
man. All right. We'll come back. James Ham at the top of the hour. The WNBA schedule came out, and holy crap, their national TV schedule is crazy. We'll explain. Plus, we talked about the Bucks, Warriors. They lost one last night without Steph. Jimmy's return to Miami. We'll talk a little bit about the rest of the Western Conference as well before James joins us at the top of the hour. See them in KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
all right. We're cooking.
When do you think we get the last ever we should sign Boogie message? When do you think that stops?
Not for 5 years or so, at least. 13th round with your main man, Kitty Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. You already know what it is, man. Shout out to my girl, Cola Seamoss. Well, her name isn't Seamoss, but Cola's Seamoss. Big ups to them, man. I got a new shipment of that. Big ups. Over the weekend in a card that was kind of hidden. I gotta admit, this PBC on Prime thing is not hitting the way it should be. I don't ever see anything talking about their Amazon Prime card. So they need to step that up or find a different distributor. But that's neither here nor there. Sebastian Fundora, what they call him, the towering Inferno. He got a 4th round TKO of Cordell Booker, and he defended his WBC, WBO titles at 154. Dominant performance for Fundora. He moved his record to 22-1-1. And the one loss he had, I got to be honest, it was shocking. When he got knocked out the way he did, I didn't see it happening. I didn't see that happening in Fundora because of his height. He is a skilled boxer, but one of his problems, one of his issues is he doesn't always use his height to his advantage. He likes to get in there and get in the phone booth and box a little bit and trade some punches. Usually he's able to withstand everything like he did with Erickson Lubin. But that night he caught one and he went down. But all that being said, he's at 154 now. He has 2 belts, the WBC and a WBO belt. And now they're talking about what he's going to do next. He said he wants to unify. He said he wants to be undisputed. There's a couple of things he got to go through to get to that point. But one of his mandatories, Puerto Rican star, Xander Zayas, he's a mandatory. I'd like to see that fight. Zayas is nice. But when you talk about Fundora, unless you just knock him out cold, like what happened in his loss, I don't know how you beat this dude. He's too relentless. The height is an issue, and he's not shying away from delivering the blow. So he's tough at 154. 154 is stacked. But he's a tough out for anybody. But good win for him over the weekend. Can't wait to see what he does next. I want to see him in Zayas, man. I want to see that fight. I like that. That's the 13th round.
Did I call Kobe overrated today?
I think jokingly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this always throws me off a little bit because it's Michigan.
I was thinking about that this morning. I think we just refer to him as Michigan Wolverines still, even though he's Fruity Pebbles for life.
Yeah, he's Michigan Wolverines. And he's just never gone back to that.
Yeah, I was wondering where he's been, but no, that's just him. Leezy, he'll be fine on the Celtics. Like simple.
What'd you say, Stephen Brown? Chill, bro. Chill. Relax. I like that, Dr. David. I like that. The game's been missing the Charlos. I don't know if they got anything left in the tank. They may not be no good no more. But the game's been missing Lions only. So I like that. I want to see that come back. Somebody said he's gonna fight Caleb Plant. That'd be crazy. Yeah, that was a good fight. They should run that back.
Bro, these veggie sticks go so tough.
I disagree.
They kind of taste like French fries in a way.
Yeah, a little bit. I was gonna say I don't think there's an actual vegetable in them.
Not
them joints
in
is
veggie
good.
Sticks. Ryan loves veggie sticks.
Well,
not interested.
Are they actually healthy for you, or are they lying to us?
There's no chance.
Because you throw a veggie on them, like, yeah, cool.
No,
like,
there's
it's good
no
for me.
chance these are healthy. The number one ingredient is potato starch. The second ingredient is potato flour. That's why they taste like French fries. They just make you feel like they're better for you because they're not super high in calories.
What's the thing? Like
it's
a green and white bag. Like
there's
the red letter, and it just looks healthy.
There's a difference between it being good for you and like just not being awful for you, not being like super high in calories. You know what's good for me?
What's that?
Prize Picks.
Yes, indeed, man. It's good for all of us. It's good for that bank account too. You know what I mean? Because Prize Picks, they make sure I can go get a box of veggie sticks for Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Because when I cash out, it's all good for me, man. Now, last night, the bean money did not.
Yeah, nothing was good last night.
Yeah, nothing didn't come through, but that's okay. That's okay because today's a new day. Thursday, we're gonna have more bean money, and guess what I'm gonna do on Thursday as well? Got a free play. They got that Cooper flag, half a point play for you to put in your lineup. So if you do that, and then you win one other one, boom, you're winning.
That's it.
You got money right there. So make sure you do that. Duke plays Arizona. Yeah. Duke plays Arizona on Thursday. Cooper flag. He definitely getting that half a point. So they gave you the free play. And all you got to do is follow the bean money after that. And then boom, you'll be in there. You'll be in there. So download the Prize Picks app right now. Put the promo code KIFM in and you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Don't have to win, nothing like that. You just get that by putting the promo code in there. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
I've been a little gun shy lately, man. I need to start firing off some lineups.
Yeah, we got to.
My new favorite player, Austin Reeves, 24.5 tonight with the Demon play against Indiana. Put my phone down, man. What are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? The WNBA announced their national television schedule.
Okay.
And boy, They are really banking on Catilin Clark mania, brother, to continue to run wild. 41 of the 44 games that the Indiana Fever play are on national television.
That's excessive. Now, look, the ratings.
To be clear,
lie.
that is not Caitlin's fault.
No,
don't get mad at her.
And the ratings don't lie. Like if you're the TV partner, you're like, hey, what's going to bring us the biggest ratings? It's Caitlin. She's going to do it. But that still seems excessive. That's a lot. That's all right. They're doing too much. And what, like you said, it's not Caitlin's fault, not the Fever's fault or anything else like that. But yeah.
Do you think it hurts the product at all, putting her in front of everyone's faces too much? And not maybe showcasing, I'm not saying that they're not showcasing others, but like she's at the forefront.
Well, the Fever are playing someone.
That's true.
If Caitlin draws eyeballs, man, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Like I said, I don't blame anybody.
Like I know Nafisi
involved.
Caller's upset about it. Like, hey, more people will be watching you, I guess.
And she's upset-ish. I saw what she had to say. She was like, this is not a knock on the Fever or Caitlin. Like she was like, her thing was like, don't take away from them, but also make sure other teams have the same amount or close to it. If you want to put them on 41 times, that's all good, but find somebody else to put on there 38 times or something like that.
Yeah, it's not how it works. I mean, with all due respect, like Steph is on 50 times a year. LeBron is on 50 times a year. They're not going to put Domas on, or they're not going to put even a Jimmy Butler on 50 times a year. They're going to put Wemby on 81 times a year. You got to get league pass to see the 82nd.
That one's flexible.
Yeah.
They're
going to flex the Kings out of a game and put. I'll be honest, man. This season has been such ass. I didn't know last night's game was on TNT until I went to watch it.
Well, you wouldn't know if you listened to it either.
Why y'all going at
we just didn't know who they were.
Yeah, it was like, damn.
You knew who Greg Anthony was.
I know Greg Anthony.
Yeah, I know Greg Anthony because I have NBA TV. Well, of course, played NBA, but you get it. That was NBA TV right there. They made a call.
Like Kevin Harlan didn't want to do nothing.
Okay, well,
Kevin Harlan actually, Kevin Harlan.
That wasn't even the guy they have for the players only stuff or whatever.
Is that still a thing?
I don't think they
it's
call
a
players
thing.
only
Yeah,
anymore.
it's a thing-ish.
Okay.
But yeah, man, I understand putting Indiana on that much. That's the way it works right now. Is this what it's going to be forever, though?
No, I think there might be, and this is where I think you have a real discussion if you're the WNBA. At some point, in my opinion, and we can revisit this, and I'll say I'm wrong if I am. You're going to hit diminishing returns, and I feel like you're probably going to hit that here. If you did this with the idea of popping numbers like you did last year 41 times, I don't think that's going to happen. It's like we will relate everything to wrestling. You go back Kenny's favorite era, like 94, 95, 96.
That's SummerSlam.
That SummerSlam crazy, right?
It was real.
Part of that is
the Tonka.
They'd take the Undertaker off TV, they'd put him on TV. They'd take him off TV, they put him on TV. Every time they put him back on, the number will go crazy. Oh, the Undertaker's back. Let's watch it. Oh, numbers go from 3 to 4 or whatever the numbers are. But then when he's on every week, the numbers aren't 4. They're 3.8, 3.5. He's just going to be here next week. They're 3.2. It starts to have a different effect to it. That's ultimately what I think is going to happen with Caitlin and the Fever. And I don't think people are going to be, oh, the ratings have tanked. No one wants to watch them again. No, I don't think that's going to happen. But I don't think they're going to draw the same type of numbers they did last year. they still may be above, the Chicago Sky average or something along those lines. But I don't think it's going to be what it was last year.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Shout out to the Valkyries, by the way. You see what they did?
Yeah, that was pretty dope, man.
10,000 season ticket holders.
I have softened my stance on going to Valkyrie games.
I haven't softened my stance on that stupid ass name.
Well, the Vals. They're not my favorite team. They're not going to be my favorite team. I'm Aces for life. So
that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
What's so ridiculous about it?
They've been in existence for like 2 years.
That's my squad. What you talking about?
And you've claimed them for life.
Yeah, that's my squad.
So when Asia's gone, you're still Las Vegas Aces for life.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm not Warriors fans with Steph Curry. I'm not going to jump ship.
Wow.
I'm right
Drew
there
Down
with the
just
Aces.
minding his own business. Look, just Drew Down minding his own business.
I'm there with the Aces. I'm Aces for life unless the Monarchs come back.
Those Warrior fans used to be Laker fans, if you know.
You ain't lying.
Did the Valkyries? Oh, they haven't. I was like, I feel like I would know. They haven't picked their radio partner yet. I assumed it would be our brothers in San Francisco, but yeah, they haven't picked a radio partner yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to a few games though.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna go to.
I'm gonna go to a few games. I'm gonna go when the Aces.
Go out
are in
to
town. I'll probably go when the Sky are in town.
Go out to the dental office. The dental office by the water.
I love to go to Fever game. I think that would be a great atmosphere.
Big Catilin Clark guy over here.
But yeah, I softened my stance a little bit. All right, man.
Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What's up, fellas? I was
the Valkyries and Aces. That's ABC.
I'll be there.
Go ahead, Manny.
I was watching the end of the TNT broadcast. The way Candace Parker hates Sacramento is crazy. Like, she was talking about that third quarter, and she was like, "Yeah, after the 10 made threes, they still were down 21." I'm like, "Ma'am, they were not down 21 after the third quarter." Like, she'll say anything to make the Kings still look bad, regardless if it's anything, and it's hilarious, man. But tonight, fellas, it's another episode of the Chatty House After Party. We got that boy bringing his thing. Leezy is going to be in the house tonight.
Wow.
So,
just talking.
Man, it's the burrito and the cereal. We coming together. We're gonna talk about the Kings, unfortunately, but we're gonna have a live Leezy bracket challenge. We're gonna get Leezy a team, and he's gonna have to sign at least a 10-year contract on that. So whatever team he comes up with, that's gonna be the team he has to root for. So we're gonna talk about that and a bunch of other things. Just check us out tonight, 8 p.m. on ESPN 1320. Come on through. Grab a drink and come on through.
It's the most energy you've ever had in a call, and you damn near got banned for it. Man, this Valkyries, the home opener is like sold out.
Yeah.
And the retail price, the resale prices are bananas.
I'm looking at their schedule right now too. I'm not looking at the tickets, but you think about trying to get down to their game. They don't have a lot of home weekend games.
Yeah, I see that. You got to go. You can go June 1st. See Minnesota.
I'll go next week.
Oh, bruh. Did I got this right? Yeah, the Aces game is on the weekend.
Yeah, that's one. And then I
wonder what the ticket prices are for that.
They play Chicago on a Friday night. I might go see that one. Some girl Angel. Indiana, that's on a Thursday. That'd be a good one too. Dijonay in Connecticut.
Man, this is going to be one of the toughest tickets in the city.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Looks like I have to
resell lower level $544
for the Aces game.
The Aces, yeah. Let's see what a Kenny seat would cost. $4,000. $4,000 for the Caraway seats.
Let me hold it.
That ain't even center court.
Let me hold $1 real quick.
You're gonna need 4,000 of them to go see. You said you was Aces for life.
I am Aces for life.
Well, how Aces are you if you ain't willing to cop up the dollars?
$4,000. I'll just go to Vegas.
Shoot, that's a true story. That's a true story. Go to Vegas. Not the Valkyries, but the Warriors. They got roughed up in Miami yesterday.
You're gonna repeat what you said yesterday when that Warriors game was on?
Oh, I know what you said. That ain't what I said. That's what. Why
did you say?
No, I didn't say it. No,
What did you say?
I didn't say it.
Who said it?
You said it. Warriors is getting roughed up. Obviously, Steph isn't playing. Kenny Caraway says,
I don't know.
he said it's Steph Curry and what?
Some Jags.
Oh, we're bringing that back?
Well, they didn't got work 2 different
Steph and
times.
some dudes.
That's 2 straight. Yeah, that's 2 straight.
Jimmy, come
That's
back
a
to
little.
Miami
That's a
with
little
them.
race there at the 6.
It is. It is, man. And they need Steph back. I think Jimmy said that last night.
He did.
Like, we need Steph back.
He's like, I don't want to do this without him. This sucks.
We need Steph back. They are, man, the Clippers in Minnesota half game back. The Clippers that's the crazy part to me. They're there.
Yeah.
Clippers can be in 6.
Yep.
Man.
Right there.
Man, what a
right
season.
there.
What a season for Ty Lue and those guys, man.
This
done a good
is
job.
got to be Ty Lue's finest coaching job. And he beat a 73-win basketball team in the finals. What he's done with this squad is pretty amazing.
He did a heck of a job.
Because we thought they were done.
And I feel like Minnesota hasn't played in long. I hadn't even paid attention to their games in the last week or so. Ever since they lost to Detroit, I think, and then came back and won.
They don't play tonight either.
They don't play till the 28th.
I got Boston.
They don't play till Saturday. How they getting this many days off?
That's impossible.
How they getting this many days off this late in the season?
What's today? It's Wednesday?
They play on Friday, excuse me.
Oh.
But still, they haven't played since Monday.
That's crazy. It's Boston and Phoenix tonight.
Yeah.
Go. You gonna root for the Celtics tonight?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And that's a back-to-back for Phoenix.
Celtics City.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's not. Today's Wednesday.
Can we get a Vamos Celtics at the end of the show?
Ooh, good one.
Sure. There's nothing else going on today. Sure. But
I don't think Phoenix plays tomorrow.
No, they don't. I was thinking
Oh.
it was Thursday. They play the Celtics tonight, Minnesota on Friday.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Hey, speaking of, I know it's not really your bag. You don't really get into the prediction bag, but just have a little fun with your boy. 10 games left for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say they need to do in the 10 games to get into the play-in? I'll give you my thought first. I think they need to go. I think 6-4 does it.
I think bare minimum you need 5-5.
I think it's 5, but there's a caveat. You have to win the last one. I think 6-4 cinches it no matter who the 6 are against. I think 5-5 does it, but you have to beat Phoenix the last game of the season.
I mean, the 5-5 is more. I think Dallas could go 4-6 or 3-7. I think Phoenix is there.
I looked at like Phoenix, but Phoenix, am I bugging? Does Phoenix have Boston twice?
Yeah, they got Boston twice.
So
they
the next
gotta go
5
to New York.
Yeah, they got some. I didn't look at that again. I thought I've looked at Dallas' schedule once.
Phoenix it's tough. I mean, depending on how
Yeah,
you
Phoenix
feel
is
about
tough.
OKC in the last week of the season, and obviously San Antonio is not tough, but yeah.
So here's Dallas, Orlando. This is to finish their road trip at Orlando,
That's a loss.
at Chicago.
That's 2 losses.
They're home versus Brooklyn.
It's a win.
Home versus Atlanta.
It's a loss.
At the Clippers.
Loss.
At the Clippers the next night.
Loss.
At home versus the Lakers.
Loss.
At home.
Oh, yeah. Well, Luka's gonna go. Luka's gonna want to beat their.
Oh, that's the
brains in.
game. Yeah, that's right. That's the game. April 9th.
And they'll win the last 2 games.
Toronto and Memphis.
So I might have said 3 wins, 4 wins, I think.
No, I think you said they'll win the last two.
I said they'll beat Brooklyn. I guess
So they losing both to the Clippers.
Yep.
Okay.
Just go 500.
I mean, that really might be what we're talking about. 5-5. I think 6-4. You might coast in there. 5-5. I feel like you have to beat Phoenix at the end.
6-4 definitely gets it done.
That's absolutely what I think.
Yeah.
And can we find 5 wins for the Kings?
Yeah.
Oh
no,
yeah.
we don't need to play that game.
Yeah.
Portland.
Oh, you.
They blew that down. They were up
Playing
14
with
in
fire,
that one.
brother.
They were up 15 in that one.
I'm just saying where they'll be favored. How about that?
That's fair.
Portland,
1.
Washington, Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
3-0 right there. I don't want to play this
I think
game.
those are the only games they'll be favored.
So let's go. They're favored in those 3. You said Portland, Washington, and Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
We determined you have to beat Phoenix.
Yeah, you got to get that win.
You got to pull one other win out of there. Whether it's
That's
Orlando,
tough, man.
Indiana, Cleveland, Detroit, Denver, or the Clippers. You got to pull one other win out of there.
You got to win the ones that we're expecting you to win too, by the way.
Yeah, right. You can't
they
cough
didn't
one
do
up.
on this
Yeah.
homestand.
Yeah, they haven't done, which is what I'm saying. This game is scary.
That's why.
Well,
I
there
said
was
just
only
the
one
favorites.
game that you expected them to win so far, right?
Yeah.
But they won another one. Again, the Kings, as stupid
Well,
as
they
this
lost
is.
the game that they were expected to win.
The
Which
games,
one?
The Bulls.
Well, that's what I mean. But they won one that you
Right.
didn't expect them to win.
Right.
But the
They
Bucks won, that
traded. They
hurts.
didn't catch one. They traded it.
Yeah.
You don't expect them to beat the Bucks, but the ones where like, yeah, you have it, and then you just
Mhm.
take your foot off the gas. Like that's a problem too.
Yeah,
What's-
that's frustrating.
Phoenix gets in on the last game of the season.
Mhm.
What's the first game you're thinking about? Like we blew it.
One of these first 3.
Yeah, with Chicago comes to mind.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Clippers game.
Oh, we're talking about past ones.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about like the season
Well,
ends.
yeah,
the
give me the
Kings missed the
Bucks, give me the
playoffs by
Bucks
a
and the
game.
Bulls.
Do you feel like you blew the Clippers game though, or you just lost? You
I
blew
think
the
you were
Bulls
up
game.
5, weren't you?
You
weren't you
were
up 5? And,
Well, you were up, I think 7 with like 140 something to go.
yeah, like that's tough. 7 points. I know that's not.
Did they blow the Nuggets game too? Those were close or back-to-back close. ones, I
Refresh
think.
my memory on the Nuggets game.
The Nuggets,
I don't know
they
if they
were.
blew it or it was
That,
a close
well,
game.
no, I can't even say that, but because they were like down 2 guys. They were obviously once you're there, you got to win. But they were cooking against the Nuggets, and the
Yeah.
Nuggets just kind of walked them down.
Yeah, like but it was like over the last couple, like minute and a half, 2
Yeah.
minutes. Okay. Yeah.
Bulls game comes to mind for me. You
Up 19.
at home.
Mm-hmm.
You were feeling good. You had just won 2 games in a row. Like everything was pushing towards
Well,
win that game.
Jaden Ivey in Detroit.
Oh,
One last parting shot from De'Aaron Fox. Missed the playoffs because of one game.
I was thinking about that. Can you imagine Kevin Huerter makes the playoffs and we miss? Kevin had the last laugh.
Kings lost the overtime game to Toronto. Oh, what was
Toronto
the
game.
60-point overtime game against
Yeah.
Minnesota?
Atlanta, where Fox gets stripped at the end by Dyson Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
That was tough. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these losses. The 1-point loss to Detroit.
I feel like these ones recently are worse, just
Here's-
given like these are ones you had to get, like because you're just in the situation
Man.
already.
7. My God. So Doug won 7 in a row, then 3. Doug won his first 10 of 11. So I had
right.
Doug's. Is Doug's record right now 22-19? Is that right?
Let me look that up.
I had it at 22-19. He started 7-0. That means he's 15-19 since then. And it's worse because it would be 12-18. if I'm doing that math right, since winning 10 of 11.
Man.
Does that look different to you? Obviously, you
No.
get credit for the 10 of 11.
Yeah.
But over the last 30 games, you're 12 and 18.
No, I don't look different to me. And I could be biased because
Why does he get?
But I'm not going to, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing. You're just doing it for the exercise, but I'm not going to take away the 10 wins.
I'm not trying to. I'm
No,
saying
you're just doing it for the exercise.
He won 10 of his first 11 games.
Mhm.
That's the sample size. He won 10 of his first 11. He's 12 and 18 over the next 30. I don't know. I guess maybe, so that's no big deal.
Well, those first games with a different roster as well, but
And it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess so.
To your
Fox and guys
question,
there.
does it
When
say
did Fox
anything?
leave?
February 4th or something like that.
Oh God, yeah, that's all De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Does it to answer your question? Does it say anything? For nah. don't say
Sorry,
that.
you'll enjoy this. The 10 of 11. Can I just read the leading scores real quick?
Yeah.
Fox 33, Fox 35, Malik 31, Malik 26, DeRozan 30, DeRozan 24, Fox 26, DeRozan 28, DeRozan 33,
Pass the
Sabonis. Wow.
ball.
Sabonis 29, DeRozan 32.
Pass the ball.
10 of 11 wins right there.
Pass the ball. We would have won 11 of 11 if you passed the ball.
I got a Doug Christie question. Do we want to use that now or when we get back?
Let's use it when
come
we
back.
yeah.
Real quick, a sneaky loss, a sneaky frustrating loss was at Memphis. Remember that John gets thrown out. The Memphis bench scores like, what, 40 points or something like that.
Yeah.
And you lose by 5, I think it was.
Yeah.
Frustrating. The whole season is always littered with those, though.
It is. It definitely is. And that's just the frustrating thing when you look back as the season starts to kind of fall apart. Nothing will fall apart though with Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty. They are the professional realtors in the area, and you can avoid the hassle of selling your home and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in the first 72 hours.
My girl, Sasha, she decided it was time to sell her Sacramento home and move to Roseville.
Mm-hmm.
So she called Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty crew. Johnny was able to get her a full price offer and help her get a great deal on her Roseville Sun City home. Shout out to my girl, Sasha.
Yeah, some of us call them Mercedes. They will sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They have been voted the #1 team in Roseville for the last 3 years. Ask them about their guaranteed home sale program. Ask them about getting multiple cash offers. Expect more, get more. With Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. Jesse's riveting question about Doug Christie when we return next on ESPN 1320. You got that, huh? Oh, man. That show was funny. Derek Lively and Jalen Williams have been the last 2 picks. Let me ask y'all something. Y'all trust the front office to make the right pick?
They passed on Jared McCain, Jalen Wells, and Co, right?
Man, brutal. Just brutal. That's a great point, Mrs. Mac-10. What could Doug do with a full staff? That is a great, great point. $13-13 since the Fox trade. Okay. Say less, my brother. I will follow your lead. All right, Stephen Brown, settle down. Oh, how nice. Wes wrote a little goodbye.
I'll save that one.
Hmm. Oh, man. Let's see. What did Wes say? Okay. Well, good luck, bro. Yeah, we got I was telling you. Oh, I think we're back. Never mind. I was telling you about the saga of the fence and how the fence came down and we had to get the fence back up to pass inspection and all of that. Well, my man Ruben, we got that fence propped up. One strong, good gust of wind this morning.
Already?
Oh man. And that thing is gone.
Come on.
It's like, all right, now we gotta. Hey, we did what it set out to do. Got it propped up. Got past inspection.
Oh, okay,
Getting water in the
done.
pool. We're okay. We still have another inspection coming up, but clearly we got to get the fence fixed. So, yeah, that joint came tumbling down this morning, and yeah. But
The
now
fence?
the fence did. Yeah, we had it propped up. We passed inspection. Did what we had to do. Water's going in the pool, but we've got to get the fence fixed for real now. Now I just needed time to get other quotes. The one quote I had was like $3,700, and I don't know what the running price is to fix the fence, but that felt like a lot.
That's, I mean, you can maybe get a little lower, maybe, but it ain't cheap. Maybe hitting.
Think Jazz will come over and build a fence for me?
Maybe. Now, see, here's where your life of living on a secluded.
I don't live on a secluded. I live in Rockland. I don't live on a secluded lot.
You comes into play because if
That's
you had
not a
neighbors
thing.
like me,
I do have
you
neighbors.
and the neighbors could go. You guys could pay together.
So that's the weird thing. The fence that fell, actually, I've never seen one of these before. It doesn't share with the neighbor. Like he has his, I have mine, and there's I guess it's called a fire lane in between. And
What the hell?
Wow.
I don't even know what it's for. Like I don't even have a key to it. Like he had to let my man Ruben in, so Ruben didn't have to like hop the fence when he rigged the fence to stand up.
One of the richest things I've ever heard.
I was recording Corners of the Culture this morning, and I heard like a crash. I was like, "What the hell was that?" And looked outside, and sure enough, the fence came down.
Yeah, personal fences is rich. It is.
It is. No, it is.
It's not you guys are jackasses.
It's not connected. We don't share it with your neighbor, correct?
No, this one isn't shared with the neighbor. It's like
But do you have a side of your fence that's like, hey, Bill, what's up, man? Can you do that?
Yes, I can. Okay, yes, I can.
Just one.
I
don't have a fence that isn't shared with another house. They're all shared with another house.
I don't even have a fence. My apartment just has a gate.
Well, TCG just ruined my goddamn day. Fencing should be around $3,000 to $4,000. Well, that's well. All right.
Deal's not worried about the price.
Still look around.
Hey, please don't say things like that out loud. I assure you, my man came over and took some 2x4s or whatever they were to prop the fence up because I was very much worried about the price. Now I'm worried about how much Rockland is going to charge me for putting water in this pool. I got home yesterday. The game was on. I'm putting together furniture outside. I'm done at 9 o'clock. So right, but it was the fourth quarter. It was like, okay, we're not going to get this. I went to see how much water was in the pool after the whole, the water running in it for 12 hours, 10 hours. It hadn't even hit all four corners yet.
That's like downloading a game for the PS5.
I'm like,
I bought the show.
Check back hour and a half later. It's only 25%.
I guess I'll be playing this tomorrow.
Oh man.
Yeah. When's the estimated finish for the fill-in?
Will it be ready by WrestleMania?
Yeah, it's it's moving a little quicker now. So you have to fill it in on the deeper side, and so that takes longer. And now it's level and it's just on its way up. I think it'll probably be done, if I were to guess, maybe tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, we in there.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow night, and then they come and they clean it. It's a mess right now. And then it's turned it's not turned on yet. And then it'll all get turned on.
Oh man, it's slick. Yeah.
And then it's gonna rain. So it's awesome. It's cool. It's gonna rain and be 56 degrees for another 10 days.
It's supposed to rain for a whole week out here.
Yeah, not a cool look, man. Not a good look. Not a good look. Jesse.
Yeah. So we all like Doug and all that, but can someone make the case for why you should take the interim tag off of him? Why he should be this team's coach going forward? What he's done that we can point to.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think he took a group that was clearly done with the last coach, and he went through two different versions of this basketball team. He went through the De'Aaron Fox version. He went with the Zach LaVine version. Or I guess you call it the post De'Aaron Fox version. Then he had the post trade deadline version, and he's had a lot. He doesn't have a coaching staff. He has what's left of Mike Brown's coaching staff, and even one of those guys left. He's had a lot of different things thrown at him this year, and I do think for them, I think Doug has done a good job. I think he's searching sometimes, and I think his searches, because Mike used to do this too, but Mike's searches look different. Mike would pull, Chris Duarte hadn't played in a month and a half, and all of a sudden he's playing. Doug's been consistent. Jay Crowder ain't playing basketball. He's going to the same guys, just sometimes he goes to them a little longer. Sometimes he's looking for a different lineup with them. We're seeing that with LaRavia. He's trying to find the right lineup for LaRavia. Maybe he's found it now. But I think he's done. I think I can make the case for him getting the job, but I do want to see how these next 10 games play out. If I was in that position, if I was in the hiring position.
Does missing the play-in change your mind at all? Do the records change your mind? Because these, I
missing the play-in would hurt.
I think Doug can coach, but he's also 10-11 since the deadline. This team hasn't been playing well late.
Missing the play-in would hurt.
Ibrahim throws in some in the chatty house. He says, "I want Doug to get a shot with an offseason and a staff, but Dowdy gets a shot if they miss the plan. I'm less worried about the latter part, more the first. I don't think we can bring Doug back and give him a shot. I think if you're bringing him back, throw a 3-year deal on that."
Yeah, he shouldn't come back as an interim. He should come back as your head coach. I look at it like this. I want to say regardless of record, but regardless of record, it goes back to do you believe that this guy is the guy for the job? Because anybody you hired has been fired, right? Anybody you hired is going to be somebody where somebody looking like this guy isn't good enough no more.
No, you could end up with a Will Hardy type or something like that, an up and comer.
But they're just as improving as Doug Christie.
Well, yeah, but we have a sample size with Doug here.
But you still, we don't know. Like Will Hardy ain't done nothing. Like if we went by Will Hardy's record right now, we should never hire him. And I think he's a good coach. I'm just saying, if we going by that, he should never get another job.
Yeah, I mean,
but we don't though. We go by circumstances. We go by, hey, I think this guy is a good basketball mind. I believe in what he can do, given the right circumstances and the right players and all this other stuff. We do that for Will Hardy, and I only use that example to say that's more so of probably what you would be doing if you believe in a Doug Christie. What he could be, what he could do with a more stable situation.
Yeah, I'm just worried about making Doug the guy and still not really knowing about it, and then realizing maybe this isn't working. He has his guys, like I said, because it's tough. He doesn't have a staff, but the record is what the record is, and they're kind of going in an opposite direction right now.
You got to go something like that. I just believe you got to go a little bit more. You got to go a little bit more on your gut, because you're not gonna know anything.
And we're cool bringing him back with the.
You're not,
even though. Would you bring him back and hire a new GM?
That's tough. There's
got to be a right way you do this. I feel.
I think I would because we talk about that and it's a real thing. It is definitely a real thing. But if Doug Christie is able to win games, it won't matter who the GM is. GM not going to fire him more likely than not if they're a playoff team for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? It's going to come into play.
There's another side of that if, though, where if it goes down the other way, you're kind of looking at yourself like, yeah, what were we thinking? Like, how did we not? Maybe Doug doesn't start off the best way, and the GM, this is my excuse to get him out now.
Well,
there's the other side I feel like you got to think about.
Yeah, but you won't. I guess my whole thing is you won't know any of this. Like, you won't know nothing about nobody. You bring in Will Hardy, you bring in Sam Cassell, you won't know.
But that's like I'm saying.
You won't know.
I'm not necessarily opposed to bringing back Doug.
Everything.
I'm not necessarily opposed to bring back Doug. I'm just trying to hear the answers, and I feel like you bring in a new guy. There's no dysfunction aspect to it where it's like if Doug doesn't do well or whatever, the GM's gonna go get his guy now. Like there's no added part of it with the Kings. I feel like that matters.
Understandable, but I think the answer is just don't fail. Like if you don't fail, you won't have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, but we told that to the last group.
No, that last group.
The last guy won Coach of the Year, and he was out a season and a half later.
Yeah,
I got so many questions about that, man. I just don't understand it. They just seem to be so sure that was done. That was it. Like, how did we get there? Like, how did we get there? Why did you hire him? That's the part I keep getting stuck on.
Hire him the first time?
The first time.
Yeah.
Like if you were really trying this out for 2 years? That was the plan? I don't know. I don't understand it. And
question.
I don't know.
Quick question too. How is the Kirby 75 with what roster? How's Doug getting this team to the playoffs? It's not with this group.
Oh no, I don't think so.
What I'm saying, like Casey said, like if you get him to playoffs and you win, that's how you change it. Like how are you doing it? Like you're gonna have to go backwards first. This group is not winning.
If you're gonna, you have to go back, it doesn't matter who the coach is.
I don't.
That's the way I look, because you ain't gonna be good, and by the time you're thinking about being good, that person's not even gonna be here, because they'll have like 4 losing seasons. Like if you going back.
Well, no, it's like, do you want to see through a rebuild with Doug Christie if you're the new GM or with your own coach?
Who sees a rebuild all the way through? I think maybe Dagnall is the only one. Most of them get fired.
Yeah, did Dagnall take over for Billy?
I don't
Who
remember. I
Dagnall
think he
take
did.
over?
So we just
for?
assuming the next coach is just firing them? Like,
what's his name? Steven Silas was in Houston.
I
He
remember.
gone.
Yeah, I remember. Didn't Cole fire Billy on the air?
well, then the next guy is
Didn't
just
he
the
fire
lost,
him on this show?
At that point, the next guy's just the lost cause. Then,
Yeah. If you're doing,
I mean, some would argue that any coach of the Kings is a lost cause. I'm just so happy Nick B is back in the chat. I'm so happy Nick B is back. Welcome back, Nick B. There people ready for Mike Bibby to be the coach now. Mike Bibby been the coach of Sac State for a day, and they're ready for him to be the Kings coach.
I understand everything Jesse's saying. I get it, but
I do think
you're not gonna know. Like so I think some of this has to be on the, if you're having a interview process or whatever. How do you feel about this guy moving forward? If you feel good about Doug Christie, I say you do it. I don't think you worry about the other stuff.
it's fair. I feel like I feel like we're asking the Kings to finally do it the right way. Then you got to make the hard decisions too, maybe.
But that's the tough thing. Like, I thought they did it the right way the first time.
You got to keep doing it.
Or the last time.
Well, they didn't because you hired 2 GMs.
Well,
you didn't.
Well, one of them was gone officially. You see that?
I saw his little goodbye. Well, hey,
You fired the one that talks to the agents.
He's like,
He also might have been a problem. Like,
yeah,
as
there's
far as
that. But
as far as his connections, like maybe his connections weren't good. His relationships weren't good. Aside from the other stuff, like
he seems to piss a lot of people off.
Yeah, piss people off, and I don't know. I go back. I think about that Jeff Teague conversation. Jeff Teague. When Jeff talks about it, he's like, I'm not even mad at the guy. I'm just like, all right, whatever. Why are you talking to me about this? What do you want me to do with all this? Like, and I think that's what happens sometimes with Wes. Like, all right, man, just because we're cool. Like,
but that's the other
whatever.
thing. I don't know that the other guy talks. Like, I don't think his press conference persona is a work. I don't think dude talks very much.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I have no that's gonna be my first tattoo. Kings 2025 season. I don't know, man. Just put it right here on my arm. I don't know, man. That's about all I can say about this team. It's all I can say about the front office. It's all I can say about their decisions. It's all I can say about the Mike Brown move, the De'Aaron Fox trade, the hate for Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. I don't know.
I don't know, man. What? That's what I put on my. What?
If Chicago had gone to the conference finals with these two, do you think the conversation would be different?
No.
probably not Kings though if they go to the conference finals with those guys.
I mean, who knows? I don't know.
I don't think there's anything either one of these two would do that would make the people who hate them not hate them.
Yeah.
There's.
Remember when James used to do the show? Is today Wednesday?
Yeah, he's missing right now. You want to take Leezy's call?
Yeah. What's up, Leezy? Leezy. Leezy don't even want to talk. Leezy, like, whatever. What's up, man?
Oh, snap. Wait, can you guys hear me?
He said,
Yes,
oh,
sir.
snap. What year are we living
Oh,
in?
yeah.
Yep.
What's up?
Hey.
So you got.
What's up?
Oh, my bad.
Did you catch your breath, Leezy?
Leezy, are you
No,
okay? Do you need help?
No, I'm calling last minute of the fourth quarter, and that's just put me through. Hey, I appreciate you, Ken, folks.
We got you.
Hey, D'Lo, so during the break, we were talking about the number 12 pick, and I agree with you guys. You have to have the right people in place to draft the right players. But I was just looking through the list, and we talked about Eric Lively, P.J. Washington, Tyrese Halliburton. There's been a lot of great players that go at 12. So whether the Kings choose to tank or not, I think there's a lot of value that could be there at that 12 pick if you look at the last players that's gone at that position. That's all I had.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get a good player.
You waited.
anywhere.
You waited to say that.
What pick did the Kings have this year?
What do you mean?
What draft pick did they have?
Did they have?
past year,
Oh,
it
what
was like
was
13.
Devin Carter?
What pick
yeah,
was that?
it was like, was it
13, I
13?
think, yeah.
Could have got good value with that pick too.
Well, and that's what this all boils down to is who's making the pick.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
You got to pick the right person.
Wes said goodbye. So, James, do you think Monty McNair is making the pick for the Sacramento Kings this upcoming year?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think we're a long ways away from knowing what exactly is going to happen here in this offseason. We got 10 games still to go. When we get done with those 10 games, we'll have a better gauge on sort of where this team is and maybe, the direction that they want to go forward. I do know just from talking around the league that a lot of the people in the front office and a few of the people in the front office and some of the coaching staff definitely do not think that they will be back next season. And so, this could be the beginning of like quite a dramatic shift and change, both in the front office and with the coaching staff. But we're going to have to wait and see.
Do you think they're related or should be related as far as when I mean the front office and Doug Christie's opportunity of coming back? Like, do you think they should go about it with, a new front office, let them hire the coach, or has Doug done enough, do you believe, to kind of get the interim tag taken off and get the shot?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Doug has done enough, early in his career here to at least be part of the conversation moving forward. I do think that, he's been put in a very, very awkward situation. He talks about it now that he thinks he's coached like 3 or 4 different teams here since he took over the reins, and I would agree with him. There's the post Mike Brown era. There's the post De'Aaron Fox era. You start to roll with this new group of players for a few weeks, and then you have injuries to Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk, and now an illness with Malik Monk. Like, you've coached so many different phases of a season. And, again, I've covered so many of these seasons that go like this, that, it's tough. I remember the Michael Malone, Ty Corbin, George Karl year, which was 3 distinct seasons within one. And I'd even say it's probably 4 seasons within one, where you had this incredible run to start the season with DeMarcus Cousins, and then he got sick. He got viral meningitis. He misses 10 games. And during that 10 games, plotting happened behind the scenes. And before DeMarcus could come back, they fired Michael Malone and set off just a spiral that undid this franchise for a while. So for me, like, it's a tough year. There were expectations that haven't been met, but I don't think Doug falls into the expectations that haven't been met. I mean, I guess you could say, hey, we expect more, but he's still over 500 as a coach of a team that's completely been broken multiple times. And not by his own doing. So, I think we're in for an interesting summer. And, if Doug retains the job, then it's because he's got a lot of people behind the scenes that are pulling for him and believe that he's the right answer here. And it'll take time before we know whether that's, the right thing or not. But I also think, Doug deserves, if he does get the job, he deserves every right to build his own coaching staff, to ask for specific types of players to be brought in, and just like everybody else who's come through Sacramento, like, to have the full force of the franchise behind him. And we'll see if that happens or not.
My bad. Let me ask James real quick to follow up on that.
Yeah.
James, what would you do in that situation? Would you go with the traditional new front office, let them hire the coach, or would you go new front office but keep Doug?
Yeah, I mean, Kenny, it's one of the most difficult questions because, I know Doug very, very well. And I think it's rare that you find somebody who is a leader of men like he is. And, I also think he's been here for a long time trying to support this franchise, whether it's as part of the broadcast team or as an assistant coach and now the head coach. I think I would give him a shot, especially because I know like loyalty to a city, loyalty to a franchise is not something you find every day. And if you would have put him in the job and he would have, turned in a 10 and 30 something record at this point, yeah, like, I would have told him the same thing. I specifically told him multiple times in the past, you don't want that job, Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich couldn't save the Kings from their fate in so many of these seasons. But this one here, it's like, hey, look, you got the job. You did a good job with what you had to work with. There was nothing but chaos, and that's what this franchise unfortunately kind of hangs around in. Is they're like really good friends with chaos. And at this point, I don't see why. I mean, there might be more qualified coaches out there. There might be, better basketball coaches, but you don't know that. I mean, Doug could be the guy. You just need to make sure that if you're going to give him this opportunity, that he has all the tools in place. And in all honesty, right now, he does not have all the tools in place. He's down 2 assistant coaches, not only himself but Luke Laux. They did not replace him when he was elevated. He also had Leandro Barbosa out for at least a week, maybe 2, dealing with some personal issues outside of basketball. And so, like, look, this hasn't been just like a very easy climb. And even the assistants that he does have, they're not people that he chose. They're Mike Brown's, the remnants of Mike Brown's staff. So yeah, I think that, given all of the tools that a normal head coach gets and an off season to prepare and all that stuff, I think he could be a good head coach here, and he probably deserves an opportunity.
How important do you think the postseason in any way, shape, or form is to this equation of whether Doug is back with this team next year?
I mean, I think it could have something to do with it, but at the same time, I'm not really sure that that's fair. Like you put somebody in a pretty untenable situation, and he's done the best to make lemonade out of the lemons that you gave him. And like if you're gonna judge him on whether he wins 1 game or he wins 2 games in a play-in, or if somehow he makes it through and the Kings get their ass kicked by the Oklahoma City Thunder, which is what's going to happen to any one of these teams that shows up with the 8th seed. Is that really fair? I mean, you didn't build a roster that is ready to go match up against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the team that we saw roll through Sacramento last night.
Yeah, but you talk about Shai Gilgeous, that's a first-round playoff series. That means you got through the play-in. Like, you fall short of the play-in. How big of a factor is that?
I don't know.
Because that means the corpse of Dallas made it. And that's tough. Like, that's the one that's hard for me to – that's where I just don't look at Doug. Like, I'm looking at DeMar DeRozan. I'm looking at Zach LaVine. I'm looking at Domantas Sabonis. I need some clarity from Domantas Sabonis if this team falls short to the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean – I mean, if they don't make the play-in at all, yeah, that probably means you lost out to the Dallas Mavericks. But it could be Phoenix. And if you get beat in a 1-game playoff against the Phoenix Suns, I mean, are we all taking crazy pills here?
Well, I'm talking about missing the postseason, period. I'm talking about falling to 11.
Okay, yeah, if you fall to 11, again, that's tough. You fall to 12, because let's not – I mean, tomorrow's game, you lose to the Blazers, you let them right back in the door. And they're right in the mix, too. And, yeah, I think that wouldn't be good, for sure. But, like, look, there's so much that's gone on in this season. And if we look at like the schedule that they just went through, like what more do we expect more than like 2-5? We expected or 2-6, right? 2-4 over the 6-game homestand.
So far,
like, yeah, I mean, I think when they won the first 2, like it was like, okay, they could win 4. They might even be able to win 5. But reality set in, and when you lost to the Bulls, it set in motion what was probably always going to happen. You're there's a good chance this team was going to lose all 3 of the games against the Bucks and the Thunder and the Celtics. So, I mean, I don't think that there's been a whole lot of surprises here over the last 2 weeks. And you would like to see them respond here in the final 10 games. The final 10 games, I don't think they can go 8-2, but can they go 7-3? Can they go 6-4? Yeah. I mean, it's there for the taking. So maybe this 10 games here could have a lot to say about what you do with Doug or what you do at the front office. But I don't know. Like, this is a jumbled up, crazy season. And, it's almost like a survivor pool. We'll have to see how, who does survive the mess, because that's what it's been. It's been a really, really weird and disappointing season from almost start to finish.
I wanted to ask a question, but I don't know if I want to go down that road. We'll go down that road. How did we get here? Like, when did all this start, in your opinion? Did it start when, and I don't know the procedure, I'm not trying to put it at the feet of anybody, but did Mike Brown ask / demand for a contract extension, and that's when all this stuff started to unravel because they paused on that? And that just, like, when did all of this start?
I mean, it probably started at the end of last season when they didn't have the same success they did the year before. It probably started at the trade deadline last year. But I think, this is like momentum that gathered. It's not like, I don't think there was one event that put us in the situation that we're in, because, like, look, whether there were people that wanted Mike and people who didn't want Mike to get an extension last summer, it doesn't matter, because the Kings did give him an extension, and there was enough momentum within the building to give him that extension. And to be honest, like, you had 2 choices. You could have fired him or you could have given him an extension. No NBA head coach that I can remember really goes into a lame duck season. And that's just not something that happens in the league. I mean, the Kings, it's usually you sign a 4-year deal and you work 2. But with Mike, this is one of those situations where, that was a mutual option that the Kings and Mike Brown had for his 4th season that was coming up. And Mike opted out because the landscape changed in the NBA and everybody got paid more. So, I mean, we can say that it started there. You can say it probably started too on draft night when they didn't make a trade. It snowballed a little bit when they had a couple other trades lined up that didn't go through. And then they put themselves in a situation where they made the DeMar DeRozan trade, the sign-in trade for DeRozan that hard capped the team. So there's all of these little phases that happen, and like DeMar DeRozan, don't like DeMar DeRozan. That's a really pivotal moment too. You brought in a player who, at this point in the season, I think we can, like, whether you love him or not, you can see that he's probably not a perfect fit for this roster or for the future of this roster either. And so there's all of these little pieces that happen. And what it did is it led to the firing of a coach, the trading of your star player. A lot of things happened here that, like, again, the story of this season is like, if you're writing a book, it'd be 5 chapters. It's not just a cut and dry, 2024-25 season. The Kings finished, 41-41. That's not what this season has felt like.
Maybe the problem isn't DeMar's fit with the roster. Maybe the problem is the goddamn roster.
Well, of
like
course.
what here in Sac? Like, who are we holding on to? Like, who are we looking at? Like, man, this thing hasn't worked because of DeMar DeRozan. Like, what player? What one guy? Or multiple guys? Like, I don't think there's any. I don't think the roster is built well.
Yeah,
and maybe DeMar is a part of that, but I'm saying, like, the idea that DeMar doesn't fit the roster. I don't think the roster fits. Period.
No, I would agree with you. They were in need of something different, to open this season. I just, like we do all kinds of analogies, but like when you're cooking, there's sometimes where you put something into a recipe and right away, like, oh, that's not it. That didn't work. And, it took a little while to realize that, but it's just a different style of player. And I don't think again, I think DeMar DeRozan's a tremendous basketball player. It's just a style of play doesn't fit. When just for example, the other night, not last night's game, but the game before against Boston, right? Doug Christie wanted 53-point shots. Like, and the real number is like 40, 45, but he's pushing for 50. And they end up with 23-point shots. And part of the reason why you ended up with 24 3-point shots is because one player shot 28% of your shots, and of his shots, he only took 4 3-point shots out of the 24. And again, that's not his game to take a bunch of 3-point shots. But it's still, if the call to action is to shoot of your 84 shots or 86 shot attempts, is to shoot 40 plus threes, and one guy who takes 24 of those shots only takes 4, the rest of the team has to take like an obscene amount of threes percentage wise in order to get to that number. And I don't think it's, just straight up that DeMar is just a bad basketball player or anything. It's just like he's not the style of player that this team plays. And so again, like, is DeMar the only player that maybe needs to go from this roster? Absolutely not. There's plenty of players, and there are plenty of players. There are a couple of players that already left that no longer fit this roster, whether it's Kevin Huerter or some of the other guys that just aren't here anymore. That, like, you have to evolve as a team, and the evolution of this specific season did not go as planned.
I wanted to just follow up on something, because I guess just hearing the breakdown and thinking about like where all this started, I asked the question, where did all this start? And the way James laid it out, perfect. But I think it does start with, and not blaming him, I'm just talking about the situation, the Mike Brown contract extension. That was the first time in 18 months we saw dysfunction from this team, when it was like, yo, you're not going to re-sign him? Like, what's going on? That was the first time we saw publicly, at least, it was like, yo, this thing isn't as great as maybe we thought it was. I understand the unwritten rules of the NBA and basketball and contracts and stuff like that. But what would have happened if they just said, no, we're not extending your contract. We want you here as our coach. We're not extending. What, is Mike Brown going to quit? Like, I think it's hindsight, it's 2020. That's probably what should have happened. You probably should have said, Mike, we're not comfortable giving you a contract extension. We want you here. I understand the whole lame duck thing and all this other stuff, but we don't want to do that right now. What do you want to do, Mike? Like I said, is Mike going to quit?
Well, I'll tell you that, like, dysfunction had started well before that. Like, I mean, we got to late December last year, and Harrison Barnes, like, told the media relations department that he would no longer come out and talk to the media until after the trade deadline, because he had heard his name mentioned so many times already that he was like, I'm good. I don't need to go out there and represent if I might not be here in 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever that date is. And so, like, that's part of dysfunction. I would say, like, look, if you're going to bring back Mike Brown, and they made the decision to do it, if you would have left him as like a lame duck, it would have got really awkward during the season, and it would have made it even easier for the Kings to fire him earlier, which, again, probably would have happened in the first couple of games of the season. It probably would not have waited until, we got to 30 something games in, whatever it was. But I also think, like, these are all avoidable things. Like, Mike Brown is still a very good NBA head coach. And, like, the way to avoid getting to this point is to continuously build the roster and improve the roster and try to make, try to compete with teams around the league. Like, there's a reason why you go into a game against Boston or OKC and know like right away that you're going to have a difficult time competing. And that's after the Kings added Valanciunas. It's after they added Jake LaRavia. It's after they added, Zach LaVine. The size and athleticism of this team has never been on par with some of the other teams. We rewind 2 years ago, the Kings were a team on the rise and were well ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Here we are 2 years later, and the Kings are on the decline. And Oklahoma City Thunder are now a team that's primed to not just compete for a championship, but potentially win multiple championships. And that's where you have to look and say, hey, look, some teams took the necessary steps to continue to get better, to maintain and improve, and some teams didn't. And that's just, it's a reality of what happened here. And I don't know what went into the decision to, bring in the players that they did this last offseason. But like there were calculated mistakes that happened. And, bringing in Devin Carter, who couldn't play for 6 months, it's a problem. Like if your big acquisitions are to lose Harrison Barnes and bring in DeMar DeRozan, and then to bring in a rookie that's not going to be able to play, that you didn't do like a ton during the offseason to make this group better. I mean, even if you look at the Doug McDermott and Jay Crowder things, those happened at like one of them got signed like the day before the season started, and the other one got signed like 2 weeks into the season. Like, where was the forethought? Where was building this team out in advance? And again, sometimes you swing and you miss. Sometimes you're waiting for that one perfect deal. But at the same time, like there were opportunities here, or there should have been opportunities to improve this roster well before we got to the start of the season, where maybe it's possible that Mike Brown would be here for the entire 3-year extension that you signed him to. But just none of that happened.
All right, we got more with James Ham, our insider from the Insiders. We're dealing with KC. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Stuff, James.
Good stuff. So the issue that I have too, and maybe he would have been here as well, but I think we all three of us know there were. I don't know what he did because he seems like a great basketball mind and a great person to me. There was a lot of people who weren't feeling Mike Brown, players, people in those walls who just weren't feeling him no more. And I understand the aspect of you don't have him as a lame duck coach, but if he's a lame duck coach and you fire him, at the very least, that looks better than signing him to a 3-year extension and firing him.
Mm-hmm.
Like that looks ridiculous.
Well, Casey, that's why that wasn't intention. That wasn't the intention when they signed him. Like, and again, there's players that don't like every coach, like straight up. Like I can tell you, I've gone to multiple former Spurs players that played in Sacramento and said, "Hey, can I get you to talk about Greg Popovich for a sec?" And they go, "Absolutely not." And I'm like, "No, you won't talk about Pop?" "Nope. No interest in that conversation at all." And for me, I was taken aback. So like there are always going to be players that don't like a style of a coach or whatever. But at the same time, like you can voice your displeasure. You can go to the coach and say, "Hey, I would like this, or this." And again, we've heard names of who might not like Mike Brown. Oh, and I don't think they dislike Mike Brown, the person. Mm-hmm. I think, whether it was too many practices or too long of practices, like that's part of it. Whether it's somebody who wanted to start and wasn't starting and then now is starting, that's part of it. Like it's really complex, but like at the end of the day, like Mike Brown is a heck of a coach. He took a 31-win team and won 48. And, if it wasn't for a team missing a bunch of free throws, they would have won 50 the next year. And if you would have kept improving the roster, you could have been onto something here. And stability for me is the biggest thing in the NBA. And if you can't figure out how to stabilize a franchise like the Kings haven't since, realistically since Rick Adelman left in  then, what are you doing? I mean, that's almost 20 years. Since Rick Adelman left, I could do the math really fast, how many coaches they've had, but it's so many.
Yeah. I just think, I don't know. We can't treat it like it's nothing. That's all my whole thing. It's like, oh, it's nothing. People don't like people all the time. Like, yeah.
We're 13 head coaches since Rick Adelman left in 19 years. That's just a recipe for disaster.
Just like I say, the guys that play, they gotta execute. Like that's what I say about whoever is picking these teams. Like, all right, you got guys out there, you guys are selected, you got to execute, and if it doesn't happen, it gets blamed on the front office, deservedly so. Same thing with the coaches. Like, all right, yeah, the roster could have been better, but this was your record. You didn't find a way to make it work, and they shouldn't be absolved of that. Like Mike Brown, good coach, he's been fired 4 times. 4 other stable franchises have said, this ain't the guy no more. And I think he's a good basketball mind or whatever, but he's not absolved. And not saying you were saying this. I'm just saying he's not absolved of how all this shit played out. He played his role in it too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm saying is he played his role in it. Front office played their role in it. The players played their role in all this. Ownership played their role in all of this. And I think all of them, we talked about it earlier, all of them were just kind of messing up together.
But I mean, Mike Brown ran 107-88 record as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings with a 549 win percentage. There's been only one other coach in the, what are we looking at, 40 years now in Sacramento, to have a 500 record. That's it. And I mean, you can start adding Doug Christie to that, but the only other coach to finish his tenure in Sacramento with a 500 record is Mike Brown. And look, I was the first one to say, like, when you lost 5 in a row and you dropped 5 games under 500 and this thing was spinning out, like, the finger's always going to be pointed right at the head coach. And like, that's the way it goes. So if you can't figure out a way to turn things around, it's really difficult. This is a very oversimplification of what a head coach does in the NBA, just so you know, Bobby Hill.
We must have a game today. This is a long-ass commercial break.
Yeah, there's games all week. We have, is it
Pacers? Pacers following this show at 4:00. I know we're all tapped in for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
LeBron James, Tyrese Halliburton.
Austin Reeves.
I believe the Pacers are 13-2 in their llast 15. Lakers are 3-7 in their last 10. There's your stats.
Wow. Really? 13-2?
That's what ESPN was telling me right now.
Indiana. My goodness. Good for Indiana.
I think they won 8 in a row.
I didn't realize they had won. I knew they were playing well. I didn't realize they were playing that well.
Big Pacers show. We're back.
There we are. We're coming back, James. Well, that was a little kick to the face to hear how well the Pacers are playing. My goodness.
It's cooking.
Pacers, Lakers coming up following D'Lo and KC here. We'll have tons of NBA action on this station as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. The discussion regarding Mike Brown did not end during the commercial break. The discussion regarding the coaching position did not end during the commercial break. Hammer, one thing I pointed out earlier, and I believe this to be 100% accurate. I think when Mike Brown took this job several years ago, this was a very appealing job. You know, we were coming off of Puke Guy and Luke Walton was gone, but you had Domas, You had De'Aaron. You felt like the world was kind of in front of you. You saw a direction for the first time in a very long time in this franchise. You saw a direction, and I thought Mike Brown was a terrific hire at the time. And now, James, just a couple of short years later, I am. We could talk about whether Doug Christie deserves to be the coach, or we could have that conversation all we want. My belief is this job is no longer appealing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I also a couple of things. Number one, I don't think this is a teardown, and also just in all honesty, like I don't even know if there's a way to tear this down. Like again, I just don't know. I don't what would that even look like? I don't know that you can purge the roster of whatever. I think you're committed to at least a good portion of this roster for the next 2 years, like at a minimum. Let's see, did I freeze? Oh, I'm back. There we go. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so I don't know if, this is a complete teardown or not. Like I would not take it that way. Like if I were someone who's looking at this as a potential general manager, like I would take this job. I mean, you've got draft picks, future draft picks. You've got a couple of movable pieces. You've got some pieces that you can't move. But at the same time, like the pieces that you can't move, it's okay. They're still starter quality. And I think the only player you can't really move on this roster, and again, this isn't being disrespectful. It's just when you have a player who's 30 years old and has 46 million and 49 million over the next 2 years, it's really difficult to move that contract in Zach LaVine's. But at the same time, if I have Zach LaVine as a player, I think you can build a roster around Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine roster, like as a core. Like why not? Zach LaVine is still a very, very high end talent. What you need to do is you need to support him the right way. You need to add the pieces that make sense. If you're gonna roll Zach LaVine out there for 36 to 37 minutes tonight, and that means you got to go get like 3 more Jake LaRabias or 2 more Keegan Murrays. You got to go get more of those guys that can disguise some of the problems that you have. I also think, again, Malik Monk can be a part of the continued build of this team. But you're going to have to be aggressive, and it's not going to feel good, and you're going to have to give up future draft capital to make some of the moves that you need to make. And it's just a really tough situation. I think, adding more complexity to this entire discussion is we just saw the assistant general manager walk out the door, and whether he heard, the bell ringing that he was next or not, it still shows you that like there's a reason why he left and why he took a college job as opposed to an assistant general manager job in Sacramento. Especially like we've heard in the past the potential for Monty McNair to be let go and for Wes Wilcox to elevate. Clearly that wasn't in the cards at all for this offseason. So if we're looking at, sort of the instability of this thing and how, but I think that there are people that could come in and fix this and make it a winning situation. Again, you're just a year removed from 46 wins and 2 years removed from 48. You do still have pieces, but you have to, you're going to have to extend yourself, and you're going to have to be aggressive and take some risks in order to get there. And it's just not going to be like a cut and dry, easy situation to take on. As far as a head coach, yeah, I mean, like, look, it's one of 30 jobs. There's always a head coach that would be willing to take this job, or an assistant who's looking for his first job. I don't think that this is a career ender job. Like, I think you can look at this and say, hey, look, if I have the right support, if the right pieces are acquired, if we make the right moves in the offseason, I can get this thing on the right track very quickly and go from 0 to hero. And so, again, to have Doug step in and not let this team, completely let go the rope, and just have like again, a 15 and 35 finish to the season over the last 50 games. It's a good thing. This thing is still intact. It hasn't been like we talk about whether they make the play in or not. they are still in that conversation. They're not just like a team that's completely out of it and just horrible. And I can't believe this whole season is so incredibly bad. It's not a good season, but there is still some positivity coming out of this and something you can work with if you're trying to continue the build. It's really weird that you go from being a team that's super on the rise to a team that's tumbling down a hill pretty quickly, and you need somebody to catch you and put you back up on the right trajectory.
By the way, I'm okay with this because I ain't really for tearing nobody down. But I do want to point out we did let Domas skate today. It's cool.
Oh, I'm
cool.
I'm
It's
aware.
good.
I'm good with it. Let's be clear.
okay
I brought
with
his name up earlier.
I know. And we got on another tangent.
Yep.
Let him skate today, and it's cool. I'm okay with it. I'm just
there is
saying. I don't know if that same grace will be shown for others.
So you're right. I did show Domas a little grace today because I can't believe he played. I can't believe he's playing, and he played on the second night of a back-to-back. I don't care, like being 3 of 12, not my favorite. All right, at least you shot 12 times. You only shot 10 the other day. You got to put a gun to Domas's head to get him to shoot the ball, James.
Okay, so last night specifically, I'll just look at the last two games. I thought if you look at the Boston game, it just reminded you of how good Domas was. He kept grabbing rebounds, taking off out of the break, and running up the court. And I kept thinking to myself, how is he doing that with an ankle that like no one thought he would be ready to play, at least not until after this weekend. And he was so much faster and had so much more energy than the rest of the team. It was crazy. You get to last night's game and the dude had no legs, and I still thought he battled. I mean, that team, that the Thunder, it's almost like they have a force field around the key. It was just crazy. There's a reason why the Kings, took 40-something threes, 48 threes. It's because they couldn't get through anywhere. And, we watched Valanciunas go inside and tried to score on Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein. They just, put a lid on him. And I thought, could Domas have hit one of his 4 3-pointers? Maybe. But that's where you saw that the dude had no legs at all. The rebounding numbers, he finished with 12 rebounds. I may or may not have had that in daily fantasy sports. I needed one more rebound in order to win money. But yeah, especially you saw that he got stuck on 12, and it was I was sitting next to Mac George. He said, "Oh, I think you're going to get that 12." I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to get that 12. And then he comes out of the game with 3 minutes left, and the game's over, and with 12.
Now James has got to sell one of the boats.
But you're watching him play, and you're like, okay, like the assists, everything else is good except for the fact that he wasn't able to score inside. And again, playing on the second night of the back-to-back. What did he play last night? 38 minutes?
38 minutes.
Yep.
38 minutes on the second night of a back-to-back with I'm just going to say a grade 2 ankle sprain. I mean, after 6-7 days after the initial injury, that to me is remarkable. And I will continue to say I would build around that guy. Straight up. I would build around that guy.
As what though? As your one?
No. As my number 2 or my number 3 that is the distributor. Like, I think you can still build around him. I think you can build a team around him and Zach LaVine and again Malik Monk maybe off the bench and Keegan Murray and I think you can build around that team. But you have to put the right pieces in place. Again, it's not a dig on DeMar DeRozan, but if Domantas Sabonis is going to be your hub, you have to surround him with 3-point shooters that space the floor. You have to surround him with the length and athleticism that makes sense. Even De'Aaron Fox is not a perfect fit with Domantas Sabonis. And you can say, well, how many players are? And the answer is there are so many players that are a good fit with Domantas Sabonis in the league. You just have to go out and, again, role players will fit along Domantas Sabonis around Sabonis. So I don't know how you could not find the right pieces to put around him.
Well, okay. I don't know. I was 100% on board with you, James. I'm not sure that I agree with that anymore. I just find myself getting increasingly frustrated with him. That's all I can say. I just
do you think that a little bit of it has to do because I mean, the guy's tough as nails. I love that about him.
No question about that.
I love that about Domas. I love what he brings is like his IQ, the passing, the rebounding, all that. Like I love all that. But do you think he is a victim a little bit of what we talked about earlier, where that is cute when you're making $20 million a year? If I'm paying you $40 million a year, I'm gonna need more than your basketball IQ.
Not for me.
Okay.
It's I want it's more I wanted him to be like a cornerstone. And I just sometimes I don't know if he is. And maybe it's the absence of De'Aaron. Maybe it's the absence of another 1 or 1A or 2 or like whatever. Like I don't know. Maybe it's not being the perfect fit with DeMar or Zach LaVine. Like I'm not sure what it is, but it's sometimes I just look at it like the other day, like you shot the ball 10 times and you were really efficient. It's okay, shoot it 20. But a lot of what people are upset about Zach LaVine, like, oh, Zach LaVine needs the perfect shot. He's not going to take a back shot. He needs everything to be perfect. I feel like the same is true for Domantas Sabonis.
I mean, like, look, not every player has to score 20-something a game. Like, I'm
on
okay.
this goddamn team, you do.
It shouldn't have been that way.
But I don't disagree. And that was my point, James. I don't disagree with that, but that's where we are. And it's maybe that's not fair to Domas.
Well, all right, but at this, all right, he's paying $40 million a year to average 15 points a night and 15. Like we talking about.
I think he was averaging 19.
No, he was at one point, but we're like, we need people around him so he's, doesn't have to score so much and all this other stuff, which I get it, but man, like that's, I don't know how many people. How many 40+ million people a year need 3 other better scorers around them?
Okay, so Domantas Sabonis right now, and he's had a rough, I don't know what month, right? He's averaging 18.9. He leads the league in rebounds again for the 3rd straight season, and he's averaging 6.2 assists per game. He was All-NBA 3rd team last year, All-NBA 3rd team the year before. He's one of if like All-NBA is the top 15 players in the league. 1st team is the top 5, 2nd team is the second 5, 3rd team is the third 5. He's a top 15 player. Top 15 players, I don't care what they average points per game, deserve $40 million a year in a league that pays players routinely $40 million a year. Like this is not, I don't understand because he doesn't average 23 points a game or 25 points a game that he doesn't deserve All-NBA or that he doesn't deserve $40 million a year.
I'm not saying like, he gets whatever they pay him. I'm not saying that. But go through those 15 and those he might be the only one where that isn't scoring like that. And that isn't a guy that is a hub of somebody off. He's probably the only one of those 15 that aren't a number 1 or 2 option on their team. And it would be all good if he was the 3rd or 4th option, if they weren't 10th. Like if they were 6th and he was the 3rd or 4th, it's all good, man. Like he does so many other things, but that's not working. And I'm not saying that's his fault, but I'm just saying go through the other 15. Tell me how many of them are the 4th option on that team.
Well, I can tell you that none of the other top 15 lead the league in rebounding the last 3 years.
He's a great rebounder.
And like, look, the fact is, he's 2nd, 3rd option on a really good team. I mean, he was the 2nd option on a 48-win team that was 3rd in the Western Conference. I think he's proven like who he is and what he can be. And the fact is that if you can't put the right players around him, which are super simple, which every other team in the league is able to go out and find, then I don't know. I mean, again, like the way that the team last night that they played, that the Oklahoma City Thunder has built their team, is to get long, athletic defenders who can shoot the 3 ball. Everybody on that team shoots the 3. They space the floor. The night before, you face the Boston Celtics, who average 50 threes again or a game, or 49 threes again a game. All of them play defense. All of them are long and athletic, except for Peyton Pritchard, who, again, averages 8 3-point attempts per game. You go to the Cleveland Cavaliers, the team with the best record in the NBA. Every single player they have is long and athletic and shoots the three. It's not hard to find long athletic players to put around Domantas Sabonis. The Kings just haven't done it. They haven't found the guys to do it. And so, do I think Domantas Sabonis is a legit number one scoring option? I will never say that. But that doesn't mean he can't be, whether he's a first scoring option or second or third. If he's your second best player, you can be an extremely good team who wins 48 games and is a third seed in the Western Conference. We know that because he did it. So that's where I'm at with him. I get it. I look at every team in the league that just finds these guys everywhere. And instead of finding that guy with the 13th pick in the NBA draft, you went with an undersized combo guard who is going to be out for 6 months. You didn't even give yourself an opportunity with a Dalton Connect or with De Silva, or name that wing, a Ryan Dunn. There are all kinds of guys that you could have looked at, or you could have traded for one or two of those guys. You just didn't do it. And when you did do it, you waited until mid-season, and it's a guy in Jake LaRavia who's played 120 games in his career and missed most of the first 2 years of his career. You got a guy, but you used a second round pick to get him. You didn't go get a Cam Johnson. You didn't go get these other players that make sense to put around Sabonis. And so at a certain point, you can't just keep, you have the puzzle pieces laid out. You know what you need to get better, and you didn't do it.
James, we're just going to be fighting for the next, I don't know how many weeks. And if the Kings don't get to the postseason or compete in the play-in, I don't know. We're turning on each other. The Chatty House is fighting with KC. KC threw poor Nick V out of here earlier. The Chatty House is fighting amongst each other. I'm just here. James is sick of Kenny. Everybody's just agitated with each other, all because the Sacramento Kings haven't won enough games. And Jesse's the angriest Kings fan of all of them.
It's true.
I love it. But what's he got to be angry about? You could you could spare 2 or 3 long, athletic, 3-point shooting, defensive-minded wings. Come on, Jesse.
I've been seeing Peyton Pritchard for the Kings point guard.
Yeah. That Peyton Pritchard pretty good.
Still got years on steel though.
He's pretty damn good.
Well, good news, Kings fans. We're going to get out of here, and you can go listen to 2 good basketball teams.
Yeah.
Thought you were going to say only 10 games left.
Well, James, real quick, what's the number you think the Kings have to win to make the postseason? They got 10 games left. What do you think the record is?
They got to go 6-4.
That's it. Jesse and I, KC said 6-4. I thought 6-4 solidifies it. No matter who they beat, Jesse and I said 5-5 can do it as long as you win the last game of the year against Phoenix. Either way, we'll close out the homestand tomorrow against Portland, and we'll be here to talk about it beginning at 10 a.m. with James and Kyle and the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Celtics.
That was awesome. Tyler, no, this is the one we're keeping.
Here's something that I'm just talking shit. I just thought it was funny. It says Zach LaVine can make $40 million shooting 5 times a night and not playing defense.
Yeah, Kenny.
What does that sound like? You tell me, what does that sound like? Shooting 5 times a night and not playing defense.
Well, Domas plays defense.
It's okay when somebody else does it. It's cool when somebody else. Now, I think Domas does more. I think he rebounds, and I think he
does play defense.
All right. Is he Evan Mobley? Come on now. You said Cleveland. He played defense like Evan Mobley.
He's not a shot blocker
like Evan Mobley.
He's not a shot blocker. Actually, she's still shooting like 41% from 3.
He not the rim protector that Porzingis is. You talk about Boston. And Chet destroyed his ass last night. You know what I mean? He cool. He cool. I like Sabonis a lot, but I just think like the shortcomings, there is a shortcomings. Like we can't ignore what they are. I recognize the shortcomings and I still want them on the squad, but we can't ignore that they are there. Like he's not a 3-point shooter, and he's not a 3-point threat, and he's like an all right defender. He's not a game changing defender.
He shoots 41% from 3.
He shoots twice a night.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that he, what does Chet shoot?
What does Zach shoot? What does Zach shoot?
What is
What does Zach shoot?
Hartenstein?
What does Zach shoot? Zach shoot like 45% from
Zach
3 or
LaVine?
like 40%. Yeah. Shoot 40% from 3.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
good.
But he was one of the league leaders before. He's shooting 40.9 as a King, but on the season, his numbers in Chicago are like 44%.
It don't matter if he don't shoot the ball though. You know what I'm saying? If Zach don't shoot, those numbers are cool, but we need the aggressiveness. That's all I'm saying.
There's something going on there, and like I don't know what, but like he's not having a good time, and whether it's off the court stuff or it's on the court stuff, whatever it is, he's got to figure it out. And again, one of the reasons why you have to make moves this summer is because you have to figure out ways to maximize him very specifically, because I don't think you can move him. And that means you've got to get someone different that's not DeMar DeRozan to play alongside him. So that's, and again, I'll keep bringing him up DeMar, but DeMar is the most easily movable piece because of his contract. He's owed like 24.5 this coming season with a $10 million buyout for the next year. So there are teams out there that are going to go, okay, yeah, we would take DeMar and a first-round pick or 2 first-round picks to give you player X. And I think that's where the Kings can kind of improve and reset this roster. Maybe I'm wrong.
We're going to leave. We have to. We got another job to do.
Chatty House tonight at 8 p.m.